Hope you're enjoying the show. On board with Phil Dines at the moment, chasing down Sotomuto in what's been a really interesting battle, a key battle between the two, and we've been enjoying watching it so far. For a moment there, Cam, there was even the possibility of this battle being split apart entirely through traffic. That was quite a nerve-wracking moment in the race for Team BMW Bank especially, who just hung on to their slipstream of the Mercedes in front of them.
Yeah, looking at how it's worked out over the course of the last, well, couple of hours between these two, they are pretty close in terms of the pace. I don't think that they would have lost themselves as such. But let's see what Muto can do now. He has got that bit of a gap. Still in the slipstream range is the BMW though. It's just the fact that these two have been so close. I just doubt it's going to change anytime soon.
Yes, it's difficult to see that changing. We've got pit stops a bit further back for Redline and GridandGo.com Esports. It's not the Redline car that was involved last night, if you remember. They had an incident with PGZ. Now both of those cars are out of the race and more than 100 laps down. That's the Olaf Steinbretten car in the pit lane at the moment, trying to be best Porsche and get that accolade next to their name. That's what they'll be aiming to do over the course of the remaining 6 hours. So it's still Sotomuto and Phil Dines we're watching at the front of the field, and we will be for the next 6 hours. You imagine we get to that stage in the race now where we're looking ahead to see at what point in the race these guys are going to split apart, and more the eyes will turn to the very end of the race now, because it's all of a sudden not that far away.
And we just had Derek previously talking about Urano getting close, and I definitely think that's something to look at over the course of the next few hours as well, because if these guys stay close, have a few more battles, the seconds will be chipped off here and there. So there's definitely something to look at in that regard. We have obviously still a quarter of the race to go, still a lot of racing to be had, and there's definitely a lot of things that can happen. It looks like everyone is pretty fired up to be getting this win. It's very competitive, so as ever it is going to be a close fight, but that 90 I think will, as Eric predicted, start to claw back. Of course it just depends how quickly they can do that.
Now in our RaceSpotTV interview waiting room, by the way, we've got Sean Campbell at the moment, but I'm also seeing him driving the Race Clutch car, so that could be interesting. Well, maybe we should try and do that. But yeah, Sean Campbell, I don't know if the guys before just interviewed him and he's just still there, but he's definitely driving at the moment, and he's definitely in our waiting room as well, so we might try and grab a word with him soon and see how things are going for Race Clutch. They're down in 26th place at the moment with nearly 2 minutes behind them and more than a lap 90 seconds in front of them at the moment, and that's the case for quite a few teams, to be honest, Cam, especially if you're outside the top 20 or so. You've likely had issues at some point today, and you're probably over a minute behind the car in front or over a minute ahead of the car behind you.
Yeah, the gaps are actually not crazy, to be honest, considering the amount of hours that we've had in this race now. 18 hours completed. But when I was on with our junior in the first couple of hours, as there are the leaders coming into the pit lane, our junior was mentioning how would I think the race would be when I got back into the commentary stint. Obviously there's been about 16 hours or so, and of course it's changed a lot. We had one massive train at the front at that time in the race. It was about a 20 car train, something like that. Everyone was fuel saving, but of course over the race, as you're saying, Ewan, people have issues, things happen, little spins, and it just breaks everyone up slowly but surely as all these different variables add up. But the fact that we still got a handful of drivers on the lead lap, even on 1 lap down, look how many drivers are 1 lap down, and in those places people are only 3-4 seconds apart in some ways. So it has stayed relatively close, I would say, over the course of this middle part of the race.
It certainly has, as Sotomuto pulls to a stop here and gets up on the jacks. Another tyre change, another tank of fuel, and he'll be on his way again. He's been doing a lot of the driving over the course of the night for them. but he will now finally get out the car at what is late afternoon now over in the Far East, and it would be Daniel Lafuente to take over the wheel there. He did a lot of early driving in this Williams Esports machine. Only 25 laps there, which is the surprising part to me, because even Lewis McGlade managed that. So I don't know why they've gone for 25 there. But one thing, I think the biggest thing that's notable actually in the time I've been asleep, which was only a few hours away from this race, and the gap hasn't changed between 1 and 2 at all, but the difference in their pit stops has really changed. BMW Bank's final stop is going to be a lot later than Williams, and they will need to think about that.
Later is generally better though, in terms
That's what I mean, yeah.
less fuel. So, as you say, for Williams, there's going to be an extra few seconds there that they need to get on the road if that is the case. But I think the main issue we have now is we don't have a massive train of cars with everyone going slowly. That time, in the first couple of hours, we were literally into the 2-minute 18s. We were about a second and a half off what we're looking at now. It was a massive slipstream train. Everyone's lifting off. Even the leader was going slowly. It was absolute carnage. But when you're on your own, or when you're in just a 2-car train like this, fighting for the lead, it's very difficult to do that sort of saving. And I think that's why we're seeing that extra lap or two less of a stint, because the amount of saving they have to do, even to get one lap around here, is a decent amount. So to get up to that 27th lap, yeah, that's even more of a stretch, especially when you're pushing the air. Although if you're like the number 55 at the moment, you're getting slipstream with a lap car ahead of you, that isn't so bad.
No, it's not. But I do agree, the days of a 28 laps Sven Haas special are certainly over in this race, because of the way that the situation is. At the moment, we've got 16 cars now retired, which is not a too big of a number compared to what you would have seen at the end of your stint a long time ago now, Cam. There's really not been a lot of retirements ever since that opening lap crash that saw so many drivers eliminated, so many halted by all of that. That took out a lot of cars, but other than that, it's been a very clean race after that, and a lot of them have been able to get to the finish, or should be able to get to the finish from here on in. Still, 7 teams were on the lead lap as well until not so long ago, so it's yeah, looking very good in that respect as well, to see quite so many cars on the lead lap with still nearly 6 hours remaining on the clock. But at the moment, it's Fildenez leading. He's on lap 23 of this stint right now. We're waiting for him to come in, really, and then we'll see where he is with regards to Daniel Lafuente here, because there's a bigger and bigger chance with each lap that passes that he either comes out well in front or well behind Williams Esports, and then this race gets very interesting. But from a Williams perspective, they do need to be quite a bit in front of BMW Bank, I would argue, before that final stop, because of the fact they'll have to make it earlier than the BMW team, pitting probably 4 laps later by the time we get to the final hour.
Yeah, just looking at Fildenez's lap times, so the last 5 laps have all been 16.4, 16.5, 16.6 in that range. Let's have a look at the laps that Muto are. Fortunately, actually, this is still going to be out lap, so we'll have to see what this lap time is going to be, because when you stay out longer in this situation, especially when we're not quite in the heat of the day, these are still pretty decent track conditions, you actually get faster at the end of the stint in the last couple of laps, because you're basically on quali fuel. You don't have much fuel, the car's a lot lighter, and if the tyre life is staying level, then the thing that's changing is the weight. So if the weight goes down, you go faster. So potentially by staying out like this, he's actually been able to do an overcut with the lighter fuel when Williams are now at a full tank, and there could be a few tenths of a second advantage. But we will see Lafuente coming out of the final corner, and what sort of lap times they'll be doing, because that is really going to be the biggest factor during this sequence of the pit stops.
Good morning to David Christie's in our YouTube chat here this morning, enjoying the iRacing Spa 24 hour, or Falken Tyre Spa 24 hours for 2023. And Sean Campbell, who's in our YouTube chat as well somehow, and driving. I don't know what he's doing, but apparently he is waiting for an interview, so we'll drag him up, shall we, and see what he has to say. Sean, welcome into the commentary box. I know you're out there on the circuit at the moment, but how are you doing?
Good. How about you?
Oh, I'm doing all right, thanks. You mentioned that we're about to hear what 8 hours straight does to one person. Are you talking about 8 hours straight of driving that you're doing at the moment?
Yeah. Right now, I believe my brain is quite fried, so I don't remember when I got in the car, but I think I'm on my 8th stint now.
And where are your teammates is the only question that I've got leading on from that, because that's the third of the race now.
Well, the sit rep is one of our teammates could only do Saturday, so me and the other teammate had to organize around that. And whether it be alarm clock or internet connection, he didn't show up for, I think, just I was going to do a quad for context, and then he didn't show up for the 5th, so I did the 5th, and then I think he showed up halfway through the 6th, and I was like, you know what, I might as well just go to the end. I'm feeling pretty good, other than being fried completely. I guess it's good that I got the muscle memory from practice, though. I feel like I'm still on pace.
Hang on, so someone arrived with 8 hours remaining, and you said, don't worry about it, I'll do the last third of the race, having just done 6 stints in the car.
Yeah. No, don't worry about it. Don't think about it too much, because then I'm going to start thinking about it.
Okay. I'm just asking the questions that I've got at the moment. How are you feeling out there at the moment in terms of what you can get out of this race? I mean, maybe it's just about getting to the end for you, but 26th at the moment, you've got quite a gap in front and behind you right now. Are you hoping for any changes, really, in the final 6 hours here?
Well, actually, it doesn't look very close, but I'd say right now it's a three-way battle for 25th, because the car behind is on strategy to get to the end without having to do a splash. I'm not on strat, so I'm saving fuel to do that, and the guy ahead is on strategy, but he's slower than both of us.
So you're doing the last 14 hours and fuel saving at the end as well, just to make life even more difficult.
It'll make it more comfortable.
Well, I suppose so, but even so, it's wow, I didn't quite realise that. Sean, thanks for coming to step in the booth for us here this morning. It's good to hear from you. Maybe we'll pull you in a little bit later on as well, see how you're doing. But yeah, for now we'll let you go, and good luck with the driving you have remaining.
All right, thanks.
Thanks very much, Sean Campbell there for his clutch, who is insane by the sounds of it, Cam. If someone comes to me with 8 hours of driving remaining saying, oh, I can take over the car now, don't worry about it, I'm taking the chance, and I'm not offering to do the final third of the race completely alone.
Yeah, even if they just do a double stint, they just take some hours away, that would be quite important. But let's see how this lead battle changes, actually, because the BMW car in there, by my calculations, they gained at least half a second with that 3-lap overcut that they have done. I wonder if there's going to be a bit of a drive change. No, it looks like there's going to be staying in that car, so same drivers going out for BMW, and that will be quite a big factor, because of course with La Fuente getting in that car, he needs to get up to speed, and maybe that's where a couple of those tenths of a second will have been. Oh no, it looks like BMW are going to be doing a driver change with the car flashing like that. We'll try and see who's just got in, because that could also be a big factor too.
We'll see who it is in a couple of moments' time, when my timing screen decides to show me, and when he decides to go out onto the circuit again in a couple of moments' time. It'll have to be pretty quickly, because Williams are not far away now. They're rolling and on their way, and it's Felix Kronbach who's now at the wheel and should hold on to the lead here, actually. 40.3 seconds in the box. There's the Mercedes just a bit further behind, and once again Team BMW Bank have a bit of a chance, and a good chance actually, of breaking away in the slipstream here. Not only have they got the strategy advantage, they've got a 2-second advantage right now as well, that Daniel Lafuente is going to have to close.
Oh, BMW have got this all sorted, because they were behind coming to the pit stop, of course, by just shy of a second, and now they're just shy of 2 seconds. So it's about 2.5 seconds they gained just on the strategy there. Plus, if they have a shorter pit stop at the end, that will gain them some more seconds. So Williams really have some work to do if they want to try and get ahead of this car. It looks like BMW are on top from that perspective, but Urano in behind, down to 32 seconds, and David previously was saying it was up at 40 seconds at one point, so they are closing in. Of course, we're still just shy of 6 hours to go. That could very much change, so it's definitely close fights here towards the end, and there's a lot of pit stops and stuff still to sort out, but the fact that they've been close for so long, I think, shows this is going to continue.
It likely is, and it's very good news for us indeed. I've got to say, I think Urano and Redline are going to be focusing on each other a little bit more to try and become the highest placed Porsche in the order here today. And so that's a gap at around 8 seconds right now for third. But yeah, I think it's a bit of a left field choice to go for anyone but the top two at the moment. I know it's possible that these two hit each other or whatever, but I can't see that happening personally. I think it'll be a good battle to the end in the final quarter of this race. What I will say, by the way, is that everyone's been making predictions about which of the two are going to win, but obviously it's obvious who's going to be up there by this stage. I've got to say that Stefan Tlaka last night, before it even got dark actually, was it dark yet? Maybe it wasn't quite dark yet, but around that time of sunset last night, predicted Team BMW Bank to win this race purely based on, well, I don't really know what it was based on, but he went for them, and now all of a sudden is looking very, very smart indeed, because at the time Redline and PGZ looked to have the measure of the number 7 BMW, in my opinion anyway, and now the tables have turned with both of those cars now out of the contention, out of the running entirely. In fact, now BMW Bank seem to be almost favourites here, and they're 1.5 seconds ahead of Williams, which is a gap that's going to take quite some closing.
Yeah, for what it's worth, they've got a faster lap time than Williams by about 1.5 as well, so they are looking good. The margins are just so fine around here though, aren't they? I mean, Williams have already caught in a few tenths of a second since that pit stop. Of course, yeah, the two drivers getting back in, they might be a lap or two to get up to speed, so it's always so close in these races, and that is why I actually quite like these 24-hour races, because it's such a challenge to be at that level, be competitive for that long in the race. Of course, it's only single class around here, so there's nothing that you need to worry about in terms of traffic really. It's just absolutely flat out racing to the end of the race. But of course the battles lower down continue as well, as we're seeing, of course, Lindqvist there getting the run, but unfortunately basically not on the back of Laubish up ahead.
He has not a battle for position on your screen at the moment between these two Porsches, by the way. And just on that point, Cam, you were saying earlier on, I mean, you finished your driving not so long ago in our car. Not in this split, just to add that. just to be absolutely clear, and add that caveat there, not in this split at all, because we couldn't qualify as fast as these guys are race pacing at the moment. You were mentioning that these, and you said last night as well, it's some of the easiest stints you've ever done in a car ever, especially in a race of this length.
Yeah, considering I am not an iRacing driver by any means, I do a lot of commentary on it, but I drive very rarely, and jumping in, I probably completed 15 laps tops before the race, which sounds really bad, I know, but we just went into it, no prep at all really, having fun, and I managed to knock out my 4 stints really, really comfortably. It's funny how this track works, because it's quite long actually. Was it 7 kilometers? It's one of the longest tracks we sort of go to really, and the laps just fly past. I don't know if it's because of just how it is, where the corners work, or something because of the long straights, but you don't notice the fact that it's well over 2 minutes a lap, and even these 25 lap stints will absolutely fly past. So it is quite easy driving, get in a bit of a rhythm, and I think especially for Sean Campbell, who's just on the back of the shot here behind Linkfist. I think it is one of those tracks where you can get into that rhythm and do, in his case, about 8 hours driving in a row.
It could be the case for him, and that's why he's in the situation he is at the moment. I think it's a good sign, though, the fact that things are flying by, because I've got to say my first couple of stints did not fly by. But
this is your first proper race, though.
Well, first proper race, that's a bit of a stretch, but a first 24-hour race, yes. And first endurance race for at least 5 years, I would say, of any length. So yes, I understand that, but even so, it very much depends, in my opinion, whether you're in the rhythm with the car and the track and all that kind of thing, as to whether it flies by or not. Because if you're struggling a little bit, you look at the lap counter, you're fueling your second half of your stint or whatever, and you've still got 14 laps to go, you're thinking, heavens above, this is going to be a very, very long half an hour or so. But yeah, if you're in the rhythm, you're enjoying yourself, and you're driving well, then it will feel like it's flying by. Wonder if it is for these leaders at the moment. Just over 5.5 hours remaining, and Felix Grunberg has now been caught by Daniel Lafuente for the slipstream, and so we're back where we were again for the 18th time this race, probably 19th time. This is the 19th stint of the race, and this has happened very, very often now.
So are we seeing this trend continue where during the stint Williams possibly have a couple of tenths advantage, but BMW seem to have it on the strategy? I wonder if we're going to see that flip-flop again. Lafuente is going to have to pass and get ahead of BMW again, but by the time they've done that and we come to the next pit stop, are they then just going to lose out those extra 2 seconds that we saw this time around? I wonder if we're going to keep on seeing that flip-flop. They've been together for so long. Just looking at the little tracker that we got for the commentators, I see with 16 hours remaining, so this is 10 hours ago, we still had BMW Bank and Williams fighting out. So they've been together a long time, and they are just so equal. I think it's going to be hard for Williams in this position, but we'll have to see how that continues.
I mean, yeah, I got into the commentary booth for the first time with 20 hours to go, and I think that was just before the 4th stop of the race, and that was the stop of the race that allowed these two to come together for the first time, and nearly 15 hours later they are exactly together again. It's the remarkable thing for me, Cam, is not the fact that they're close on pace, because we know that these two teams are both very good, and they will be on a similar pace, so I can accept that, that's fine. But the fact that neither of them, we talk about the perfect 24-hour race and how it's not possible. Well, I'm struggling to see what's not perfect about both of their races at the moment. I don't recall a single mistake. Well, yeah, here we do go. I don't recall a single mistake being made. I don't even think I've seen any one of them run wide. It's just pretty much perfection from them at the moment. But luckily for them, they've got another team who have also done complete perfection up until this point. And no matter what happens from now, to have completed 18.5 hours of near perfection is pretty unbelievable anyway.
Yes. As you were mentioning, it's like almost impossible to have a completely clean race. So the fact that it's two teams as well, it's quite remarkable, especially with a race like this. It's so easy to crash around here. There's so many fast corners like on the edge, and these guys are doing some properly fast lap times as well, pushing each other to the limit, and they know they can't make a single mistake, and they're still going at it. So that is absolutely perfect. And it does look like, though, Williams are now right in the slipstream. They're getting the run up the Kemmel Straight this time around. Can they retake the lead up towards Les Combes? It's going to be important for their race if they can do so. Looks like they're getting closer and closer, but they're just going to sit in behind, maybe try and save a bit of fuel, or at least not do a risky pass.
Yeah, possibly both, to be honest. They're just making absolutely sure that things don't go wrong for everyone with a rash move at this stage in the race. So good morning to everyone who's in the YouTube chat at the moment, including Ruben Bonga, passing us some information about the lack of grip on outlaps on tyres and with cold tyres and stuff like that, because well, I'm presuming that's the thing for everybody, to be fair, but it's the thing we'll have experienced in the BMW as well, since that's the car we're driving. It's worth noting, isn't it? This is going to happen a lot with Team BMW Bank and Williams. even if BMW can come out in front, if they're only 2 seconds in front, him should be on terms again by the end of the lap, because it does take you that opening lap to just get up to speed with the cold tyres. Even at this stage where it's probably past 11 now, virtual standard time, or just past 10, approaching the middle of the day anyway, and the hotter temperatures. But even then, they will have to wait a little bit to warm up the tyres on their way out of pit lane.
Let's have a look. Track temp up to 30 degrees Celsius. We were down to about 20 not so long ago. So as soon as the sun comes up, it changes very quickly with these track conditions. And there's your track conditions. It's partly cloudy as well. That actually helps sort of reduce the rate of the track increasing. But now to the end of the race, it's pretty much only going to get hotter and hotter. 11:30 almost coming up to in-game time. And even though there's still 5.5 hours left, by the time we get to that sort of 4 o'clock, that'll probably be about the peak of it. So it's going to get harder to hold on to the tyres, and that could add in an extra spice, extra factor in this battle. Of course, the drivers have practiced and everything like that. They've had the stints earlier in the race, but the tyres will start to go off when we see the track temp increasing, even though it's just gone down to 29 degrees.
Yes, not quite as warm, I don't think, as it was yesterday, actually. I think it was in the low 30s at some point early on in the race yesterday. But yeah, that is pretty warm now. And I need some clouds for our split as well, because I don't really want those temperatures, to be honest, to deal with when I do a bit more driving a little bit later on. But anyway, that's to worry about in a few hours' time. Probably going to increase in temperature again, though, because we're not even at midday yet. In virtual standard time, so something worth noting there, really watching out for.
Did you say virtual standard time?
That's what I've been taught to say, but who was it last night telling me to say that? I can't remember now.
I haven't heard that before, but that is a great one.
I think Arjuna has said that quite a bit, but
well,
yeah,
that's what he lives on. That's the time zone that he lives on, being obviously from the West Coast of America, and a lot of the things that we do or that he does are on European time zone, so he definitely lives in the virtual world with his sleep schedule.
Yes, it's very much his phrase that I've taken, to be honest. Someone was I'm sorry, I can't remember who was chatting to me about this. It's been a long race. We were chatting about the sunrise and the sunsets, I think with Stefan maybe, and he was we were working out when the sunrises and sunsets were going to be, etc. Talking about whether virtual standard time has daylight savings and things like that, because of all this kind of thing. It's the kind of thing that happens over the course of a 24-hour race, and it wasn't even the night time yet by the time we were talking about it. So there we are. Yes, sun is firmly risen at the moment, and it's not particular. Darkness no longer a particular concern for anybody here out on the circuit this afternoon. 5.5 hours still remaining in the Falken Tyre Sport 24 hours 2023, and we're still no closer really to working out who is going to win this race. It's Team BMW, Bank and Mercedes-AMG Williams Esports who are running 1 and 2. And normally we'd be getting quite excited about a battle for the lead at this stage, but no point in getting excited about this just yet. It's still a waiting game. Daniel Lafuente still saving fuel and waiting at the same time.
Yeah, it's definitely an interesting one, because Kronbach is, I'm just trying to have a look. Yeah, definitely a little bit slower. Actually, a fair chunk slower than Phil Dinez as well. I wonder if that is to do with the track temps coming up compared to Phil's stints earlier. But Phil was in the 16s right away, only really got as high as really a 17.2, 17.1, that sort of at his slowest, about a third of the way into the stint, whereas Felix has done a 17.5 on the last 3 laps. So definitely a few tenths slower, and I wonder if that is due or part of the reason why we're seeing Lafuente all over the back, because Lafuente's first few laps were into the 16s, then 17.0, 17.1, 17.0, then as soon as he's caught up, again he's back into the 17.5, 17.4s. So I do think Lafuente's got a bit more pace in this, but when it's only a couple of tenths, it's very difficult to make that into an overtake. And also to try and pull away. So this could be just a sign of the slightly different driving styles and driver speeds across these cars.
Very possibly. Still got a very long way to go until we see this battle change again. Even having a look towards the inside there was Lafuente, but he stays behind Team BMW Bank. I wonder whether it's useful for them to maybe overtake just before they come into the pit lane, just so that they get that little bit of track position, maybe slow up Team BMW Bank a little bit, because when they leave the number 7 out on its own at the front, it just fairly often stretch away a bit, and they do have to spend a lap or so clawing back on terms again. So I do wonder whether it would be smart for them to do that, but that's not to think about for another half an hour anyway. Arjuna, by the way, is not claiming virtual standard time as his own creation, although well, maybe I implied that it was. I didn't think it was, but there we are. He's yeah, not claiming it as his own, having stolen it from elsewhere, but I would take it, never mind. It's a good idea, in my opinion. If only virtual standard time was uniform across the board. It's not particularly uniform in terms of when these races start or whatever it is. Changes very, very often. For whatever reason, Cam, and you were there in the real life of this Spa 24, race starts really late, and I can't quite understand why.
I don't know. I guess generally a lot of racing happens on Sunday, but if it starts at midday, then on Sunday you kind of finish by midday, so maybe something to do with that. It also could be to do with the support races and stuff, because there was a full morning of support races at that Spa race as well, so maybe it's something to do with that. But I don't know, I think it's quite cool. So the race started like half four in the afternoon, and therefore you have a full Sunday. So when you wake up, yeah, you literally have a full 8 hours still of racing, which is quite nice. So in that situation, I don't mind it. When it comes to the sim racing stuff, I do like it when it finishes a bit early. Sunday afternoon. But what we have here about 2 o'clock is
it's ideal, yeah. It just make it a little bit late in Europe, if it would, edging towards 3 o'clock for the rest of Europe, or maybe even later if you go further afield. Though that's not ideal, but yes, for us in the UK, finishing up before 2 o'clock is absolutely fine by me and us. Yeah, you'll be here for the end of the race, Cam, commentate with Arjuna for the remainder of this one. And what on earth are we going to be seeing by that point in the race? I will be following our own car's progress instead, and maybe watching this as well, depending on how the leading battle is going. We'll have to wait and see on that one. But Lafuente gets close again to the back of Team BMW Bank, and once again does not go through. There's still a very long way to go in this race.
I am wondering, how many laps was it? They were offset, was it 3 laps, did we say?
4.
4. Because I'm wondering, we've got, including this one, 6 stints to go. If they sat behind like this, surely they can save that offset, which will save them at least a few seconds. It will keep them in the slipstream, and they'll be behind BMW, and then it will turn into an on-track pass, which you've seen them do a couple of times. So I think this is probably going to be the strategy. In the previous stint, we saw Muto get ahead, try to pull away. I don't know if that's going to be the one to do, because as we've seen, BMW will gain a couple of seconds every pit stop and reel them in. So this is possibly the strategy for Williams, is now to sit behind, save this fuel, and get that delta back in their favour.
Well, you say that they can definitely offset that, but can they? I'm not convinced, because they managed 25 laps last time. As I mentioned, that's kind of, if you're going to do some sort of fuel saving, that's kind of the minimum, if you like. That's kind of the base level. 24 laps is what you could manage if you're running at full pelt the entire time. You can manage 25 with just a bit of fuel saving, but 26 how possible is it? Because I don't know. I've not spent this long behind someone to know, to be honest, and lifting off or whatever. I'm not convinced that 26 laps is possible, because after all, if Williams could edge closer to BMW Bank on the fuel strategy or whatever it is, then they would be doing, because there's no way you'd willingly go into the final hour with a disadvantage, which is what they're facing at the moment.
Yeah, so I'm just doing trying to do a bit of commentator's maths here. I believe you need to save something like 0.15 a lap. That's on average, so obviously it'll go up and down and things like that. So I think it should be definitely possible with how close that they've been sitting behind this BMW car for pretty much a full stint. Surely they'll be able to do that. I mean, we saw almost every car in that first stint do 27 laps. Of course, that was at a slower pace, going a little bit more crazy, but surely they'll be able to get to 26 in that case, just in that slipstream behind. I definitely think that is probably what they at least should be aiming for if they're not already. Yeah, you're right though, it is a bit of an interesting maths game, and that's why the strategists for the teams will be having a bit of a hard time trying to calculate this, because as much as there is 5 and a bit hours left, you need to start thinking about this now.
Oh yeah, Semify Esports briefly scaring me a bit by dropping down the order. They're absolutely fine. They're on their way out of pit lane, down outside the top 10 now. There they are. A little bit of a tricky pit exit, I've got to say. You've got to be careful of those, well, as I thankfully discovered in practice, you've got to be careful of those white lines so that you don't get a penalty. That'll be really, really costly for you at a circuit like this, with a pit lane as long as this. You don't want to be dealing with that at all. On board with Daniel Lafuente, just in behind Felix Grunberg at the moment. They're closing in, by the way, on the Huysingfeld BMW, and there's the lifting off. You see how early it is, not even round the right-handed kink before the braking zone, before he's lifted off there. It's such an early backing off into that corner. That's yeah, quite remarkable. I mean, we've seen a lot of iRacing special events now, Cam, after spending a bit of time on RaceSpotTV, and I can't remember one that has fuel saving so key to its outcome in the end. Even this race, which has obviously been a bit of a slipstream fest at the start anyway, Daytona is or whatever, I don't remember a race quite like this in terms of the amount of fuel saving that's going on, especially that was going on yesterday afternoon.
Yeah, it was, especially that second hour. Me and our junior are so confused with, not necessarily confused, but just, yeah, astounded as to how much it was and for how many drivers. It literally was a 20-car train, all going a second and a half off the pace. And when that happens, I always find it interesting, because if you are going a second and a half slower, surely it would be better to go that second and a half quicker, go absolutely flat out, and in obviously a 25 lap stint, you're going to gain 25 seconds. And surely over the course of a few stints, that is going to work itself out, especially in a 24-hour race. It's a very, very weird one. I guess the difficulty is getting away with the slipstream that we were seeing. That is a potential issue, like we've seen in this battle on screen, of how close they can stay to each other. But yeah, as you're right, it's definitely been a very, very interesting one. Obviously, you and we were speaking, I don't know if actually you were there, it might be in Lewis that we were speaking about. This track, it actually rewards that kind of driving though, I would say, especially in the middle sector. There's a lot of momentum based corners, a lot of flowing corners where you can lift off and roll through. It's not a stop start track, which is where it's really difficult to save fuel.
Yeah, I was probably asleep at the time, in all honesty, but yes, we have been talking a lot in our team, especially about the sort of, this is not really a strategy that really applies to top split, but I'll talk about it anyway because it applies to the majority of the population, as Lafuente is going to be held up slightly by Team Huysingfeld's BMW here briefly. Oh, they tried to get through on the inside. I hope there wasn't contact there, but Lafuente making absolutely sure he remains in second place and doesn't let BMW Bank get away at all. Yeah, it probably probably applies to the more regular people who drive iRacing and do these special events or whatever, that actually, you know, less is more in some ways in the way that you're driving. If you're actively pushing as hard as possible, then you're going to be burning fuel, chewing tyres and not going very quickly. But if you just drive smoothly and you sort of take things a little bit easy, you can actually go quite a bit faster. And that's certainly the philosophy that Lewis McLeod has found a bit of success with. Got to say, over his last stint, he's been wiping the floor with certainly me in our car. So yeah, that's the philosophy that we've been going for anyway. And it probably does apply more to the lower splits and the more general public, rather than these drivers on our screen here who are certainly pushing as hard as they possibly can, and there's no thought of anything else.
Talk about pushing as hard as you can. I wonder if we can take a look at Kimichev in third place, because I've just been having a look on my other screen. He's got his teammate behind, the number 91 car, I think it is, basically bump drafting him down, pushing him along, trying to close this gap down. We've been mentioning the gap's already gone from 40 to 30 seconds. The last few laps, they've been on average about 2 or 3 tenths quicker consistently for the last few laps. By my maths, if they can do a quarter of a second a lap, that will be 120 laps that it takes to catch up that 30 seconds. With 5 hours, 25 a lap, get where I'm coming from, is 125 laps, plus a few left, about 135 laps left in this race. At this current pace, they should catch the top 2 in the final hour of the race. But I wonder if Urano can use this bump draft together, maybe not on this straight, it was a little bit further back, but definitely on a couple of other straights I saw, definitely pushing their way forward. So Urano, they're not completely out of this.
Depends, in my opinion, a little bit how willing they are to sacrifice the Mercedes race entirely here, because they are in a top, they're fighting for a top 10 anyway with that 92, as long as that is a 92, and now they're into the pit lane. So now comes the problem, really. Are they willing to sacrifice that race entirely to bump draft the Porsche the entire time? Because in my opinion, on pure pace, he's just not going to catch the 2 leaders by driving well on your own. Quarter of a second a lap is a lot over the course of 5 hours. That's a real strenuous amount to put onto your shoulders. So I think it matters a little bit how willing they are to sacrifice the race of the Mercedes, and with a top 10 possible, I don't think they'll be too willing to. Although actually that was the 91, which is 7 laps down, so that will be fine as long as that car comes out again, is fueled up and is put not far behind the Porsche, maybe waits for the Porsche, then maybe it can continue to push them towards the leaders. But the gap does dip below 30 seconds for the first time in this stint.
Yeah, it was 6 tenths last lap for Urano. I'm going to agree with what Derek was saying not too long ago. I wonder if they just have an outside chance. And to be fair, Team Redline, number 70 car, is also not too far behind realistically. So these top 2, they still need to keep this pace up, because that, if they slow down too much and it starts being half a second a lap, that already goes down to 60 laps. Closing speed, which is just over 2 stints, so they definitely need to keep on pushing to the end. Felix hasn't got so much faster. He's still in the mid 17s, and I think that is the reason why Williams are just all over the back of them, because there is definitely a few tenths potential still left in that car.
Josh Thompson supposing that maybe they're doing that to stay away from Redline, which may be a happy side effect. I think staying away from Redline for third place, maybe well, of course it's what they want, because they want a podium as well, but I think you're right, Cal. I think it's more about the leaders, but I just don't know whether it's going to be, because this gap effectively has been pretty much the same for a very long time now. I mean, they were about 25 seconds back when I was on commentary last night before midnight in Europe, and it's still very similar right now. So I I do think they are trying to close in on these two out front, but I just don't think it's going to be possible really for them to manage that. You've got to remember that BMW Bank and Williams Esports will be pushing each other along a little bit here with Slipstream and the effect of that and so on. So I think it's going to be far too little too late at this stage, even with this amount of time remaining in the race. But you never know. We may have a third manufacturer battling for the win here in the Falken Tyre Spa 24 hours here this morning, or when it turns to the afternoon a little bit later on. So still a lot to settle here, especially between these two teams. But it's not going to happen for quite some time. Daniel Lafuente is into the final third of his stint now, and we'll see whether he can manage 26 laps and close that advantage that BMW Bank have, but I think it's going to be very difficult.
I also might just be changing what I was saying about Urano, because they are even a lap shorter than Mercedes as well. So BMW really have a good advantage on the strategy coming into the final few pit stops. I'll say final few pit stops, still got 5 hours to go, but you know what I mean. You can really start counting it now with how the strategy is going to work out. A bit of a look once again towards the inside, but just sitting there. And I really do think this is the fuel-saving mode for Williams at this time. They've sat there for a while now and are not able to get past. Let's just check the laps again. Oh, Felix going to the 16s that time around, 16.9, so that is a bit better. That's about sort of 3-4 tenths faster than what he's been doing. So I wonder what caused that pace increase, if they're starting to slightly push now.
Not entirely sure. So he's getting into the rhythm well and truly now with his stint fresh into the car previously. Now he's going to be fully up to speed. Of course, the track temperature being a bit high is just hurting lap times at the moment. They're not going to be anywhere near the fastest lap times overall, which are comfortably into the 15s set last night. That's not going to happen again in this race with the temperatures going up. So, yeah, to be in the 16s at this stage is impressive. Whereas earlier it was about being in the low 16s or along those lines. Oh, for 11th place also happening here. I wonder whether this is going to be an actual battle between Urano and Pure Sims, or whether they are just running together, as we see many times with many different battles.
I mean, it's definitely a position that you're going to be fighting, so you would hope that they want to go for that. They don't actually have too far of a gap up ahead, just shy of 7 seconds ahead of the Urano car that Nicholas Laubish is in at this moment in time. They've got Maciejewski for Drago, not too far up the road, so definitely could be some places. It is some bigger gaps up ahead, 17, 26, 23. So this is really their main battles at this part of the race. There's still Sean Campbell sitting in behind, just been absolutely pulled along in the train. The 116 Pure Sims Linkfist still in that car. So I wonder how Pure Sims are going to do this, if they want to try and focus on that Drago car up ahead, because that would be inside the top 10 if they could get that.
Yeah, so we'll see how that develops over the course of the remainder of this race, because it's quite congested and those final top 10 places are going to be fought over very fiercely indeed. Sean Campbell is back behind them again, by the way, and he's just behind the Coffin Dancers car now. And one of their team members in the YouTube chat letting us know, or reminding us, I guess, letting me know anyway, that TC Blur and Lassie Urainen have been on double duty here this weekend, taking home good points from the opening PES qualifying round as well. That happened yesterday afternoon for them, and so they've had a very, very busy day indeed. Arjuna, by the way, doing the same in terms of double duty here for us. So fair play to everyone who's done that. I know that Chris Lullen was doing that earlier, actually, as well, for Team Redline, who were leading the race. Not the Redline that's in 4th place at the moment, but the one unfortunately out of the race already. Wouldn't quite know how to deal with that myself, Cam, spitting the double duty. I know we're doing commentary and driving, but driving in 2 different cars, 2 different circuits, 2 different situations, sprint racing versus endurance racing, that's a lot to get your head around.
But at the top level, you know, most of these drivers are, you know, professional, semi-professional. They've got sponsors, even manufacturers behind them. It's definitely a a bigger incentive to do that because it's almost a job, or is a job for some of the drivers. But certainly, it's not easy. It absolutely is not easy. You have to get in a rhythm with the car and the track. You have to get that flow going. You have to get some confidence behind it. But you would assume that they would have had plenty of practice. That is all muscle memory. By that point, you can just come out, bang your stints out. Especially with when it wasn't so late in the race. It's not like it was sort of now when everyone's tired. It was early on in the race, so you'd be able to sort out the driver stints quite, accordingly, and that sort of thing. But it's definitely not an easy thing to do by any means. And I have massive respect for those drivers who can drive at the top level, where every 10th of a second counts, and still be able to do that in 2 different cars.
Quite remarkable. That's what they've been able to do in this race so far. Felix Kronbach still leading in the Lafuente at the front of this race. 5 hours and 8 remaining now, and they remain absolutely locked together. We're getting to that stage in the race now where we're starting to think about the end. I know the drivers and teams would have been thinking about the end, or at least planning for it for quite some time, but we're starting to think about the end of the race, and I'm beginning to wonder personally, Cam, whether this is ever going to split apart until the very end. Are we going to see this in the final hour? I know we've got the bit of a advantage for BMW Bank in terms of the pit stops and the amount of fuel they'll have to put in at the final stop, but Williams could also rectify that themselves. But also, we've seen time and time again, one car or the other has a chance to break away, and they just aren't able to do it. Now, it could be different at the very end of the race, where they could be no longer fuel saving and just going for it instead. However, I'm beginning to get to that stage in the race where I'm wondering where the difference is going to be made.
To be honest, I don't know how this is going to be split up. Surely at one point it's going to be a mistake or something like that, because it looks like even with the couple of seconds gain and loss through the pit stop sequence, they end up coming back towards each other anyway. So it's surely got to be a mistake. And the fact that they're pushing each other so hard, obviously they're not on the limit, as we mentioned, they are fuel saving a little bit, but they're still putting the pressure on. So yeah, I wonder how long it will last. I don't know. I'm going to say it's not going to finish the race like this, but I never know how that one is going to last. Is the other Williams of Moreno Srika, number 2 car, coming into the pit lane just shy of 5 hours. So unless they do some laps, they might have a splash at the end.
I think they have been trying to save those laps all race, to be honest. They were pitting quite early last night, so I think that's been an ongoing theme of this race for them, unfortunately. But yeah, I mean, these two have managed nearly 19 hours with no mistakes. I'm struggling to see one of those here. I know what you mean about the fact they're pushing each other hard, and they certainly are. They will do as well for the remainder of the race, but I don't know if I can see them making a mistake, really. That seems difficult to come by. Yeah, it's far more likely, in my opinion, going to be settled on the circuit between the two of them. Final hour battle. At least that's what we're hoping for. Great fight towards the end between the two. Hopefully we do indeed get that. But there's still a long way to go, and still a lot for Williams especially to do from this situation. It's been one of those races, though, that just does not see any separation, especially at the front of the field. We've had 4 for the lead earlier on. That's not quite the case anymore. Now it's just 2. But 2 that are left are fighting very hard indeed. And I believe that Williams have got a chance to do something that's never been done before either, by winning all 3 iRacing 24-hour special events in one season. I know that some teams have managed that across multiple seasons, but Has anybody done it all in 1 year? I'm not entirely sure. And with the Daytona and Nürburgring overall wins already to their name, Williams Esports have got the chance for the third and final overall 24-hour win of the season.
Which, yeah, the accomplishment for that is crazy. We know how much after the issues, let's say, earlier in the year around a certain race, we know how much effort they're putting in. We know how much they want to win, and to be honest, it'll be amazing to see if they can come out on top of that. There's still 5 hours to work that out for this one. They're in a really, really good position though to do that. The issue is they have this BMW car to try and work around. The gap has stabilised with Urano in behind for sure as well. So definitely, potentially this two-way battle all the way to the end. And you have to remember, it's not only about like a new winner for this race, but the two big teams of Coanda and Redline have won it between themselves for the last 4 years. And the fact that obviously Coanda aren't here, Redline have had a few issues, really opens up that door for someone else to put their name on that list, and it would be a huge achievement if either of these teams can take it.
Yeah, we don't have previous, well, 3-time winners. The most wins of any team. Coanda are not here this year after taking their somewhat surprise win in the Porsche last year. Wasn't the favoured car anyway, but they managed to pull it off. Redline, of course, are here, but not quite competing for the race win anymore, even though they are in 4th place. See, that filters into Pure Racing Team as well, who won back in 2018. Team RSO and Core Motorsports are not here as teams in this race any further. Well, they weren't at the start either, so we could well see a new winner added to the list. BMW Bank have won some of the top 24-hour races in iRacing in the past, and so have Williams as well, but they're both looking to add this one, the Spa 24-hour here in 2023, and they've just got over 5 hours to do it as well. The key moment will be coming up soon for Daniel Lafuente. We'll really get an idea, Cam, as to whether Williams have accepted their longer final stop or whether they're doing something about it.
I think they are doing something about it, but as has been, of course, mentioned in the Twitch and YouTube chats, it looks like BMW are doing a bit of saving as well, as you would expect. So it wouldn't be good, of course, if Williams save a lap, but then BMW do the same, and then they stay on track position. Actually, down to the inside, though, is going to be Williams decide this is the time that they're going to push with just a couple of laps to go in the stint. They think this is when they need to try and pull away.
Let's see. Daniel Lafuente goes to the lead then with just about 5 hours remaining in the race, and he's on at lap 24 of his stint now. So he is doing what I mentioned earlier on about getting in front of BMW Bank before the stop. If they are in front at the stop, then they just have that slight bit of an advantage, and the likelihood of them being dropped entirely and having to do a bit of work to catch up to the BMW in front is just reduced somewhat. So maybe that's what they're attempting to do here with this pass. Now there'll be a big moment as well with one of the Porsches getting out the way. Will they both get through? They will, and so they'll stay absolutely together. But it seems that with the final laps of this stint, Williams just want to use a bit of their speed and try and put BMW Bank under pressure approaching the next hour.
You are correct about the fact that they need to do this, though, because you'd rather be half a second ahead than half a second behind, because that's obviously a second delta that could be very important. But let's see, though, when it comes to it, how long BMW go. Is there going to be a lap gained back from Williams sitting in the slipstream the whole stint, or is it still going to be that 4 laps? Because if it's still that 4 laps, I think it's going to be very difficult for Williams. I would hope that they saved a lap compared to BMW, but I'm not too confident on that suggestion. But we come through the final couple of corners, sector 2, open up sector 3, and then we'll see at the pit entry if there's going to be that Williams car diving off to the right and going to get some more fuel and tyres. But Quernbach has been able to stay close though, so it's not like Williams have a massive pace to pull away.
Yeah, based on my very rough calculations I've just made, a 4-lap advantage is about 1/6 of a stint, if you think about it like that. As Quernbach very nearly got hit there by one of the Porsches. A sixth of a stint. Now, a sixth of the 40 seconds in the box fuel filling would be roughly 6.5 to 7 seconds. So that's the kind of advantage we're talking here. And if that is the case, then surely BMW Bank have just got to sit here for the remainder of the race, and that's it. And Williams, in their case, they have to try and find a way to reduce that advantage. And to be honest, I don't know how they've let it extend since last night, because last night it was only 1 or 2 laps maybe, and that's a manageable amount. But when you're thinking about 4 laps, all of a sudden it becomes very difficult.
And that's why saving those extra laps earlier on in the race is so important, because you might think, it's just a lap there, but you get to this point and now it's accumulated to 4 laps, and all of a sudden you're in a bit more of a tricky situation. And look how close BMW are staying as well. It would actually be good for them to get this position back, put Williams behind before the pit stops. That would definitely gain those extra few tenths of a second. Less than 2 tenths between these two drivers, or what we expect to be Williams in lap. And that could be very important for the strategy. It currently stands at 4 laps difference between the two. How have they got it down to 3? We'll just have to find out with BMW staying out. And I do think, though, it will stay at 4 laps looking at the lap counters.
Yeah, looks like it. And looking at the way that Lafuente is driving as well, it looks like he's just pushing absolutely hell for leather right now. Not worrying about fuel particularly, but I think Williams really do have to worry about it. I know that time and time again, when gaps have extended between these two, they've closed in again, but part of that is down to the leading car ending up fuel saving, to be honest, rather than the car behind actually closing in loads on its own. I think it's going to be much more difficult for them to do this while they're in that final hour. But let's see. Down in towards the bus stop again for Daniel Lafuente, who gets turned around. Contact between the two. Daniel Lafuente, attempting to come into pit lane, has been hit round by Felix Quernbach. And is that the race? Williams Esports tipped around. They lose nearly 10 seconds to Team BMW Bank, and that's a huge moment in this race with 5 hours to go.
Yeah, I think that is race done, because they're losing out on strategy. Let's see a replay here. Coming in, they're going to be slightly slower, coming to the right-hand side of the track, and Felix just catches the back. So easy to do around here, but surely they would have known that would be in the pit lap as well. But very, very unfortunate for Williams, I would say. Let's see this from the onboard.
Yeah, I think it is indeed very unfortunate for Williams, as you say. Quernbach quite late on the brakes anyway, and then to be honest, it was a bit careless, really, wasn't it?
Yeah,
it wasn't as if Lafuente was on the brakes there already or doing anything out of the ordinary. We all knew he was coming in, and me and Cam are tired and not very intelligent. We knew we knew that they were coming in. Surely the guys at Team BMW Bank, who have won top races in the iRacing special events calendar before, they've won 24-hour races. Surely they will have known their main rivals, their only rivals for this race, were coming in there.
The cynic would say that despite that, this has still helped them in the overall standings of the race. That gap is going to be very, very difficult to come back now for Williams. They shouldn't have too much damage, but they might have a little bit on the rear diffuser there. Hopefully they don't damage the downforce too much, especially through this middle sector of the lap, as Urano are also in the pit lane. Alexei Nesov has got in that car out of Kimichev, who's jumped out. Williams are back out. Lafuente is, of course, still in that car, having only just done his first stint, but this gap is going to be absolutely massive, I would think. I should say in the region of 10 seconds plus, probably nearer 15 by the time BMW have made their stop.
Absolutely. And is that the race there? Have we just seen the key moment of the race between those two? We've seen them barely a second apart when they've not been on their different pit laps. But now we see a big gap for the first time, or we will see, I should say, a big gap for the first time. I wonder what Felix Kronbach is feeling in that car at the moment, I've got to say, because, as you say, it's great news for Team BMW Bank in one respect, because they are going to be leading by quite some way now, with the strategy advantage in their hands as well. The race is now theirs to lose, but Kronbach will realise exactly how they've been able to get such a margin, and I wonder how he'll feel about that fact and that incident that's just taken place.
Yeah, that is a very disappointing way to see us open up this final 5 hours of the race, because as much as they weren't necessarily doing anything, we still had the prospect of that being such a close battle coming down even to that final pit stop, whereas now it's BMW have the advantage on the strategy, and the important bit is the advantage on the track position as well. And this is also going to not help Williams even more, because Williams won't be able to do any fuel saving in the slipstream this time around, so that might mean they lose an extra lap or two in the stints coming to the end of the race. So yeah, definitely that is probably one of the biggest moments in the race in the last quite a few hours. We're about 6-7 hours.
I mean, yeah, we haven't had a race-changing moment like that since last night, for sure. I would say for more than 8 hours, probably. At a moment so defining in terms of a change for the race lead. Always seems to be when I'm on commentary, though, because I spelled the end for Redline and PGZ last time I was on commentary.
You did curse this though. About 30 minutes ago, you're like, surely they can stay there together the whole race, blah, blah, blah.
Well, no, I didn't say that. But I did say that... what did I say now? I can't remember. Something about the staying so good. I said that a mistake was unlikely in the final 5 hours or so, because they have made one in the first 19 hours, so why would they now? But tired and whatever, I suppose. But yes, you can put that one on me if you want, but I'm not willing to accept it as my fault. I mean, it's just unfortunate, really, for both of them and for us that we've been robbed of that leading battle a little bit. And as I say, I really would like to know what Felix Kronbach feels about it, or anyone at Team BMW Bank actually, because they would have been following on, of course. How will they be feeling after seeing that incident now? Are they excited at the prospect of a race win, or are they feeling a little bit down on themselves at this stage as a result of that spin? We'll have to see, but it's not long until we find out the true gap. They'll be in very soon in that number 7, and we'll see where Williams are in relation to them.
Yes, it's looking very healthy for BMW, as I think it's going to be this or one more that they go, and then we will, of course, find out that gap, which is going to be the very important factor. Can Williams do anything about that coming to the final few stints of this race? It's now just going to have to be full push. They're going to have to try and get that gap down and see what happens. Of course, they need to do the fuel saving as well. But if you're already offset by this much, I think it's going to be important that they don't do the fuel saving. They go absolutely flat out. They try and get in those 16s, although obviously the track temps are coming back up, so that might hinder that. And then that's all they're going to do, put the pressure back on BMW, try and force them into a mistake, because I think that's the only way they're really going to win the race from here.
Oh, goodness me, that was Yannick Koch slowing down there. Right in the path that somebody did that to me last night, by the way. I know this is not relevant to this race at all, but I nearly absolutely smashed someone because of that last night. You were sound asleep, Cam, so you didn't have to.
Was that when I overslept?
No, it wasn't unreasonable for you to be asleep at that moment in the race, because I was coming towards the end of my first stint and I was going to do 2. So you did need, although you did oversleep by a couple of hours, prevent it or making us change our strategy just a little bit, but it's fine. We've figured it out, and you've got your minimum drive time in, which we were a little bit worried about at one stage. I've got to say, we were. Obviously, you won't know this, but we were.
I was just going to be absolutely flat out.
Yeah, we were working out
it before my comms. Yeah.
What happens if Cam only wakes up for his commentary and not for any driving, because he has to do 4 stints, and we don't know where we're going to fit them in. But we figured it out in the end, and it was fine. But yeah, I've got to say, I'm never a big fan when I'm driving anyway of a lap car trying to get out the way of me. It's happened quite a lot to me this race, and it happens quite a lot generally. I just see it a lot commentating or whatever. I never really like it because it's a little bit unpredictable. You don't know what's going to happen, and it could have been very easily there that Kurenbach was not quite fully concentrating and went straight into the back of the 001 there, and then everyone's unhappy.
Yeah, as I said, being a bit more of a rookie in terms of the iRacing stuff, that was one thing I struggled with as well, because we were like 3 laps down, something
4.
like that, when I got into the car. So obviously there was a few blue flags that came up behind, and the mirrors, the old thing about objects are closer than they appear, that sort of thing, was definitely a big thing. Like when they said a car was like 4 tenths back, they looked like they were so far. I did change the FOV for the mirrors when driving, but it's still definitely further away. It's a bit harder to judge, and just to my understanding, it's more of a precautionary flag rather than a mandatory flag as well. So that also, in some ways, it is better when it's mandatory, because then you know they're going to get out of the way 100%. Whereas when it's the other way around, it can be just a little bit of just a little bit of body language, a little bit of communication needed between the teams to avoid the contact.
Felix Kurenbach continues on for another lap. I thought there was 4 laps on that lap since La Fuente pitted actually, but maybe it's only been 3. I'm struggling to count to 4 even at this stage, as a result of the race so far. But I've not miscounted.
4th lap, I think.
You think this is?
I think so.
Okay.
But if BMW managed to save a lap, because Williams did on the previous stint, if Williams or BMW cover that lap and keep it at 4 while leading, then this is pretty sorted for them.
I think this is 5, because this would be lap 26 on their stint, and Williams only did 25, didn't they, on that last one?
Well, the lifetime says stint 3 for Williams. So
yeah, but they've not crossed the line yet, have they? Because they're a minute and a half back.
Ah, that's true. Yeah, so that would be 40. Oh, you're true. So they've gained another lap. That is...
Yes, I think so.
This is pretty different for Williams now.
Yes, I think so. You think about the... as long as BMW Bank nail this final stop, because it's always a precarious place to be, in my opinion, when you're at the end of any race that requires refueling. How much fuel do you need for the final part of the race? Now, obviously, you can calculate that exactly, but and obviously it won't be up to the driver who's actually in the car to do that, but even so, it's a very important calculation to make, because you can gain a lot of time if you get it right, but you can lose it all if it goes wrong. If you're a lap short on fuel, then you can lose it all. So, we were supposing that they might have 7 seconds advantage at the exit of the pit stops. I don't think it would have been like that anyway. With the spin now, obviously things have changed, but I don't think it would have been like that anyway, because you've got to remember, BMW Bank have got to nail it, and also they will have to change tyres as well, so they're going to be limited in what they can actually gain anyway.
Yes, that is true. Obviously, when it comes to a splash, it depends how long the so-called splash is, because if it's a few laps, you might consider not changing tyres, but if it's half a stint, then you probably will at least think about changing tyres. So that is certainly something to consider when we get to the final stops. So talking about stops, BMW, as expected, come into the pit lane, and this is going to be a pivotal point in the race. This is the first time since that contact they had 4 or 5 laps ago that we're going to see the true gap and the true battle that Williams need to face, how much is it going to be? And I can tell you, Felix put the hammer down and he was a lot faster in these previous couple laps. Lafuente's been doing 17.2, 16.8. He's done a few of them, whereas Felix has done a 16.2, a 16.5, 16.6. So he's been faster on that lighter fuel, and he would have gained those couple of seconds like we saw at the previous pit stop.
Let's see what the gap's going to be on the other side of this pit stop phase, though, as Mercedes AMG Urano dead in front of Drago Racing here. This is for 12th place. That was a little bit wide through no-name corner there for both of them, in fact, as the dirt begins to build up on the outside of these corners. Remember, the Spa 24 hours, one of the first iRacing 24 hours after the sort of marbles and dirt brought onto the circuit sort of overhaul that we had a long time ago, and there was mud everywhere, I seem to remember. I think it was 2017 maybe, or something along those lines. There was mud absolutely everywhere. It's been scaled back a little bit these days to be a bit more realistic, and I think that's a little bit of a good thing, but back in the day, goodness me, it was rallycross before it was in iRacing. On occasion. Team BMW Bank make their way out of the pit lane then. The gap stabilises at around 12 seconds, which implies they gained 2 seconds in terms of pace, as well as the 10 that they gained with the spin of Williams.
Yeah, that's in line with what we saw at the previous pit stop. It was about 2.5 seconds that they gained just with the fact of staying out those extra couple of laps. Plus, as you say, the 10 for the spin has come down just ever so slightly underneath that 12 seconds now. So as we mentioned before, all Williams can really do now is push and put the pressure on, especially with, even on that previous stint saving, they still lost a lap. So just absolutely go for it now and see what happens. Williams, yeah, they don't really need to care about Urano behind us still at that 22 seconds. They should still be fairly comfortable with that. So they just need to do eyes ahead and head down and then try and focus. And I mean, already it's getting towards 10 seconds. So there definitely is some speed in that 55 still.
Yeah, I agree. I think that 55 just has to push absolutely hell for leather from here on in. Just see what happens, see what you can do to Team BMW Bank with that bit of pace. See if it could win you this Falken Tyre Spa 24 hours for 2023, but still a long way to go before we find out the name of the race winner. Wonder how people are going to view that incident though with Team BMW Bank. I mean, it is understandable that Williams were slowing down for the pit stops, and if you're not expecting it, then you will end up hitting the Mercedes, I suppose. But Kronbach was late on the brakes anyway, a little bit. Made a bit of a mistake and, you know, has made contact. So I wonder how that will be viewed in the eyes of everyone else as, you know, this race becomes further a distant memory, as of course it will in the future. Wonder if that will be remembered at all, or whether just the race win for whoever it will be remembered instead.
The old term of people don't remember who comes second is very true, because if you look on we've got a little quick sheet. It says the winners of the previous races from 2015 onwards, when the race first started. It doesn't say the second place team, and that is very true. You do just remember the winners, but I'm sure Williams will very much remember that one. The day, the opportunity at least got more difficult. It's not race over by any means. That 11-second gap can definitely come down, and BMW can easily make mistakes, as we've seen so many teams do already.
Certainly could. This is Jakub Maszewski, by the way, who's trying to chase down the 92 Urano car. That's not going to happen at the moment. One of the Ferraris for the Grid and Go maybe is just behind. I don't think it's the 001 though. One of the other, or maybe it's Beeler Racing actually, isn't it? Not Grid and Go. Could be the one a little bit further down. Beeler Racing running 27th at the moment. The 451 is anyway, just trailing the number 9 Porsche on the run towards Lecombe here. And that is the the primary entertainment when you're driving in one of these stints at this time, Cam. You're often with people not on your lap way more than you are with people who you're actually fighting with.
Yes, it's always an awkward one when you get battles that are out of your fight as such, but even when you're low down, you're still going to want to get ahead of those cars and try and work your way up some positions. It's not always the easiest thing to do, and as you see down this back straight, often people like sitting in behind like this and just bump drafting your way along and trying to gain a little bit more speed from that. So it's definitely a bit more of a tactical race, that's for sure. But of course, for Beauclerc, he is going to want to get past that Pure Sims car just ahead.
So this is for 23rd with Bootsman VDS and Pure Sims Esports. So it's actually Pure Sims who have gotten through most recently. So I'm not sure that Romain Beauclerc is going to be able to do this re-overtake, or whether he's going to even want to at this stage. That will become clear pretty quickly, I think. But this is the kind of time in the race where you do start to look around at who you're fighting. I mean, in top split, of course, it's a little bit different, especially when you're fighting for the win. You're always looking around at those who you're fighting with at that stage and so on. But especially in the midfield, you're looking to get to the end, or at least get to the morning of the Sunday. Once you're there, then you start to look around at the others around you and see who can we beat in this race today. Who are we racing with, ideally, over the course of the next 4.5 hours or so, and that's certainly the case for Boots and VDS and Pure Sims here. They're outside the top 20, and the prospect of a top 20 looks pretty unlikely at this stage, but at least they're fighting with each other for whatever position it may be.
And as a driver, you kind of don't think about the fact that you're a couple of laps down really by this stage. It's just, this is your battle on track, and obviously in 24 hours you do have the ability to come out of the car and see the bigger picture, but when you're physically driving, you don't always see that bigger picture. You just see the car ahead of you or the car behind you, and you're going to battle them, and that's all it is. The fact of being multiple laps down doesn't always come into that, which is quite a nice one. But let's see if Beauclerc is going to do anything, or is this just going to be that slipstream phase of the race? Once again, coming up the Kemmel Straight, is there going to be a bit of a bump draft there? The BMW doesn't do any sort of defence. Yeah, the AMG is just going to push them along. So for now, they're just going to see what they can do. Maybe trying to get a bit further towards the car ahead, although actually Advanced Motorsports are about half a lap ahead.
And that's the problem with a lot of these at this stage in the race, that they're just so far in front of one another, or whatever it is, then there's really no ability to catch up at that stage. So you just got to get your head down and get to the end if you're in that particular situation. They do actually have a car coming up behind them as well at the moment, to Boots and VDS. Not sure who it is. I'm pretty sure they're not on this same lap at the moment, but it is something that will start to bother you slightly. Still a decent amount of cars out there on the circuit, by the way. Still 34 remaining in the race, which is good to see, and I think that's the case in a lot of splits at this stage. Round 2 were around the low 30s, but the attrition rate in this top split has been very good ever since that opening lap incident, which obviously wasn't good, but after that it's been fine.
Considering, I think we worked out in total there was 16 cars in some way involved in that first lap accident. We only have those, well, I don't know if it's the same cars, but we still have 16 cars DNF now. So considering that obviously was literally on the first lap of the race, and we've done well over 400 laps by this point, 499 laps we are on, almost 500 laps later, and basically that's still the same number, which is really, really good to see. So yeah, I do like the fact that the teams continued after that big accident.
And you're right. By the way, it's not the same teams at all. Well, Redline and PGZ were not involved. I'm going to guess early on. I have seen the incident, by the way, but well, I didn't see specifically who was involved or whatever. Team Redline and PGZ are both out of the race and certainly weren't involved in that opening incident based on where they were throughout much of their race. But some VDS Mercedes here not able to get through on the BMW in towards Le Camp, despite looking a little bit more eager to do so on that occasion. In the end, nothing doing there, and they stay behind. Now getting into the stage of the race as well, where we could be seeing some drivers for the final time. 4.5 hours remaining means that at the end of this stint you'll have 2 double stints remaining, and for pretty much any team size that means that one of, if not more of, your drivers have already made their final laps around this circuit for the entire race.
Yeah, it's weird how that one works, especially when you have the longer stints. If you're going to do doubles, triples, etc., and you've got 4 drivers. If you are the first driver to do the 4th stint, there could be 9 stints after you if your remaining 3 drivers do triples. So yeah, you could be doing your final stints of the race with still 10 hours to go, which is pretty crazy. But that is the cool part about the 24-hour races that we do. As is that? Oh no, it's just my timing being a bit funny. Don't you worry. I thought we saw Quernbach having some issues, but that was his pit lap. As Boots and VDS once again get closer. They did have half a look sort of on the previous lap coming up the Kemmel straight, but it seems like they don't really want to overtake and they're just going to sit there. And also they've got a car right in behind them, so 3-way little train.
Yeah, notice that. Absolutely filling the rear view camera there in towards the final chicane.
And that is for position, I believe.
Behind as well.
I believe that's Coffin Dancers in behind them, who on my screen is saying that they are in 25th place. So 3-way battle here for 23rd, 4.5 hours to go in the race, and Vogler might need to start making some moves here. He does get the run, but instead he is going to bump draft. So yeah, 3-way battle coming up the Kemmel Straights.
Is there not a lap between them though? Yeah, there is. So the Coffin Dancers are a lap down, which is white. So that's ruined us slightly, but it's still good to see them running together, I suppose, in the correct order. That is also the problem, I guess, even at this circuit, which you mentioned, Cam, is a very long one. There are laps, quite considerable amounts of them between some of these cars. And to us, these kind of cars have not really had issues all day long, but just on pure pace, they found themselves 3 laps down, such is the pace of the drivers at the front. Yeah, there's been a long time to spread the field apart, and so we're seeing that a little bit now, because despite the fact that close positions are running together, there are laps between some of these cars in this group now.
Always, we're going side by side. No, we're not coming up towards Piff Paff. Yeah, Boost and BDS definitely don't want to make that move. I would say there was a good opportunity there. And this is actually pretty difficult for Coffin Dancers just in behind, because even if they make these overtakes, then basically they've got to do a whole other lap. And looking at it, they're not going to be pulling away, so this lap is going to be very difficult to get back for them. As this next lap we will see coming up is going to tick off that 4.5 hours remaining in the race. See if VDS here are going to do anything of the likes of making an overtake, or are they even going to be getting out of the way for the Coffin Dancers car in behind us?
I doubt they want to, but they might not have choice with the 2 BMWs so close to them at the front end and the rear end. Hard to see what they can do here, particularly to get out of this situation. If they want to save the fuel, then they'll have to stay where they are, with the Coffin Dancers right behind them. So, run downhill towards Eau Rouge. They're even avoiding the slipstream here, just to make sure they don't get too close, because they have been a little bit over the last couple of laps. Now you can see almost over the top of Eau Rouge. They're absolutely together. They do have to be a bit careful of that, because on the changes of direction up at Eau Rouge there, you don't want to be bumping the car in front of you, as they were there particularly. So that could have turned a bit nasty, but Thankfully, they've backed off slightly. They don't look like they want to go through, but they do seem quicker, especially at that early part of the lap.
And not to change focus, but just to update on the leading battle. The top 3 cars of BMW, Banker, Williams and Urano, all of them on the last laps are pretty much equal within a tenth or so. So those gaps still remain at 11 and 33 seconds. So definitely, not too much happening up towards the front, and that is why obviously we had the opportunity to look at some battles further down the field, because to be honest, there's actually a few battles up and down that realistically are only a few handful of seconds apart, although this is one of the close ones. But we also have a battle for 12th with Urano and Drago. They're about 2 seconds apart, so definitely some close battles continuing despite us being very close to 20 hours deep in this race.
Yes, absolutely. And an update on our car as well. We're up to 7th, so we're we're having a great time.
Split 15.
Don't mention that. Do you know how many splits there are here this weekend?
I can go and have a look. I'll give you a second and have a look.
Okay, I think Stefan said 25 earlier, but once again, I could be misremembering entirely what he said, because I have done that before to everyone. So yeah, we're quite a long way down the iRacing splits, I would imagine.
I think it's 20. Yeah, it's either 23 or 24. Can't quite.
Okay.
Off the top of my head, but yeah, that is. I'd say it's pretty good considering 50 cars are split as well, 3 or 4 drivers each, and that is only on this time zone. So there's multiple splits obviously now, but there's there's an earlier race sort of for the West Coast guys. There's a later race for the East Coast guys as well. So many splits getting involved, and that is why this is again one of the more popular races on iRacing, which is really good to see.
Yeah, unfortunately, the 700 teams started in front of us in a higher split. I guess it's the negative.
Don't talk about that.
But anyway, there's about 400, 300 behind us. So we'll take that as well. But no, considering where we were last night, it's a good
Also,
place to be.
You had to get your license yesterday.
Yes.
Well, I guess this will be
Right, it's Friday now, yeah.
But yeah, on Friday to get a C license to be able to actually enter the team for the race.
Yeah, well,
so our prep wasn't quite there.
I've said this many times throughout the broadcast so far. Is that I've been a prime example that it's possible for literally anyone to get involved in these special events, even the big 24-hour ones, because it really doesn't take you very much time and it doesn't cost you very much money to get the licenses and the races that you need to compete in one of these races. I started from pretty much scratch less than a month ago now, and there I am doing one of these races. And so yeah, you can very much get involved, whether you're at home watching this and wanting to maybe Petit Le Mans next couple of months. It's something you want to do. I think the Suzuka 10 Hours is back for another year as well, if you want an all GT3 race, as we've got here as well. Yeah, there's plenty of them, and of course there's the other categories as well. If dirt is your thing, then you can do things that happen on dirt. I don't really know what they are. Talk to our junior about that. And the oval stuff as well. I think the final race of the season is a special event.
The Chili Bowl.
Used to be. What's that?
It's I can't remember the exact name, but it's an arena in Tulsa. There's a name for it. Can't remember it. But basically, it's an arena, like as in exhibition hall. So really, really small, and it's like a dirt oval, and obviously it's like 10-second lap times with the little sprint cars just going in circles, and it is absolutely hilarious. There's loads of heats. And yeah, you work your way up. There's loads of races. It goes on for a couple hours. It's a very very entertaining one. But yeah, you're right. There's Bristol on there. There's Crandom. There's GT Racing. It says Suzuka 10 Hour. I have a feeling it's Fuji this year.
Oh, sorry, it is, yes.
Yeah. So there's that coming up as well. You see Petit Le Mans, which is another one of the big one that loads of the teams that you'll see in this race are also coming out for. So yeah, loads of special races on iRacing. And I think the cool part that you were saying is about it being open. Also, the fact is that even if you are not the fastest team in the world, even if you're in split 25, it doesn't matter because the teams in your split will be roughly the same speed as you thanks to the rating system. So there's nothing really to be afraid of. It's not like you're going to be coming up against these professional drivers on split 1 like we're showing now.
And a top tip from our experience with our team that I've picked up, Cam, is that the less practice you do, the more satisfying the race will get as you go along. Just do enough laps to the point where you know where the track goes and you're comfortable enough with the car and whatever, and you've got a setup that you want, and then just don't practice anymore. Then you can get better as the race goes on, and you can continue to gain places as we've done throughout the last maybe 14 hours ago when Lewis McGlade crashed at Pouhon. So
Did he?
You didn't know that.
I did.
Yes, I'm just reminding the people at home. I'm pretty sure I did. No, I don't know if I did mention it on the stream actually. I certainly mentioned it off air to people, but yeah, I'll defend him because he drove very well up until that point by doing literally no mistakes, saving fuel, doing a lap longer than any of the rest of us could manage, and getting 0 incident points as well, which was a real problem for us at the time after my stint. And yeah, unfortunately, on his in-lap, the very last lap, it all went a bit wrong. But
And do you know what's funny
never
about
mind.
that as well is they had a bet on with our other driver in the team, Enzo, but if he could do a whole stint without an incident point, and of course, not only does he get one, but he bins it on the in-lap as well. Such a classic endurance racing, sim racing moment.
I'm glad you didn't go into full details on the bet that was made actually there, but anyway, yes, that's true. They did, indeed. Yes, a very unfortunate moment for us there, but never mind. We're up inside the top 10 again now, in 7th place. So pleased about that, and that's what it's all about, really. That's why, first, Cam, I would like to be in one of these top splits, not because I'm not good enough, but that's part of the reason. But also, it feels like in the lower ones you can gain and lose places a lot easier, because it's easier for us to make mistakes, and it's easier for other people to make mistakes at that. Oh God, that skill level as well. Speaking of which, a huge accident for one of the BMWs there.
Oof.
That was the leading one, wasn't it? Just ahead of the Boots and VDS Mercedes.
That was Pure Sims, the car that was leading the way in that battle, and unfortunately, after leading that little duo for so long, they've had a huge accident. Let's see, coming out of Pouhon, they're still in a pretty nice place. Oh, way too wide, hit the curb, and unfortunately that spits off. The curbs are huge around here at certain corners, and that is one. Normally it's the entry curb that we see people crashing on, but that time as the exit is a bit of an understeery corner in that sequence, and unfortunately just missing the line and going too wide.
And that's exactly why I don't think I've even gone near that curb all race long, because I'm very scared of it doing exactly that.
But this is just what you're saying though. In our split, we have the ability to lift off for going
Yes.
wide. When you're battling, even for 20-odd place, you're not going to be giving it up. Even though he's just dragging the Boots and VDS car in behind, you're not going to give them the place. You're still going to try and do your pace. So yeah, you don't have those couple of tenths to lose. And as you say, there's definitely a difference between doing it for fun and doing it for more of a job. As we jump back to Felix Quernbach in the number 7 Team BMW Bank, leading the way. It's come down. It's around that 10-second mark. So La Fuente for Williams has gained a good 2.5 seconds, but unfortunately that's a 1.5 seconds in about, what's that, 10 laps now.
It is, and I wonder how much both of them are putting versus fuel saving at this stage, because now they're apart, they're not slipstreaming off of one another, so that element of the fuel saving is not going to be possible anymore. But obviously it still is possible to save just on your own. You don't need slipstream, so we'll be interested to know that, and we will find out on just the other side of the next hour, of course, as 20 hours get complete in this race. But just dipping below 10 seconds. I wonder what we're going to see for the remaining 4 hours here then. Do Williams have enough to pull off a comeback here? Because in their other two 24-hour wins this season, they haven't had to make such a late comeback as they're going to have to here at Spa. The gap now 10 seconds with just over 4 hours remaining to a car that has strategic advantage on them anyway. This is a very, very tall order for them, but they're not going to give up on this. This is the best chance they'll have for a very long time. Maybe the best chance they'll ever have to win all 3 of the 24-hour races in one season.
And those, as you say, those opportunities won't come around again, so you need to take it. And I think that is why they've been focusing so much. They've obviously got a few cars out on the track really trying to increase their opportunities, and it was so unfortunate as well. It wasn't even their fault really at all, which caused the accident, so such a shame. But they are putting in the work to come back. Of course, it's going to take some time. 11-second gap isn't going to come down overnight as such, but very quickly that could change. It was another 4 tenths on the previous lap, a tenth or so before that, so it really isn't the biggest margins, but hopefully in the next 4 hours they can continue that, and they'll be looking at the back of that car. The one thing you have to remember though is at the final pit stop, as you were saying earlier, BMW are going to gain back the extra 6 or 7 seconds.
By the way, these gaps very much could come down overnight, but we don't have any night left, I suppose.
I realised that when I said that probably wasn't the best choice of words for a 24-hour race.
Yes. That's almost half the point of a 24-hour race, in fact, on occasion. But yeah, I get your point. They're certainly going to need more time than they have to close that, as Lucas Lindqvist is trying to hold off Danny Elgabe, I think, at the moment. That's the semi-fi, number 3, just behind in this battle for 12th place, along with the semi-fi number 9, which I think is in 11th place, just ahead as well. So they both part of the same team. It's Drago Racing, excuse me, and then semi-fi just behind. Danny Elgabe has made a stop in this stint already, I think. And so that's put him in this situation here now. Yeah, he made a stop 3 laps ago. That puts them in an awkward place. They're sort of making a splash and dash at the end. I'm not really sure how they found themselves in that position, actually, to need a pit stop with what would be about 20 minutes to go.
I mean, that's not even a splash and dash. That's half a stint as well. So that's a full, well, not a full pit stop, but you know what I mean? Like, that's... you're actually thinking about doing a pit stop at that stage. So, yeah, that's certainly a missed opportunity potentially, because if you think about it, over the 20 stints so far, if you've saved a lap every stint, then obviously that is almost a full stint that you're saving over the course of the race, which is a lot of time to be saved in the pit lane. At the end, of course, it is difficult to do that. We have been mentioning this, especially as the pack is spread out so much compared to the first 4 or 5 hours of this race. We're not really seeing anyone go for those 27 lap stints now.
I guess they're not needed at this stage either, which may be a role in that as well. Still need to keep on top of things with 4 hours and 15 remaining. There'll be another set of driver changes, you would imagine, as well, especially for the 2 leaders with this amount of time remaining. Still 7 cars on the lead lap here. Arnold's competition just clinging on there in the number 4, just under 2 minutes away. What was happening with them early on, Karen? I know you were talking to me earlier on about the race and who's still up there. You said Arnage. You asked me, are Arnage still there? And I was like, they've not been competing for the lead in ages. What's been going on?
Well, my perspective was from hour 2.
Yes.
And I can't remember how many places they made up in the first stint, but also because of I think the big crash helped them as well. But they gained something like 15 places. And they were, fighting for the podium in that first couple of stints of the race. Rubler was at the wheel, slowly started to work their way forward, but it was a bit easier to do that because, as I said, the pace was so slow. We were well into the 218s. That everyone was lifting off and whatnot, almost like a Formula E race of how much regen they have to do in that series. And when you get that situation, for one corner, all you need to do is stay flat out and brake at the normal distance, and you're going to fly past one or two cars because they're so under the limit. And I think that obviously helped a couple of people move forward, and Rubler was one to definitely take advantage of that strategy. It seemed to work because they started in, I think, 20-something position, and now they're up there into still 7th place. So they've been able to hold on to the top lot. So I would say, genuinely, Arnage, maybe not the pick for team of the day, but they're probably up there in the top couple of teams that I would have picked for team of the day at the end of it.
And just on that as well, that opening couple of stints, because obviously you were here with Arjuna for those opening couple of hours. You mentioned we got something like 23, let's say 24 splits for the sake of slightly easier maths. That's 1,200 teams roughly competing here. What percentage of those 1,200 do you think could have actually kept up with the leading pace there? Because even I've done a 2:18 and I think with Slipstream I could have clung on for a couple of laps, and even me, and I'm really not very good. So just what percentage do you think could have kept up just because of the pace of the opening moments of this race, just how close things were, just because of the Slipstream and the fuel games that were going on?
The difference is, in my stint, I think maybe I did 1:18 at best, but I was low 19s mostly was my pace, and I was doing, like, wasn't even caring, doing like 24 laps a stint. I'm not even looking at the fuel. Whereas these guys were doing faster than that and then getting 27 laps. And 3 laps out of 24, that is a big percentage. Big percentage. So that obviously would have been a bit of a factor in terms of the pit stop. So in terms of raw pace, oh, definitely the top. I mean, we're split 15 and people are still doing 17s there on their fastest laps. So, yeah, definitely top 10 splits or so would have had all those teams in that train. That would be hilarious.
Just imagine if we did actually have 1,200 entries to one server in one of these races. Maybe that's not a good idea. Well, exactly.
How many rows wide? Like, would you have to be like 3 wide around the whole track to fit that many cars, realistically?
I think there's a race at Spa that's possibly longer than 24 hours, and it involves those really small Volkswagens. I forgot what they're called.
The Fun Cup.
Yeah.
I've actually seen that at Spa.
How many cars does that have?
Enough to basically be constant cars driving.
Exactly.
Well over 100. Well over 100. So I went to, in 2018, I did a European road trip. I did, the classic Spa, Nürburgring, down through the Alps into Italy, Monaco, blah, blah, back up through Le Mans, like a nice big circle. And on that first day, obviously first thing we do, go to Spa, go to the top of Lake Comme, and there's a turnstile up there. I don't know if it's still open now, or maybe it's just because there was an event on, but no tickets. I was just turnstile, just walk straight through it. We're like, okay, so we just started walking around. As we get to the top, like basically where the braking zone is at the top of Lake Comme, we start hearing all these cars. I'm like, oh, what's this? Because there's literally there's no spectators. Like literally maybe 2 other people. And all of a sudden, these little VW, wherever they are, like Beetles, whatever, the Fun Cup stuff, they start coming up. And it's like, boom, 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 like this. And literally, it probably went on for what felt like 5 minutes, which was because they're pretty slow around the lap as well. And they just kept on coming, kept on coming, kept on coming. And then there was a tiny gap of maybe 20 seconds, and then the leaders were coming around again. It was absolute carnage. And we were just there. Literally, it was pure coincidence. And that was an awesome memory to see that. But because we must have got there bang on like 1 o'clock or whenever when the race started. But yeah, I think that's a 25-hour race or something like that.
Yeah. I was actually going to go towards 30, actually, but maybe that was an overestimation.
Maybe, actually.
I don't remember. It's a long race. There's no doubt about that. By the way, I just worked out that if all 1,200 teams started on the same server at the same time, there will be an average of less than 6 metres between each car. So they wouldn't quite be 3 wide around all of the circuit or whatever, but based on my maths, there would be...
So bumper to bumper around the whole track?
Well,
they have a car length in between them.
They're not quite 6 metres long, though, these cars, are they?
Would they be able to drive at that speed, though? Or is that going to be a bit of the M25?
I mean, hundreds would crash, wouldn't they? Hundreds. Can you imagine the start of this race with, like, 20 times more cars?
Have you seen that little GIF that goes around of that old like NASCAR game when like all of the cars go into the safety car or whatever, and they're just like they just keep on coming in, the next one, they just fly up into space. I assume we'd see a few crashes like that. Very crazy scenes. I'm sure it could be done at some point in the future if the servers would want to hold that many drivers concurrently.
I think it's best for everyone that we stay away from 1,200 car servers. Maybe we'd like a few more at the Nürburgring 24 hours, of course, but even so, it's frightening prospects, nevertheless. So 4 hours and 10 minutes remaining. On board with Danny Ogilvie at the moment for Simify Esports. We've been listening to the Porsche while we've been in peak podcast mode for the last couple of moments, and now we will go on board with Danny Ogilvie here, because he is just behind Lucas Lindqvist trying to overtake the Pure Sims car, although I think the Porsche in front is going to come into the pit lane on this occasion, and it will. After 25 laps out on the circuit. So Ogilvie left now on his own. Gap down to 8 seconds now between Lafuente and Quernbach. So that's come down by about, 4 seconds? 3 seconds in an hour? That means by the time there's a couple of hours to go, by the time you're back effectively, Cam, we might see a leading battle again.
And that is going to be great, yeah. Myself and Arjuna will be in the final couple of hours, and although he'll be there for the final 4, he'll be coming in shortly to take over the production and lead comms to the end. But yeah, very happy to do the start and the finish of this Spa 24-hour race. It's going to be great to see if this battle can come down. And I still have my slight hopes on Urano, but looking at the gap, it stayed around 30 seconds for too long now. I think that that was a bit too much of a stretch. They haven't been able to keep that pace advantage since Nesov has got in the car either, if that is anything to go by. But yeah, this battle for the 1 and 2 at least, under 9 seconds now, as you're saying, is looking like we're at least going to have an opportunity for something to happen a bit later on in the race. My brain is still doing the math of adding them together with the 6-7 seconds they're going to gain, so the gap realistically is about 15 seconds overall.
Well, is it going to be like that though? Because to be honest, the tyres don't finish that much earlier than the fuel, do they? So there's a limit on what BMW Bank will actually be able to gain here. So they will surely be taking tyres at their final stop, even despite the fact it might well be with 45 minutes to go only. They'll still need a set of tyres for that, so I reckon it could be not quite the gain that we're expecting here. And maybe that's what Williams have realised. Maybe they're pushing full on now and not fuel saving anymore, because they've realised that BMW Bank have pretty much got the biggest advantage they possibly can have on Williams anyway now, so they might as well just go for it and see what happens.
Well, they've got nothing to do apart from that, because they're either going to finish second or they're going to finish second trying, and you'd much rather be trying in the last 4 hours. It's still 4 hours to go. It's still 4 hours. It might be a 24-hour race, and that is such a fine margin, less than 20% of the race, but that's still a lot of driving. That's, what's that going to be, about 104 laps we got to the end of the race. So there's definitely a lot of things that can happen. For instance, like that curb. We saw it not too long ago. It can catch people out.
Yeah. Certainly. So, just around midday virtual standard time now. Actually, we're probably quite a bit past that, aren't we? And the temperature's heating up. We're probably into the 30s now. No doubt about that. And the times are reflecting that. Seeing very rare 2-minute 16s at this stage because of the temperatures. It's a 17.0 for the leading two on that last lap. Alexei Nesov managed to 16.7, which is the fastest lap of anybody on that previous time around. He's trying to close into the leading two, and maybe second feels a bit more in their grasp at the moment for Urano, but They're still 30 seconds behind. They're not really making the inroads that we were hoping for from them, and so they're not going to be involved in the leading conversation, I don't think.
No, too big of a gap and too little time to do it, at least on pure pace. As we are seeing, that was Arnage jumping Williams Esports Chill Blast number 2 car in pit lane. As it stands, Moreno Sorica is in that car, although maybe that'll be changing around at the final, I say final stops, but final driver stints coming into play. Some drivers might be doing that 4-hour stint to the end. This is Cody Dyke getting in that car. So I wonder if that actually is going to be a factor, because we did see a slight speed differential between the drivers of the BMW bank car and also in the Williams car, and those few tenths could be crucial.
They could. The late seconds between first and second. Team BMW Bank leading Mercedes-AMG Williams Esports after nearly 20 hours in the Falken Tyre Spa 24. There's a view at Apex 1 going around the inside of the source, which I managed to hit the wall of twice in pit lane this race. I'm sorry to say. I'm sorry to say to Pam, because...
well, that's why I was steering to bed.
It's not. That was someone else's thought on another team, who I hope we're beating now, by the way, because ever since we got hit by them, we've been in a long-running rivalry with them. So I think we are beating them. But yes, that was someone else's fault. We did get that in like the second hour maybe, and our starting driver Enzo was pretty much the only one to drive that car with not bent steering, and the rest of us have had to deal with it slightly. I can't remember which way around it is, whether it's right hand or left hand down, but it's only a couple of degrees here or there, and it's not that bad. But yes, I have hit the pit wall twice, and I'm going to aim to not do that in my final stint coming up very soon. Because
when we get later on in the season to one of the other special events, maybe we'll have to reignite the commentator's car for a Split 15 tribute for those races as well. Certainly some good fun, and just a couple of minutes left in this hour, and we're now under 8 seconds for the gap between the top two. Oh, it's just gone back up. That's a shame.
Has just a little bit. Yeah, we'll see about special events in the future. Of course, we'll be broadcasting all of them live here on RaceSpotTV, and I imagine you'll be hearing Martin Cow's voices possibly on some of them as well. Looking forward especially to Petit Le Mans later on in the year as well, I've got to say. Saw a fantastic race there last year. I think Williams were involved in that as well. Was it Williams and Marla, maybe? I'm testing my memory there, which is famously bad. But yeah, looking forward to that. And we've got, I think, what's the exciting thing there, Cam? I think for the first time ever, actually, in iRacing, we've got multiple GTPs in or did we have that at Watkins Glen? The Cadillac was out by Watkins Glen, wasn't it, actually?
Yes,
so it's not the first time. So that's a fake fact. But we've got multiple GTPs again, and definitely for the first time at Petit Le Mans.
Yeah, awesome. I love the fact that the GTPs are in the sim for a start. Obviously, the BMW coming in. What was that? Probably about November-ish last year, December last year, when we went into season 1, which I think was just before Christmas, around that sort of time. And it was obviously new, but now obviously Cadillac going in there as well. Cool to have a different car on the field. Awesome to have the obviously the BOP coming into that as well. I know it's always a hotly contested debate, but I do actually like the fact that there is BOP and things like that. Certain tracks hopefully should suit different cars. As there's Jana Koch getting out of the car for the 001, and Patrick Heinrich getting in that car, which is currently in that P5, and I think they should be able to hold on to that, looking at the gap to Ruben.
Yeah, looks like it. This is Matthews Lutzak, who's back out there again for Apex 1, just behind the 124 PGZ right now. Done a good battle, actually. Didn't think that this was going to quite materialise, but it has done. PGZ will be out there for another couple of laps, maybe. So yeah, this is a good battle to watch. Hugo, by the way, is our producer here for the last 10 hours of this race, and he's asking me whether we should repave this great circuit. I would describe it as quite paved anyway. Last 10 hours is not correct. I assume just pulling me up on that immediately. I can't do maths. What is the maths on that? 6 hours. Sorry, 6. He started at 10 hours to go. Maybe that was my excuse. I don't know. Oh dear. It's earlier. Well, it's not even early in the morning, is it? It's just a lack of sleep that's plaguing me at the moment. Hugo asking me whether we should repave Earth. That's not environmentally friendly, is it? Anyway, that's
as long as it covers the square footage of Sebring, then I'm all for it.
Just flatten it entirely. That'd be lovely. 4 hours to go then in the Falken Tyre Spa 24 hours. Not long remaining before we know the name of the winner of this year's edition. We've not had a bit of on board for a little bit of time, so let's see what Josh Thompson's up to. He's in 4th place for the only remaining red line car. The Porsche currently searching for this podium as he begins to chase down Alexei Nezov. You're watching RaceSpotTV here live from Spa-Francorchamps as we bring you the end of the latest of the iRacing special event season. We'll go on board with Josh Thompson with just under 4 hours to go at Spa, and we'll be back again very shortly.
And so 4 hours left to run in the final 24-hour special event for iRacing. It is the Falken Spa 24. Zach Sweeney alongside myself, Arjuna Kankipati, as we wind things down here. And of course, still plenty of intrigue, although maybe less than we had about 3 or so hours ago. Zach, it's been a long day for many of these drivers, and so now you've got, at most, 2 more drivers getting ready to do battle. You'll have 2 double stints out on the deck now, and realistically this next cycle of pit stop is that penultimate driver change that we'll see. We'll end up having to track that as well, of course, as that pit cycle continues. It's Alessandro Bico that is going to jump into that number 55. We saw Josh Thompson entering his way in towards the lane as well. That's the 2-man effort, Thompson and Steinbratton. Not seeing the driver change there. Zach, when we last spoke, you had a prediction that Urano Esports were going to win this one. Has it necessarily played out in your favor?
It's not been the most dreadful of predictions, because they're still on the podium. It's just not quite the win, which is, you know, it's fine. I've never really been one for predictions, but it wasn't a bad one. I think it was a bit of a curveball. You know, I wanted to be the interesting one, not just the cop out. Oh yeah, these guys are winning at the moment, so I'll go with them. So I went for Urano.
But you've said that every time. Oh, I'll pick the interesting ones.
Because I'm interesting.
Questionable.
Apart from you, where you're like, "Hi, let me manipulate the spreadsheet so I win."
Well, I didn't win the last time we did it. To be fair, that's still Lorenzo. Which
Why did we give that to him?
But yeah. Just got to get better at picking, it seems like. Ultimately, with Felix Kornbach still yet to head down the lane, we'll see him in about 4 laps' time. It's Alexei Nezov that's the next to get the klaxon going off. Brings his way down onto the lane. Again, mentioned this earlier on, but Nezov coming off a run in the real 24 Hours of Spa was racing with Mad Panda Motorsports, not in a Porsche but in a Mercedes, but I'm sure there's plenty that carried forward even with the changes that have happened to this track, not just when it comes to the runoff but the actual surface itself. Long pit lane, we've talked about that ad nauseum over the course of the day, and these drivers still have a couple more trips down that pit lane with which they've got to navigate through. We were checking in slightly earlier with the Apex 1 car in its fight with Team PGZ. One of these teams up 27 positions, the other up 13.
Very impressive stuff, really good. And just goes to show that qualifying in these 24-hour races is trivial at best. It's a novelty to say, look at me, I got pole position at the Spa 24. Apart from the fact that you've got 24 hours of racing action. I remember back in Daytona as well, and I'm sure it's the same for this. You only get 2 laps to put a qualifying lap time in, and that determines your starting position for 24 hours of racing. So it's not that important. It's not important at all. If you've got the pace, you'll do well, which is been shown by these guys going as quick as they have been and working their way up now into P11. Of course, they have got a bit of a gap up to the top 10, which would be a shame because being in the top 10 just sounds better than being in 11th or 12th. But the fact that we've got quite an extensive grid of talent, and we started with 50 cars at this point, so just to be 11th or 12th is really impressive as Team PGZ pull their way into the pit lane. And
I guess just the next handful that we'll see, I think VG Racing Esports following them in as well in the BMW. The split cycles for some have brought cars together. Simify Esports, Danny Elgobe in 8th position, have the Arnage Mercedes behind them as they descend down in towards Pouhon, with still the number 92 Mercedes AMG Esports Urano car yet to come down the pit lane. That will cycle them up in front there, and they will, I think, technically regain their status on the lead lap when Felix Quirnbach brings that BMW bank car down onto the lane. Alessandro Bico will have to see the time for him. 2:16.896 for Felix Quirnbach. BMW bank piling onto the pressure as Bico gets the tyres up to temperature.
Yeah, that's been the very important thing, of course, is making sure those tyres up to temperature, which is why, to be fair, the undercut has worked quite well for sort of the last, well, pretty much for the last sort of 20 hours that we've been racing, because having the tyres up to temperature is so much of an advantage here at Spa, of course, with Sector 2 being so twisty. We saw it a little bit earlier on. Who was it? Was with I think it was in that original battle with PGZ and Redline when PGZ came in a lap early, and that the warmer tyres really did assist them in getting the jump initially, before then Redline and Chris Ludham at the time managed to then re-overtake. So for the initial sort of first lap or two of a stint, having warm tyres is so pivotal. So that means that Alessandro Bico is going to have quite a tough job to get them up to temperature, but you've got to be very careful because you don't want to do it too quickly.
No, absolutely. Let's, by the way, have a quick chat with someone that's also pulling a no-sleep night like myself. Sean Campbell joins us once again. He's got Nicolas Cage in the background just to cheer him on as well. How are you doing right now, Sean? How many hours are you running without sleep?
I don't remember.
You're sounding a little bit tired. I think you're in for a triple stint is what you said, right?
No, I'm tapping out actually. While you were gone, we had I guess technical problems, and I ended up having to drive through the night, so I haven't stopped yet.
Oh.
Yeah, I know. 10 hours, right?
Oh, wow.
It's awesome.
So you've been driving since the last time you and I spoke to one another?
Yeah.
Okay, wow. Just to put it in context, Sean, I lay down on the floor of my sim room just to make sure that I couldn't sleep because it was that uncomfortable. So I commend you for what you're doing. Does that mean that after this stint you're going to get out and go to sleep?
Yeah, I was thinking about it because Ben got back on finally. Well, it's not his fault, but like he did technical. I don't even know how to describe it. I'm too dead.
This
basically the sim finally let him connect, right?
I mean,
and we've been talking about it, and I think I probably should get out.
These are things that happen in motorsport. You get brake failures, I guess. This is totally different, but I guess it's the joys. How have you enjoyed 10 hours consecutively? How have the lap times been holding up?
Honestly, I'm doing better than I thought I was going to do by the end. I'm even getting the bump draft here.
Oh.
I mean, well, I was within a second of the leader for a long time, which I'll gladly take. But I think I'm starting to drop off now. I'm like zoned out, even though I'm trying to concentrate, and I can't do it.
So 10 hours is the limit.
I guess so. Beats my previous record of 8.5, though, which, you know, I should probably stop trying to beat my personal best on longest stints.
No, this is not something that's worthy of a Guinness World Record. If we're being totally honest, where was the 8.5 hours at? Which track were we at?
Le Mans and the LMP1.
Okay, so that's okay. LMP1 makes it slightly more difficult, but it's Le Mans, so it's easy relative to Spa. So I'm going to say relatively difficult. This 10-hour adventure. We'll let you go for the time being, and enjoy your rest after this. It sounds like it's going to be well earned.
Hopefully, yeah, it's going to be awesome.
Somewhat semi-delirious, I would say, for Sean Campbell, with the Nicolas Cage face poking over his shoulder. 10 hours straight.
I don't really know what to say to that. That is vastly impressive. I would never. I mean, I've only done one endurance race in the past, and hand on heart, I honestly got bored after 2 hours of driving. So to do it for 10 hours, while trying to keep yourself awake as well, I cannot imagine that. So fair play to Sean Campbell. He's done a fantastic job, and the fact that he's still sort of still running full stop, but and then still sort of with decent lap times in 25th. I mean, that's even better. I mean, 10 hours. That's insane. That is absolute insanity.
I mean, look at that. He's not doing the 2:16.9s that your race leader is doing, no. But 10 hours into a run to be that consistently able to be in the low 2:17s, yeah, full credit to Sean Campbell. Especially given that he was racing in the Porsche Tag Heuer Esports Super Cup qualifying series race earlier, even though he probably wants to forget how that race ended up. 3 laps into the run now for Alessandro Bico. Turn the attention back up towards the front of the field because we wait for Felix Kornbach for the BMW bank car to head off towards the pit lane. It is 24 laps into the run. Warm track conditions. The warmest we got was about 30 degrees Celsius. When I checked about an hour ago, we're up to 33 degrees Celsius now.
Yeah, so obviously a little bit hotter as well. We're about midday, so it's probably is going to be the hottest that we're going to get. So, yeah, 33 degrees is fairly hot, especially at a circuit as demanding as Spa, because you've got high-speed corners and things that are demanding quite a lot of the tyres, and so they'll be warmed up quite a bit, which is probably better for them, as we say during the night. You've got cooler temps, then the car can go quicker, which means you're using more fuel, whereas now you sort of have to slow down a little bit to keep the tyres in check, and by extension you're saving yourself a little bit of fuel. So I suppose, well, you've got to be careful not to spin or overheat the tyres. It's almost a good thing because you're forced to slow down, I suppose.
I guess that's one way of looking at it. Race car drivers just want to go fast, though, I think is the story at the end of the day. 93 seconds the margin between first and second. Lengthy trip down pit lane that usually sees drivers rolling for 80-ish seconds, but pit lane is a corner in and of itself in the entry, and then you've got that swooping 90 midway through that links the Grand Prix pits and the endurance pits, and so that's where there is relative danger. Apparently you and O'Leary found out the hard way, but we've all unfortunately done that.
Yeah, I mean, it's an awkward corner. I don't like it. But again, it's you and O'Leary, and well, we won't talk about his driving capabilities anyway. But of course, these cars have got very small turning circles, and the corner in the pit lane, you don't really think about the pit lane. You're an autopilot, so you're just cruising down it. You don't think to actually drive as if you're on a live racetrack. You still have to slow down for it. And these are racing drivers, so there probably is an apex to hit on that corner as well. And then obviously they're clutching in to be on the limiter all the way down to their pit box. So yeah, it's a weird one. I don't like it.
No, I kept calling out the clutching in down pit lane, and then someone got a speeding penalty.
Boom.
And yeah, I can say I told you so, but I feel rather bad about doing it because, yeah, we understand why they're doing it, trying to maximize every little bit that they can, but you're playing a dangerous game. a margin that you cannot trifle really with. 50 cars started, and when I left the comms booth about 6 and a bit hours ago, we had 34 out there and running. I'm delighted to announce we still have 34 cars out there and running, albeit with Damon Woods in the Falken Sim Racing number 44, 18 laps down from your leader. This is, we've said it a lot, in terms of BOP, felt like one of the closest special events that we've had in terms of the racing. 8 seconds splits first and second after pit stops with 3.5 odd hours left to go. This feels like the closest special event that we've had in a long, long time as well.
Oh yeah, for sure. I mean, we've got the BMW, the Mercedes, the Porsche, the Ferrari all inside the top 5, and it's been a really close one because we've got all the different manufacturers. They all can compete. You know, whatever some of them want to whine about as into the pit lane does come Team BMW Bank. So we'll obviously see what the gap is relative to Williams and Alessandro Bico. But yeah, as much as I'd like to whine that their car's been nerfed, I think it's been really competitive. I mean, 10 hours into the race, approaching the halfway mark, we had the 2 leaders nose to tail. So what more can you ask for?
Well, what you can ask for is at the end
now.
Well, you can have it now. You have it every time, I guess. That's what you could really ask for. There is Bico, by the way. Such a lengthy trip down the lane that he has yet to even really make a mark on that middle sector of the lap. Heads off to the double left behind. I think that's the Pearson's BMW of Jordan Johnson that had a almighty smash on the outside curb here nigh on 20-30 minutes ago that resulted in 7 minutes and 30 seconds of repair. We'll be hoping not to repeat that little moment of drama. Felix Kornbach now heads down the hill, and 3 hours 43 minutes ago, right for a driver change, and I do believe that Phil Dinez spilled that the plan was for him to get into the car, and so it's Kornbach out. It's the American Dinez in. He's on the west coast of the US. It's 2 o'clock in the morning, and he's got 2 hours to set something up for his team to push to the end.
Oh, that is, again, respect to these drivers for the commitment, but 2 o'clock in the morning is probably one of the worst times you want to be driving. Wasn't it Phil Dinez we were speaking about sort of last night when we were saying, oh, it's an advantage to have him because of time zones and things, and now he's got to have the brunt of the poor end of his stint in the middle of the night. But I suppose there's a team effort in it.
We talked to him, and he kind of said that he slept in a little bit. Everyone on the team is relatively equal on speed, and so he said, you know what, I've got no problem sleeping in, letting my teammates handle qualifying in the start, and I can wake up late and run to the end. He feels confident, clearly, going to about 4 in the morning, that he's going to be able to keep the pace up, and you can see that as Alessandro Bico gets stuck behind the Pearson's BMW bank car already off that merge onto the Kemmel straight, and now that margin going to settle in once again, 8-9 odd seconds, and the pressure now shifts from La Fuente's shoulders onto Bico's shoulders to close that gap. But with Phil Dinez back behind the wheel of a car that seemingly has no damage, it's going to be a tough ask.
Oh, it is, yeah, for sure. You know, a driver like Phil Dinez and his quality, you're going to be, living on a prayer, hoping for a miracle for Mercedes-AMG Team Williams Esports. And Bico's got a tough ask. I mean, again, the level that these guys are at, there's probably not much between Dinez and Bico as drivers, apart from the 9.4 seconds that separates them. So to actually physically close that gap is going to be a very, very difficult task ahead. And I would probably say it's going to take Dinez to have some issues through traffic, have a spin, clonk some curb, or at worst case scenario, have the incident limit overreached and go into the drive-through. That would be obviously the best case scenario for Williams, but the worst case scenario for Team BMW Bank. I'm just saying, it's at this level, a mistake is probably quite unlikely.
Don't tempt fate. Now, third 24-hour special event of the year. Do you remember, Zach, who won in the other two?
It was that one team. Starts with a W. It was Williams, wasn't it?
So if we make our way on over to Daytona all the way back in January, seems like a long old time ago, we had Williams win in the GTP, and then Apex in LMP2 and in the GTD class, in effectively the GT3. So very strong performance from them. Then we rolled on over into the month of May. The iRacing Nürburgring 24 hours turns around, and well, we got a lot of different classes, but with GT3 now being the fastest class there, guess who came out on top? Mercedes-AMG Williams Esports. Sure Esports in the 992, West Cooking Racing Adventures GT4 winners, Team Hoising Velton TCR, and then the Astro Racing VGT car in the GR86. Point is, Williams have, I think, an opportunity that is hard to ever get close to, which is to win in 3 24-hour races in the same calendar year.
Yes, of course, people have done it on different years, different occasions, and in total have won all of them, but never in one foul swoop. And obviously, Williams are very close to that. Whether they will or not is another thing. But you know, you've done 48 hours of driving on the other 2 races. You've now done an extra 24 to bring it to 3 days of racing, and you've come within 10 seconds of taking all 3 victories. I mean, that is a feat in of itself. But the fact it's not 3 wins, it doesn't flow as nicely. For them to say, oh, they took 2 wins and finished second by 10 seconds, doesn't sound as nicely as them just taking all 3 wins across the 3 races. But I'm sure they're pushing for it because I'm sure they want it, similar to sort of Apex wanting to win all 4 of the VSO Grand Slams.
Yes. Now, although that has slightly changed in complexion, because in the LMP2 category, it was Michele Costantini, Elvis Rankin that had gone 2 for 2 through Watkins Glen. But yes, Apex Racing are 3 for 3, but not that pair after the 6-hour race. So heading to Petit Le Mans, looking forward to what's going to be a rather furious blast, I think, with the GTP, LMP2 cars and the GTDs once again. 9.5 seconds, holding relatively steady for the time being, and up and down through the field. There's not really any fighting, but you guys were calculating how congested the track would be if we threw 1,200 GT3s onto it. The reality is, even with the maximum of 50 that we could have in this race, you're going to have pockets of clean air, and you can see up through the Camel there's plenty of clean air for the number 5 Drago Racing Porsche to enjoy. Not necessarily sure it's always an enjoyment though, because draft's a nice thing to have, as well as the opportunity just to have references from other drivers.
Oh yeah, absolutely. Especially when maybe visibility is low, or the track condition is changing with getting more rubber in or whatever. It's always nice to have someone in front of you, because then you can base what you're doing off of them. Hopefully they're slightly quicker than you, so you're basing it off them and going quicker because of it. That's one thing you almost learn a little bit more, but also just as you say, the slipstream, it's pivotal around a circuit like this. It's been pivotal, because for the first half of the race, no one really, it seemed, wanted to lead. They all wanted to be in a train. They all wanted to be one by one in single file, their own little long conga line, saving fuel in the slipstream. And that is just how important it is here at Spa. So to be by yourself, while it's nice because you're not really having to worry about anyone else, you're probably not hitting the fuel mileage targets that you want to. Well, yeah, that's unfortunately just the tough Tetris, I suppose. If you're in a bit of pocket by yourself, then catch up. Yep.
So 3 hours 37 minutes to go. Once again through a pit stop cycle, but it's going to open up once again, because Danny Elgobe in the semi-final number 3 is 20 laps into the run. So give it 5 more laps, 10 more minutes, and he'll be due on down to the lane. And once again, cycling through what's going to be a long window. With now, interestingly, timed pit stops playing factors come the final hour of the race, when you will have to make a either slightly longer stop or slightly shorter stop, depending on what you have done. And for BMW Bank, they are hoping to have a stop that gives them only 40 minutes of fuel with what they've been able to do so far. Red line in their chase, by the way, to be able to get up to third in the 2-man effort. Josh Thompson, Ole Steinbraten. It's gone a little stagnant. About 10 seconds off the back of Alexei Nesov in that final podium spot.
Yeah, again, that 70 team red line car doing a sensational job at only having the 2 drivers. So yeah, really, to be to do it, first of all, but to be competitive in it as well is another thing. 10 seconds, of course, is the gap between the 2 of them. So not impossible. Obviously, my prediction would rather Urano be a couple of places up, 30.5 seconds in front to be exactly. Maybe 40 just to make sure they've got it secured. But no, they're hanging on to the podium. And well, again, it's just a stalemate, I suppose. I mean, on that last lap, Josh Thompson was about a couple of tenths of a second quicker, so he's quicker. It just needs to be extrapolated for the next 3.5 hours with perfect precision, and that gap never changing, them never losing lap time relative to Urano, and then they've got the tough part of actually getting the move done.
For Nessoff, after putting it on pole, I think the choice to be in the Porsche is the interesting one. Of course, Mercedes AMG Esports Team Urano, that's a name that we are so familiar with saying, and we have the 92 as well as the 91, but for Nessoff, clearly they felt there was something in that Porsche. They found it in the short run. Team Redline have been up there in speed as well, but not necessarily had luck and outright potential to be able to push. But we did see them dropping back in the early hours as well. They are not necessarily the only ones to have been in that spot. Patrick Heinrich in the gridandgo.com esports 001. They did 28 laps in the opening stint when there were a handful of teams that only went as far as 25. They have unfortunately shown that even at this level, Zach, you can have 3 very, very quick drivers, but maybe one that is notably faster than the others.
Oh yeah, you know, you'll always have the one driver that is slightly more comfortable at different circuits. The driver will change from event to event. That is maybe the slight standout one, and yeah, it just maybe is the case that you know, they're more comfortable at Spa. It's maybe their favourite circuit, or the one they do best at. I always remember I used to love driving at Spa when it came to league racing or whatever, when I used to do that, and because it was a circuit I felt quite comfortable at, and I think that is part of it. You know, no matter how good of you are as a driver, you are still human, and you are still going to have preferences, and it's not necessarily a bad thing to have one driver that's ever so slightly a little bit quicker. You just have to not rely on them as much as teammates, and still be able to pull your weight, which is why, again, going back to sort of Phil Denez, he was so comfortable to leave the car to his teammates because he knew they were trusted.
Apparently it's not Phil Denez, by the way, but that's a discussion for another day. This is a Bono House situation all over again. There's a certain Discord that I'm in where we have a channel where it's drivers pronouncing drivers' names. We're going to need to get an entry from earlier today when Phil came and sat down with us. He's been able to build that gap, if anything, to Biko. Now 10.7 seconds, even working through a couple of bits of traffic, including that VG Racing Esports #1, where Matthias Jensen is behind the wheel. Cars coming down pit lane. That's Andrew Caron, the Canadian in the Advanced Motorsports 06, and great to see the white, purple, and teal. Mentioned this earlier, but having 50 GT3 cars rather than the 16 that we're used to in our VCO Grand Slams, for an example, means that we get to see some of the teams and some of the drivers that sometimes we would not necessarily get to see and would be stuck in seconds and third splits.
Yeah, for sure, and it's nice to give them sort of a chance in the spotlight. It's why I like the iRacing Road America 500, because they were in, obviously, the 2 classic cars, the Nissan and the Audi Quattro, and that wasn't maybe something that this squadron of drivers were particularly interested in. So we managed to get a couple of people that we haven't seen before and give them a chance to sort of have their go on the broadcast, I suppose, show what they're capable of. And I think that's a great thing about the special events, because they are so versatile, so much so that you appeal to so many different people and so many high-level people as well, that they can be on the broadcast, show what they can do, and yeah, so it's not always it's just not always the GTPs, the LMP2s, and the GT3s. There's some nice variation in that, which is I think is a really good thing about the Irish special events.
Next special event up is the Knoxville Nationals, so very different sort of an experience to this. Bathurst 1000 is before Petit Le Mans, so there is another endurance race to look forward to in the middle of September before we make our way into Georgia in the first week of October. And the final endurance race of the season is at Fuji, 8 hours GT3 only once again. It will be November 10th through 12th that we make our way into the shadow of Mount Fuji. Top 5, still BMW Bank from the Mercedes AMG Team Williams Esports, number 55. Urano, Team Redline, gridandgo.com, Williams Esports Chill Blast, Simify, Arnage, Bila, and then the Apex 1. That is your top 10. 8 cars still left on this leading lap. About 5-6 hours ago, that number was closer to 12, closer to 14, but the pace continues to be pretty relentless at the front from the drivers that just continue to push all the way to the maximum. This is where that lack of safety car incentivizes the teams to be pushing in 24 individual sprints.
For sure, yeah. I like the no safety car thing, because you're not relying on one. You're not having an incident and thinking, I'll be all right. There'll be a safety car. There'll be a time for us to catch up, because you don't have that luxury. You've got to push. You've got to do all of the hard work yourself. And yeah, obviously there's the argument for safety cars that if it's a dead race, you can revive it and you can bring it back to life, and it'll be really interesting. And I get that, but also at Spa it's long. Safety cars will be long and dull and boring, and don't even get me started. Probably, I'd say we'd probably spend 20 minutes on a safety car.
8-minute lap times, so minimum of 2 laps, realistically 3 to 4. Yeah, we don't need that.
No thanks, not for me. Just for the sake of having drivers close again, but in 2 hours they'll be maybe 5 seconds apart again, and it'll be the same situation, and it'll be, let's have another safety car.
And again, we had the drivers pretty close until the bit of drama that happened through this corner an hour and a bit or so ago. So, if anyone needs to scroll back to the first 4 hours of the race, where it was more like Talladega Nights than trip into the Ardennes, you can go back and relive those days, but this feels more like a traditional Spa 24 hours, and still with the manufacturers represented up towards the front. BMW, Mercedes, Porsche, the podium as it sits right now. Ferrari tucked back in 5th spot as well. We had McLaren in the mix until the Mahler Racing Team entry got tangled up with traffic. It's been plenty with which that we've been able to talk about. Something that we can talk about as well is not just a new livery for the Apex Racing Team, but Salva Talens has decided, you know what, yes, we are, I think they are 493 laps down from the leader, but we can still go out there and punch in some more laps.
It's great, I love it. Again, part of the satisfaction of an endurance race is crossing the checkered flag and knowing that the last 24 hours of effort have meant something.
Well, 24 hours of effort, I don't think that's necessarily the case.
Yeah, well, maybe. However, what I must say, that livery on the Apex, I absolutely love it. I don't know what you think, Arjun. I love it.
Well, I've already got in trouble for my opinions.
Oh no, you don't like it?
Well, hashtag blame Dane. I told him in confidence that it's a good livery. I mean, I'd run it. But the Apex Racing Team just a couple of months ago had showcased off a new Stormforce racing livery, which is maybe one of the most beautiful in sim racing, and so I'm not saying this isn't great, but that's better. Ooh. And so that's the problem. Anyway, let's not get into that, because I had, was it 3 or 4 or 5 different people around the Apex team all messaged me within about 30 minutes of one another. Dane really chucked me under the bus with that one. Yeah, so from what I can gather from the timing here, Luke McEwen was in the number 99 at the very start of the race, and he unfortunately got tangled up on the opening lap. Maxime Briant, the rock and rolling Frenchman, at some point decided to go out there for a 26-lap run, and Salva Talens decided about 7 laps ago that he wanted to go out there and get some laps under his belt as well. Just to confirm, 493 laps behind the leader, who is on the 529th lap of the race.
What's the maths on that?
Well, you're putting me on the spot? I've got no sleep. This is a terrible idea, so it's a good thing I've got a laptop next to me that can do it for me. 36 laps complete for that car.
Wow. I reckon they've still got a chance, you know.
Oh, bold call. That's why your predictions are so good.
Exactly. That's why because I can see in the future everyone else is going to disconnect, and then they're going to get disqualified.
Don't bring the commentator's curse down like that, because now you'll get the teams unleashed upon you. There's the Simufy number 3, Elgabe out, and from Altus Esports, Tristan Iglesias joins the team and is going to take over the reins from Danny Elgabe. It's another iLivery's wonder piece in terms of the livery, asymmetrical and as always rather fetching. always great to see Wandsworth out. Wandsworth leads at the front of the field right now. Phil Dennis is apparently the way that we're meant to say it, Zach. I can't wrap my head around it.
Neither can I. Mainly because most of my pronunciations come from you and Lewis, and I'm just like, yeah, that'll do. I'll copy what they do.
Well, okay, so did Lewis
So it's your
copy his
fault.
pronunciation from me, in which case it is absolutely my fault.
I don't know. Maybe it is a blame Arjuna.
No blame Dane. We'll find a way.
Yeah, we'll find a way. It's always his fault. Absolutely. But yeah, because it's a fairly like. It's not, obviously he's American, so it's not an English name, but it's like it's English phonetics, right?
I think he said it was Hungarian. I'll be honest,
Okay.
I might be going delirious at that point. At this point, I'm going on 22 hours, almost 23 hours awake, so yeah, almost delirious.
Almost. But at least you're not Leary levels of delirious. That would be crossing the line.
I do not want to repave Sebring. Don't worry about that. There is no
Repave
harm.
Earth.
Oh, well, I saw that comment. Let's not talk about that. I want to quickly, by the way, for those that are just joining us, I know 20 odd hours ago is a long time back to cycle, but if you are just joining us, you're wondering what happened at the start, we're talking about lap pod incidents. Well, let's take a look and showcase some of what happened to get this race underway. Relatively tidy initially on the start as we went single file up through the entry. It was really a little bit more feisty further back in the pack, where you could see over the top of the hill a couple of cars did push a little bit out wide. It was at Malmedy, a corner notorious for drama, that one Apex Racing team went off, car went off, two Maniti machines were involved, both the Falken Mercedes got tangled up as well, and then parking lot. As simple as that.
That was a chain reaction and a half. I really don't understand how it got that bad. I mean, we've got 50 cars on a first lap, which, fair enough. I mean, once one thing happens, it's just bish, bash, bosh, that. Yeah, just one person making a mistake, and then it just spirals because then more people react, they're unsettled, they're off the track, they spin. People behind don't quite have spider senses and therefore can't react quick enough in order to make their way through. And then it is just that concertina effect of everyone bunching up behind and smashing into each other. Again, because sim racers don't like to slow down. They see crashes as an opportunity, not as a hazard, which sometimes is the problem as well.
So a nice little cycle there of replays courtesy of Hugo Luis after his 6-hour production stint. He woke up at 4:50 in the morning. Just want to illustrate that for commentators, broadcasters as well. We go through the same 24-hour cycle as the drivers. We have a lot easier. We're not trying to say that we have it tough here, but yeah. Circadian rhythms exist for a reason. 26, 25 laps or so. That's the fuel window to expect. Phil Denez, it's going to take a while to correct that one. Yeah, I'm just going with it for the rest of today.
I'll just shout at you every time.
I'll have a conflab with Phil after this, and we'll workshop the pronunciation. But he's on to the 9th lap of his run, 14th lap of the run for Alessandro Bico, and this is something Cam and Ewan were touching on about 40 minutes ago, is the fact that even if the 55 can close up to the race leader, they're going to end up dropping back almost 8 to 10 seconds in the final hour of the race, courtesy of a longer pit stop.
Yeah, that's the problem. But I suppose it's better to take a longer pit stop than another pit stop entirely. Splash and dashes really are not viable at Spa for very obvious reasons that we've touched on countless times over the course of the last 20 and a half hours of racing. So, yeah, it's going to be better to take that longer stop and, just get to the end, I suppose. But yeah, it's not going to be great for them. It's just going to exaggerate the problem even more, and give them an even tougher job of winning, which is quite a surprise, to be fair, because me and Ewan were touching on the fact that the Team BMW bank car at the halfway stage of the race were slightly behind on their pit strategy, where taking slightly longer pit stops. But I think they've done themselves the favour of doing it then, so much so that they don't necessarily have to do it now, and they've set themselves up really well to be in control of that fuel mileage situation, which again is pretty much the reverse of what I was thinking at the halfway point, because when we had that Williams car and they were tucked up behind the Team BMW bank car after PGZ and Redline had their issues, I firmly said that Williams were vastly in control of that race, and then things happened and now they're not.
It's been one of those races again where it's so much drama has happened. It was Redline and PGZ for so long at the front, and the BMW and the Mercedes. Alex Dunn's technical issue ended up tangling up the BMW. They got damage that had to be repaired with a lengthy pit stop, and then after they got a speeding penalty, it was day done for the number 20 machine. In their absence, BMW, Bank and Williams linked up in the draft. Williams content to ride behind for so long, and a couple of opportunities for both to break away. BMW Bank did on occasion, but each time strangled back in, and now it's courtesy of a bit of bumper cars played as Williams got ready to enter into pit lane. The BMW behind not aware of the intentions that have seen the gap open up to 10 full seconds. Let's see how many marbles are really on the outside of the track now. There's fortunately little impact that these drivers have on iRacing to contend with, at least compared to what they have in the real world. That's a beautiful shot. Rouge and Radion always give some great angles.
Oh, they do. I love the flybys as well. You just really get a sense of speed from it. Obviously, when you've got the cameras like this that follow the cars, yes, they look quick, but you get that. And then with the static camera and then the car's just whizzing past, you really get a good sense of speed. It's why I like sort of looking at stock cars on ovals, and you've got, you know, that person in the grandstand next to the fence that are recording it, and you just get, you know, 3 seconds of loud, and then you just hear it getting fainter and fainter in the distance. Yeah, nice angles.
You know what those videos do not convey is the air actually being physically moved towards the cameraman. I can tell you after standing trackside at the Lucas Oil Raceway, the Indianapolis Raceway Park for Silver Crowns, not only is the noise something to behold, but again, just the sensation. They actually tell you to move away from the fence because of apparently it being unsafe. But I'm just saying, it might be unsafe for your hearing and for your ears, but it's good for the soul. It's good for those that love a bit of race cars. 9.9 seconds now back to Alessandro Bico. Gap's going to go back and forth. No one necessarily going to win out in the equation. It's going to come into the final hour where ultimately it's not 10 seconds that Bico is trying to make up. It is 16 seconds factoring in that pit stop time as well. Josh Thompson, who is into goodness knows how many stints he's been into that car in total, but I believe his third stint since jumping back in, starting to drop back from Alexei Nesov, now 12.5 seconds off.
Yeah, obviously it's very difficult to keep that rate of consistency up. I mean, obviously Sean Campbell has been able to do it for his 10-hour consecutive stint, but even he's had a drop off as well. So you get to a point as a driver where you do start feeling a little bit fatigued, and you can't quite sustain the level that you want it to be at, and it's tough because if he wanted to get the podium, he'd have to push like crazy until sort of the end of his stint, until they got onto the back of that Urano Esports car. So yeah, I think fourth is probably going to be the ceiling for that 70 Team Redline car, unless obviously one of the three in front have issues and they can then leapfrog them that way, and maybe that will give them a new burst of confidence and motivation to, you know, wake them up a little bit. I don't know, but yeah, for sure. I mean, yeah, at the end of the day, you're only human, and especially now with like the level of force feedback and things. Obviously, for endurance racing, you turn it down a couple of clicks, but these guys have got, you know, some of the best rigs out there, and that force for that long, you're going to hurt your wrists, you're going to hurt your forearms, even your shoulders as well. You'll start to feel it. So not only from sort of a mental fatigue of just being sat there in front of a screen for so long, you know, at some point your hands are going to have to give way as well.
I think a lot of the drivers, I know Josh Thompson uses gloves and racing boots behind the wheel of his rig. A lot of the drivers do the same, including myself, and it's just the amount of force that is put out is more for your own comfort and also to preserve the equipment for its entire lifespan. The glorious thing that I have just realized, by the way, is the timing that we have here. This race is going to come to a close minutes before the Formula One Grand Prix starts later today, which means that for a handful of these drivers, they can finish 24 hours of racing, and you know what they can do, Zach?
Have a good nap.
They can go and watch an hour and a half of racing while probably having a good nap.
Whether that's because they're tired or
yes, exactly.
Boring, I don't know. We'll wait and see. It's one or the other. Fortunately, I think it's actually going to be quite a good race.
Oh, is it? I unfortunately haven't had the chance to watch qualifying, so I would not know.
Oh, you wouldn't. Do you want to know or not?
No, it's fine. I'll see the grid when
Find out.
Crofty reads it out, and I'll be surprised. That's always fun. I wonder if we're going to have an interesting grid walk, because, you know, that's been a hot button topic. Can you imagine what a sim racing grid walk could be like?
Oh, goodness. No, because fortunately, these guys are actually really nice in interviews and things. You know, they're not just names on a screen. They're not just robots. They actually have a personality, funny enough. And they give it. You know,
I'm just going to say, the grid walk doesn't need to be a thing.
Do you not think?
No. I mean, not in the modern incarnation, where it's just. I do enjoy Martin Brundle, but you know, he's going and fishing for that specific attention often. You know, we don't need that. That's not what Formula One needs, especially the most recent bit of drama with someone who genuinely is passionate about motorsport. That's totally unnecessary, but beside the point, my opinion is that drivers should not be disturbed right before they go racing. But if we are going to disturb them, let's do it in the coolest way possible. And you know what that is, Zach?
Leaving them alone? I don't know.
Radio. Let's start bugging the drivers on the radio if we're going to really start irritating them.
Oh, like they do at the end of Formula E races, where they actually get them.
Do they?
Oh, wow. Yeah, well, at least the ones I've watched have had.
Oh, that's brilliant.
At the end, they get the drivers from the radio comms, and they're like, "Oh, it's us from broadcast. Tell us what you think." Similar to how they used to do with the driver of the day. Whoever it is would then go and talk to the driver. What I want is proximity chat with the drivers. I think that'd be funny. Just for a race, test it.
It wouldn't. I bet you in the real.
It'd be funny.
What, are you talking real world or sim racing?
Honestly, both. I'll have both.
Sim racing, you know what it's going to be. It's going to be boring. We've seen the webcams. We know how boring and focused these drivers are. In real world racing, I actually don't know what to expect. That's where I'd be quite curious. I think if you got, I'm sure there's certain drivers who will talk their engineers' ears off, but I'm sure there's also plenty of drivers, both in the real and virtual worlds, that I've experienced that want less communication. So, yeah. Well, by the way, I have to call it out since we saw it at the very front of the shot. Have we talked about this already, Zach? Do you see anything wrong with this car?
Well, I don't know. It's a bit of a weird livery. What is wrong with it?
They've tried to wrap a Lamborghini livery on a Porsche.
Oh, it's this one. It's this one. Okay.
Oh, we have talked about it. Okay.
No, we haven't. You have.
Oh, okay. I've talked about it a lot. It's very avant-garde.
Yeah.
It actually works in...
It's not that bad. It's not a bad livery.
I'm just saying, if iLiveries is watching, maybe there's some ideas he can take from this. I'm pretty sure you can see a Lamborghini logos somewhere on that car, so it's like... Where is it? Oh, yeah, with the yellow pen. Let's break it out again. You can see the core of the Corsa. You know what I mean?
Oh, yeah. Oh, yeah.
Yellow pen tool coming in handy.
Oh, I love it. It's always my most favourite segment of these RaceSpotTV broadcasts.
Well, we need to find cars that have damage so we can break it out a little bit more. It's clearly what we need to do.
Oh yeah, we just need the proper analysis. I think it's a very, very useful tool. I like it.
We are properly sports entertainment here. Not sports media, sports entertainment, because when you go telestrator, you are just hyping up drama. On board with the PGZ 124, it's Marlon Ducek hunting down Kamil Grabowski in that bright yellow front-ended Williams Esports Academy car. Still running 17th, and well, it's plus 20 for the 124, it's plus 18 for the number 11. Slightly long pit stop for the 124 last time by, and that's left it trying to hunt its way back up a couple of spots.
Yeah. Of course, Team PGZ, after their issues, have got their other car to still be inside the top 20, which is a really good result, and they're going to be wanting to get as high up as possible. I will say that Williams Esports Academy car has impressed me, considering it is an Academy car, and it's probably fielding not bad drivers, but slightly more inexperienced ones.
Kamil Grabowski, Jersey Black. Those two drivers, Zach, can you tell me those are inexperienced?
No, obviously not.
That's not fair. I'm just saying.
No. Yeah, because Ewan touched on it as well. That they're really experienced drivers, really good drivers. I think is it not more to just lead the other lot? Maybe give them someone to follow.
I think part of it is just that with so much craziness in the world of sim racing, if you're going to sign drivers, you need a place to run them, right? And so maybe for Grabowski and for Glack, this is their opportunity to be able to run in plenty of events, and much like the Apex Racing Academy program, which has just promoted a handful of drivers up to the main team, Max Scudino amongst them. You can go to social media and check out the full list.
Maybe Carroll, wasn't it?
Yes, Owen Carroll included. He's taking a bit of a break from racing right now. It's why we're not seeing him out on track today. But yeah, I just wonder if we'll see a couple of these drivers step their way on up. Of course, who all joined the team in the past winter? They don't race too much on iRacing. Yes, I know. Dominic Blyer, Charlie Crossland. Oh, I'm already forgetting all the different drivers that joined that Williams Esports camp.
I knew Dominic Blyer. Apart from that, I can't remember. They don't pop up on my Twitter feed enough for me to be regularly informed. So maybe I need to start clicking on them more and get them back on my feed a bit to be in the loop. Obviously, I know Dominic Blyer moving from Triton Esports, wasn't it, into Williams, and he's done really well. Obviously, on other platforms, Dominic Blyer is a very quick driver. And is proving very useful for the Williams Esports, and it's nice because especially a driver like Dominic Blyer, he hasn't really needed much readjustment time. He's just boom, straight in. I'm driving a pretend race car. This is my job. This is what I've got to do.
Yeah, no, you're 100% right at the end of the day. Similar environments I'm sure at the end, because a couple of teammates moving across with him and competing in a lot of the same series with drivers he is used to competing against. So I'm sure there was not much to get accustomed with through the course of that process. We're going to see Marlon Ducek look to the inside. Grabowski is going to cover off the move into that final corner with 9 minutes to go until the top of the hour. And now, with 3 hours left to go, we can also start tracking if anyone's already come down pit lane. Simify Esports as an example. Williams Esports Academy, they're 8 laps, into the run. We know they're probably going to have to do one more pit stop relative to those that are extending the stint that little bit further.
Yeah, and having one more stop is a very dangerous thing here at Spa, because even if it's a splash and dash, even if you're only stationary for 4 seconds, you still have to drive through the pit lane, and that is where the trouble lies. That is what you want to avoid. Circuit like Monza, maybe, sure, because it's just the span of a bit of the pit straight, and you can get away with it. Here at Spa, you cannot. And it's the last thing you want. So here more than ever, I think it's important to lift and coast and save the fuel. And for those that unfortunately have knocked themselves off sequence over the countless stints that they've already done, it's just not quite been fantastic for them, and will probably in the end cost them, what did we say it was yesterday, about 40 odd seconds to get through pit lane?
That's just the transit time itself. Yeah, I think it's closer to 60-ish seconds actually. It's 1.5 kilometers David Haynes went and measured using, I think it was Google Earth, Google Maps, one of those mapping tools that you can use. 1.5 kilometers does include the run out after you've released yourself off the limiter to the top of Radion, where you re-enter the racing surface. So includes some time spent not on the limiter, but it's a painful trip, that's for sure. And it is the longest pit lane that we visit. What's the shortest pit lane that we visit? That's probably a good question. I'd suppose that you'd have to look at the dirt tracks on the special event calendar if you want to include those. But that seems like it's slightly cheating.
A little bit. I was thinking Road Atlanta initially, because
no, I feel like Watkins Glen's shorter. I don't know.
Oh no, fair enough actually. No, Watkins Glen is.
It depends on the speed as well. That's the other thing, like the actual pit lane speed.
Length or time? What are we going with?
Time. Oh, 100% time. Because that's what really matters at the end of the... Because a drive-through penalty is only as painful as the length of time it takes to serve the penalty. And so that's why when you... there are certain series where if they run the Spa endurance layout, for example, they will have different penalties for other rounds to kind of line things up. so it's a little bit more equitable, which is, you know, the funds of having to design a sim racing series.
Oh, it is. I respect admins and things for doing that, because it's never easy, because people are never happy. That's the main thing. Is that you'll always have someone say something, oh, that's not the right track to put in, oh, this decision was wrong, this was that, and then you get the other side of it, oh yes, I love that track, oh, that decision was really good. As a sim racing steward, admin, whatever it is, you can never win, which is why it's probably one of the worst jobs to have in sim racing, but a very respectable one at that.
Yes, stewards should be protected. There was, again, bump drafting being played. This has been the norm. 21 hours now and counting or so. Grabowski takes it and didn't get flustered in the entry into the braking zone. Down through the hill, a little bit wide initially, but oftentimes you will V that corner and cut back in, as Alexei Nesov explained in our track guide in our pre-show at the very start of today's coverage. We've been going live uninterrupted now on Twitch for 21 hours and 14 minutes. Couple of breaks for some RaceSpot fan immersions to enjoy the sounds of race car engines, which is never something I think to complain about. Cody Deeth in the Williams Esports Tool Blast car might be complaining though that they're coming down 5 minutes before the top of the hour.
Yeah, not great. It's not where you want to be. Usually, of course, GT cars, you know, go on the hour-ish if they can help it. But obviously they've been going slightly longer, and now it's got to the other hour, essentially, I think, and now 4 minutes off. They're going to either need to save those 5 minutes of fuel, which is what, about 2 laps worth of fuel, a little bit more, which is definitely difficult, or they're going to have to take that dash at the end, which isn't, it's hardly a dash, it's a trip, it's a venture, it's a pilgrimage through the pit lane at the end. So I think it's probably going to be better that they are really, really careful from now until the end. 3 hours is still a decent amount of time, but they're going to probably see, well, we're probably going to see quite a big pace drop off from them in order to get themselves at least back on sequence to not have to take said pilgrimage.
They're going to get put a lap down by their sister car, the 55, with Biko continuing to try and chase down Dennis. We got it out there. 9.6 seconds though. It's come down by 3 or so tenths, but last time by opened back up to the tune of 2 tenths. So it's not like the BMW was slow. It's maybe just traffic that is playing a little bit of its part. And again, just to reiterate, it's not 9.5 seconds that Biko's got to close. It's 9.5 plus the 6+ seconds that he'll have to spend longer in pit lane at the end of this race.
And that 9.5 seconds hasn't already, after being, you know, so long of catching, it's been the same for the last stint, and they haven't really been able to make much progress, which tells me it's going to be a very difficult road ahead. Here comes Arturo Melga for Dragger Racing into the pit lane as well from 12th. But yeah, I think that Williams car has got, I'd easily say no hope of winning this race, and it's unfortunate, because there's still 3 hours to go and still plenty to unpack, but it's going to be tricky because so far they've shown no evidence of being able to close that gap.
Not just yet, but are we going to get driver changes into the final 2 hours that shake things up? Driver change for Apex 1. Mikhail Rack jumps into the 101 Porsche. Don't know if we're necessarily expecting Arturo Melgar to be jumping out there. Grabowski's been passed while we jumped away from this fight for 15th now, as Ducek in the PGZ Mercedes. Again, 20 seconds longer pit stop, maybe getting some damage repaired. Not necessarily a factory fresh Mercedes, but it's looking pretty good, all things considered. In terms of manufacturers, just to reiterate once again, the BOP that we had for this race impacted 3 specific cars: the BMW, the Ferrari, and the Mercedes. All reduced 1.5% power cuts. All also reduced fuel capacity cuts, 2 to 3%. Depending on the specific car, but when we are talking about trying to get to the top of the hour here, that does tend to play a significant part. It's BMW, Mercedes, Porsche, Ferrari. The top 5 though. What we like to see, an iRacing special event that's not just insert manufacturer here cup. Yeah,
I love it. Obviously some teams are, you know, contracted to run said cars and things, which even in those insert manufacturer cups you will have a couple, but for the most part, if a car's quickest, these teams aren't just going to go, oh, but we really like the Porsche, so we're going to go into it, just for example. No, if one car's the quickest and you can drive it, which of course these guys can, the problem with choosing the fastest car all the time is extracting the potential out of it. If you're not comfortable in the car, you won't be able to get the most out of it, so it might be better choosing the slower car. These guys, however, they can just adapt. They can get into a car, they can be quick, and they don't want to risk being off the pace, so they'll all go for the quickest one, which obviously, you know, they don't care about everyone being in the same car. I mean, obviously they do, but at the end of the day, they don't, you know, they're not going to sacrifice their race just for the sake of having more than one manufacturer. So we've had that in the past, and fortunately the balance of performance has been really good. We won't touch on it too much because, again, angry sim racing fans will come at us with pitchforks. Again, we don't even know what balance of performance is, and we're going to live in said deniability. But it's been really close. It's been really good, and it's nice to see the Porsche back up there, because there was, you know, not too long ago that it was a lot slower than it was, and now it's, you know, back up towards the front end, which is quite surprising, because the thing with a Porsche is that it's never been 100% sort of in the straights, but it's been competitive at a circuit where a lot of this dynamic has been settled on the straights, which is really good, and I think telling of how good the equalising has been.
So 3 hours left to go. Zach Sweeney's going to jump out. Joe Peak rejoins us in the commentary booth. Joe, it's been a long time since you joined us, and boy, what a nutty 2 hours that we got to witness, and it's a shame in some ways that we don't get to see that, but I think we're probably a little bit relieved, because I don't think our hearts could take much more of what we saw.
Yeah, exactly. It was such close racing when we were out there, and unusual racing as well, with so much focus being on the fuel. Now the focus is still there, because obviously you and Zach were just talking about the importance of trying to time your pit stops here to the end. You're doing the reverse strategy from this point on, just trying to make sure that you can get to the finish, but it's a very different game without the long slipstream trains that we saw earlier on.
I've got to wonder now as well, for drivers with less to push for, if they're just going to relax a little bit, which doesn't necessarily mean that we're going to see any swap arounds. It sometimes concerns me that when you stop pushing as hard, you're now finding different markers and you can unsettle the rhythm and spin. Again, a lot of this comes from personal experience, and I found at Spa in particular, Joe, it's a track that we talk so often about fuel saving heavily at. If I've practiced a lot just to hit my fuel number, if I then get told by my engineer, okay, you don't need to hit the number anymore, go for it, I end up going slower than when I'm actually fuel saving.
That's why you and I are not the professional drivers, and that's why there's a lot of these guys out here that have the experience of being able to modify their pace like that. They have the ability to hit a number, which always amazed me, honestly, to be so accurate and be able to just get out there and manage that in that way. The other thing to remember, though, is one thing the GT3 cars do have is fuel mapping. And I was thinking about that before I came on here voice-wise, that I wonder how many of the teams are going to have to utilize that to help get them to that specific point. If you've made it this far, obviously you're in the good. Anybody that is able to last, just like we're seeing with Biko for the Teams Williams esports car, knows that they're on the safe side of the hour mark. So they just need this pit stop and the one more. As long as nothing happens during that stint or they get really strange fuel mileage, they're going to be safe from here. But as you mentioned, they still need to try and catch up to that number 7 car, which seems unlikely based on what we've been seeing in terms of strategy in comparison.
So for Alessandro Biko, who got into the car an hour ago, expect him to stay in, of course. This does mean that it's likely to be a pretty much full service in the final pit stop cycle for the number 55. Similar story, it would seem, as well for Josh Thompson in that Team Redline number 70, who is also trundling down the lane at the end of lap number 25. One of the storylines that we've been somewhat tracking is, no longer in the race clutch car, but now watching with a vested interest. Sean Campbell, 10 hours uninterrupted, Joe, partially because his teammate was having issues getting back into the session to get into the car, but also because Sean Campbell's mad enough to be able to do that and be pretty quick.
Apparently, yeah, that is a monster stint, being able to do that. But he's got 2 teammates with him, so again, that's where it sometimes is valuable to have just a bit of a bigger team that you can rely on. Obviously, it makes it more difficult to try and set up the car because you're trying to make more people happy, but you have that backup in those sorts of situations where more people could potentially be awake and ready to go to hop in for you. But, I mean, Sean apparently up to the task. That is a tip of the hat because, God, I do not think I'd be able to make 10 hours. I don't think I could make 10 hours commentating, let alone driving.
So he got 258 laps.
Oh.
Yeah.
Wow.
Yeah.
That is stunning stuff.
That is
so
remarkable. I'm trying to go back and I'd written an article that I'd gone and found the number of laps that the record was for solo drivers at Daytona. I think it was 800 and something. So that's over 24 hours. 10 hours, 258 laps here. I think that's a pretty impressive mark, all things considered. But they are 6 laps down now, just continuing to putter around. I would just reiterate, as Alexei Nesov, the next to dive on towards pit lane from second, that the Apex Racing team number 99 tangled up in the opening lap, but is out there 493 laps down from the leader. Salvatalin's figured he'll get a stint in there at least.
Yeah, I've always tried to refer to cars like this as the Dory Award.
Nice.
And honestly, it's not making fun of them. It's an admiration, because when you are that many laps down, when you are that far behind, that's a mental slog. So for the team and the drivers to get back out, keep putting in the laps, trying to see the finish line, they just keep swimming. So hence the Dory Award, and Talon's out here knowing that, yes, this is basically just a long test session from here, but it's a point of mental pride.
I'm not going to give them the Dory Award, because the way this worked was McEwen did the 1 lap, unfortunately had to tow back to pit lane. I think it was 2 hours later that Maxime Brienne got in the car and said, you know what, I want to do a stint. And so we are now 20 odd hours after that Salvatalins has gotten back in the car. We're not Dory awarding here. I think the Falken Sim Racing team, though, that number 44, they did get tangled up with their teammates, let's not forget, at one point slightly earlier on, but they are 17 laps down from the leader, 5 laps adrift of the car in front. I love the Dory Award. I think we need a trophy for it, and I think we should send it to the 44.
Yeah, I think this is definitely a worthwhile one for that. Like you said, 17 laps down from the lead, 5 laps away from the car ahead. Now, at most tracks, 5 laps in a 24-hour race is actually not that big. But we keep reiterating, it's a long lap around Spa. So 5 laps is, what, we're talking more than 10 minutes worth, probably about 12 minutes behind the next car.
I don't think we have a camera that's high enough to show you the entirety of Spa. 7 and a bit kilometers in length, 1.5 kilometers for the pit lane. I think that puts it into context as to the lap length that we're talking. We're not talking Nordschleife Circuit de la Sarthe levels, but about as long as a permanent racing facility can be. I think the Bend in Australia has got a configuration that might be longer in terms of permanent racing facilities. I don't know if there is a track that's actually longer.
I'd have to check VIR's Grand West or Grand East.
Good point. Yes.
Because I do know, because there was quite some time where there was the unofficial event that a lot of drivers held.
6.759 kilometers for the Grand East.
They called it the mini green hell enduro. So the Targa VIR is Targa Virginia is what they called it, and they always used that one because it was the longest they could find before Spa was around.
So it's 6.759 is the longest configuration at VIR. Is that the one with the corner name that we're not allowed to say on a broadcast?
Yes,
Okay.
That would be the one.
I always wonder if it's Grand East or Grand West.
I can never remember which, to be honest. Now, I think there's only one of them that you can race now, because they used to have both layouts, but since they've updated VAR, I think they've
Yes.
limited it.
And I have decreed, by the way, I'm not sure if you'll appreciate this or not, on RaceSpotTV, the corner where the oak tree used to stand is officially renamed to hashtag RIP Oak Tree. And you've got to say it like that as well, to give it its full respect.
I can understand that. They do have the Son of Oak Tree, though, out there. So it's not in the same spot. It's on the outside of the corner now, but they are attempting to regrow it. It's just going to take a long time.
Yeah, we're not seeing it anytime soon, unfortunately.
No.
And again, I do understand why it had to be, you know, chopped up ultimately. You could buy parts of the tree from what I understand. That's a memento you'll never forget if you hung that up on your wall.
Absolutely. The thing that I had heard someone suggest that I wish that they had done is they should have made trophies. So winners of races got that until obviously they ran out. But how cool would that be if you were in the era of, like, I have an oak tree trophy?
Well, can you imagine being the first year after they ran out of wood? You feel so rough. Speaking of trophies, did you know that there was a trophy awarded for the driver that was leading the Indy 500 at the 400-mile mark back in 1930?
I actually did not know that. Of all the Indy facts that I know, I'm actually kind of stunned that I wasn't aware of that.
The only reason I know this is that trophy is in the IMS museum, and the best part about it is they decreed when they brought this award out, if anyone wins this 3 years in a row, we will retire the award. They retired the award within 3 years of introducing it.
Whoops.
And I don't think that poor guy won any of the races that he was leading at 400 miles at.
Go figure. I mean, that sounds like Indy. You can be having the best race ever, and it just doesn't seem to go your way. The 124 team, I was just watching them.
They're back in pit lane.
Yeah. So that's interesting.
Oh, it's a black flag. Is this incident limit or is it speeding? That's the question.
Well, let's see. How it's got to be for incidents, because they have not, or were they? No, they were just in, weren't they?
They were just in, I thought.
Oh.
So stop and go, I think, implies speeding, which to me implies they got it on the exit because it would have been down the hill as well. So not ideal as well for Little Cake's own Murcho Escuchando Furcho. Joey Tebben nailed that pronunciation. I totally butchered it, and Miguel San Martin is able to spin it back around in time.
My Spanish would have to go back 18 years now.
Oh, you've got more Spanish than me, it sounds like, though. He's not heading down to pit. Oh, it's the Urano car in front!
Ooh,
and through Blanchimont. That's nasty.
Which of the Urano cars, though? Because
Danny Lorenzo, so the 92, the one that was running up inside of the top 15.
Yeah, so that they're in pit lane taking repairs now.
And he crashed in front of his teammate as well, the 91. So that would have been, oh, that's the one that's in 29th with Dylan Shrivens behind the wheel. Just ride on board and see the hands of the former F1 esports driver here.
So coming up through Blanchimont is, I figured that's exactly what it was. The cars can so easily get light through there, especially if you clip the curbs. It'll depend on what car. And I'm a little bit surprised that the Merc actually had this, because it's notorious for being a lot more comfortable taking curbs than some of the other vehicles. I mentioned that I have a lot of love for the McLaren earlier in the broadcast, so obviously I race that one a lot. That is one that cannot take the curbs, and you really do not want to try and touch it through there. So a bit surprising. I wonder if it's just the track conditions and a bit of the setup maybe catching them out this late in the race. And unfortunately, they're paying the price for it.
It is toasty, 37 degrees. I also wonder if, with it being the warmest that we've been, with drivers maybe setting up for what's been rather cool conditions so far, low wing, slight tap of the curb, not much control of the car.
No, and it's really, that is one of the fastest corners on the track through there. So if it's not gonna behave well at high-speed corners, then basically you're out of luck, as we get another car coming into pit lane, and that would be our leader.
It's Phil Dennis. It's still struggling to wrap my head around the fact that we've been saying it wrong all these years. The BMW bank car, powered by BS Plus competition, rolls its way across the line to complete what is going to be lap 547. We've still got an estimated 80 or 90 or so to go, and the margin to that number 55 expected to be holding steady again at about 55 seconds. Something's just happened, by the way, with Patrick Heinrich. I wonder if it is with the Arnage competition Mercedes, because as they enter down the hill, there seems to be no one else necessarily around. Here's the grid and go Ferrari. Seems to be picking up in terms of drama now.
Yeah, and once again, this is out of Blanchimont. This time it's through the bus stop. That is the Falken Sim Racing Team blue car that has a problem in front of them, and they just were kind of wrong place, wrong time.
So that's the 33, I think. 17th spot for Jan Turnak, former Movano driver, that's joined up with this entry powered by Doran. Car had spun early, and Patrick Heinrich does a good job to avoid most of the contact, and I think takes the slowdown penalty more just to try and get out of there as soon as possible.
Exactly. Well, he's already lost time, and that's kind of a smart thing in that situation. I know a lot of people complain about the slowdown penalties, but you have to remember that if you've already given up enough time compared to the measure that it's using, then you can cut through and not have to slow down, technically, because you've already slowed down. It'll already be at 0, and you get that marker, for those not familiar, on the top of iRacing. It'll be a little gauge that shows you how much time you have to get back. So I'm pretty sure they were probably slow enough in that situation that they could just cut through and be just fine.
Car also looked unscathed as a result of what happened there, and so Patrick Heinrich does the most important thing in endurance race, and that is keep the car clean. Ultimately, that is what rewards you more often than not with a decent result. Dennis back out there onto track. It's 12 seconds still to Alessandro Bico, so with the pit lane times almost identical. 2/10 split them across the entirety of the 1.5 kilometers that they had to navigate. And now they resume their battle out on track.
All of 11 seconds between them in the battle. But again, that is a very small margin this far into the race. 2 and some change to go means that it is still to play for. You brought it up last time I was on air, the infamous Max Verstappen incident.
Yep.
Anything can happen in endurance racing. You really cannot count it out. You want that 2-lap margin because you just don't know. Even that can dissipate if something happens. We saw 2 incidents just now of drivers being caught out by others spinning in front of them. Completely not their fault. Obviously, they maybe could have done a little more to try and avoid, but sometimes that is pretty far out of your hands. You just can't predict that. You could wind up in damaging the engine, and that can be a half an hour to an hour's worth of repairs.
Oh, yeah. That's one thing that a lot of people have, come up with all sorts of proposals to iRacing about, is the endurance damage model, things that they feel like they could do to fix it. Ultimately, there have been tweaks along the way, but if you do get some damage to the engine in particular, you're dealing with a wounded car from there, it's never really going to be able to bring you its full potential. And so at tracks like Le Mans in particular, in the LMP2 car, I remember back in the HPD era, you had to be so careful with the underside of the car and not cutting too much of any of the apexes where you damage the underfloor and then instantly lose about 5 kilometers an hour in a straight line.
Well, and I'm going to get my cane out. when I started racing on iRacing, you could not fully repair the car. You could be completely out of the race, and obviously that changed when they brought in team racing and upped it, because the maximum used to be 6 hours that you could run, and once it was put up to 24 hours, I realized they probably don't want people out of the race that quickly, especially if they do want to try and repair it and continue. So I'm just glad that you can get back in and try and finish the race at this point.
I feel like there's a medium that can be reached, because
yes,
we do have cars that are too damaged to really be driven in iRacing eventually, right? It's at what point we get to that where I feel like people have certain opinions as to what suggestions they would make, and that's where, as a software developer in my day job, I sympathize with the poor iRacing developers getting all the flood of ideas that come down their way, because I can only imagine all the suggestions that they do receive. That was a shot, by the way, of Patrick Heinrich that's brought the Grid and Go 001 into the pit lane, and that's an early stop because he was in, 8 laps ago, and is this a result of what we saw slightly earlier?
This could be. So they're going to be coming down into the stalls here that are on the downhill and find theirs before they park it up. Or is this actually at the top? No, this looks like on the downhill.
Yeah, it's the
okay.
It's not gone up on the jacks, though. That's a worrying sign.
So I wonder if they're trying to repair some damage. No, if it was very quick. That almost feels more like a splash and go, but that's a very strange one with 2.5 left. That's not their final pit stop.
No. And we have had issues in the past with drivers not getting fuel into the car, but you wouldn't come in for a splash and dash. You'd come in for surely a full tank of fuel if you didn't get enough into the car. They're now, can see the race leader directly behind them, in danger of going a lap down. A car that, going back to the opening hours when, Joe, you and I were sitting here, hours 3 and 4, and watching in bewilderment, that Ferrari was picking its way through the drama and just minding its business with the fuel mileage.
I have a theory. I was looking at their laps. The last 3 laps got deleted. I wonder if they were serving a stop-and-go penalty.
Oh, 17 seconds. I didn't actually get the time for the other car that we saw coming down pit lane.
Because that smacks of serving some sort of black flag here. The other possibility is that they did have damage that they figured they would repair, and they were serving a drive-through. But a 17-second wouldn't be for a drive-through.
Yeah, 3 laps as well, I think, does confirm that surely is the drive-through for an incident limit. Because if it was a meatball flag, yes, 3 laps would get deleted, but they would be in pit lane for a lot longer than the 17 seconds, right? So I think the only logical deduction is, yes, it was the incident limit, and therefore they're now only 20 incidents away from having a subsequent penalty to come down and serve as well. 2 hours and 40 minutes. You may not think that's a lot of time to rack up 20 incident points, but we're here at Spa. Put me behind the wheel, I can probably get 3 or 4 a lap.
I have a bit of a grudge with Spa because it's the only endurance race where I've lost safety rating. It is, and I'm a pretty consistent driver. I typically have some of the fewest incidents, so when I get to do these endurance races, which is rarer and rarer, but Spa just, it's so hard, even if you aren't pushing, just because you go off to save the car and you have that extra space out there, so you get those 1Xs so easily around here. Patrick right now on the tail of the Drago racing car, but this is not for position. So I wonder if they're just going to sit here, and if they're happy with the pace of that Porsche, and just going to ride and save some of the fuel.
I'm not going to get the option, I think, because
nope.
The 5 says, no thank you, you pull yourself along by yourself and use the powers of the prancing horse. Just checking in with the iRacing Esports Network track, by the way, which I had failed to pay some attention to for a little bit. Graham Sanders says Spring Mountain is 9.8 kilometers. That is a long old track. I did not even realize it was that long. Where even is Spring Mountain? That's a
I was
question
just
I'm
gonna
trying to
ask that.
answer.
I'm not familiar. I'm going to Google it.
9.8 kilometers. That sounds more like just a stretch of road. We'll see if we can get some clarity there. I didn't realize this either, by the way, Joe, but you commented on the fuel maps. Apparently GT3 cars no longer have the fuel maps. We still have all these clutch games that are being played on, you know, catch and close type of things. So there's still some weirdness going on there.
Well, there is a Spring Mountain... Oh, wait, no, that is Mountain View Raceway. Okay, so it is the one, it looks like, in Nevada is where Spring Mountain is. So it looks like a bit of a club track, and it has what looks like a billion different layouts. So someone has figured out a way to combine a whole bunch of them, it appears.
So basically just sounds like a bunch of roads thrown together.
Yeah, kind of.
Okay. BMW Bank, Drago Racing in front of the race leader. A nasty snap for Kira Wolf and into the wall, and surely now down to pit lane, but no.
And that is a perfect illustration of what I was just talking about. Imagine if it was just at a slightly different time, the car was positioned slightly differently. They could have actually snapped back. I'm going back and watching it on my own. And they could have wound up running into that car quite easily and just wrecking them out, handing that 55 Mercedes the lead. Yeah, watch here on the replay. They have a little bit of a wiggle, and thankfully they snap the other way. But watch right here.
It looked rather calm from the perspective of the BMW Bank entry, but definitely not so from the off-board shot. And I am quite surprised that that car was not down to pit lane. No meatball, though, for that level of contact. So apparently, Porsche's built a strong chassis.
Yeah, quite strong. I can't imagine it's handling all that well, because that was a corner shot. That's always the real fear there, is if you want to actually hit something with the car, you want it to be square. Because if you hit a corner, there's a really good chance that you're going to damage the suspension and something's going to be out of alignment. So watching the wheel, though, it is pretty straight. So they have seemingly gotten extremely lucky.
To clarify, no contact between the BMW Bank car and Drago Racing. In front of the race leader, a moment for the Porsche, and seemingly no lasting damage with which anyone's going to be suffering with. 8 cars still left on the leading laps as we head off into the final 2.5 hours. Going back to the halfway mark of this race, almost 10 hours ago, we had 34 cars running. We still have 34 cars running, which was remarkable to see. I think in some ways we can give the Dory Award to plenty of the field.
Yeah, there is, let's see, how many are actually on the lead lap? We have 8 cars on the lead lap, which is mighty impressive with 2.5 hours to go. A long lap time will do that, but you go down to P22. And you are 4 laps down from the leaders. Remember, we talked about more than 2 minutes per lap. That's getting to be pretty far back. So all those cars are way far out of any shot at the win. Mostly, I'd say, if you have a glimmering of hope of maybe taking a victory, you must be on the lead lap at this stage.
I think you need to probably be within 10 seconds, I'd argue. You're asking for Phil Dennis to have some issues at the front to be able to close up, given the pace that we've seen from them. So question as well about BMW M Team Redline. They are retired from this race. It's not been an easy one by any means. Gianni Vecchio felt like the car didn't necessarily have that much speed, and it ended up being contact, repairs that dropped them back, and then a speeding penalty that put to bed any sort of chances for Redline to continue what has been a rather impressive run of form at this Falken Spa 24-hour event. This is Guillaume Levesque in that advanced motorsports car that's back up out onto track and rolling his way into another stint of the race. Going to be far away from seeing Kamil Grabowski make his way onto the lane. He's just ticked over onto the 24th lap, and so half an hour of fuel that they'll have to put into the car. One thing that we kind of can keep an eye on, Joe, is the fact that they'll have to make a decision on tires, whether they want to try and take 4 tires or a gamble and not take any at the very end.
I mean, with it, as hot as the track is, well, I say that it has cooled down significantly because it's 91 Fahrenheit now. I would lean towards taking them at the end. I want a good handling car at the end of this race, and a quick car, as we got a nice little battle for P12 here. The Drago Racing 696 from the Melgar in that machine is unfortunately having a little bit of pressure from Prada and the Pure Sims Esports 116. Does he go for it here? No, he's going to play the fuel games.
Yeah, bump drafting, not that fun. You can also see, just without any sort of draft, that the Porsche's struggling to go in a straight line. The damage probably doesn't help. You can see the right sides. Wheels not necessarily aligned flush with the panels of the car. In comparison, the Pure Sims effort looks a little bit more unperturbed from any sort of drama. I think the one thing that all the Porsche contenders are probably slightly relieved about is that they don't have to worry about some of the software issues, the niggles of a new car that sometimes you have in the real world. This 992 generation car struggled with its traction control and ABS system, 2 crucial systems for the amateur driver in the real world.
Exactly, and I got to witness that firsthand in some of my real-world calls, and it is a pretty fast car. Very popular still, as a lot of the Porsches are, especially in the GT3 class. But it's one of those things that we do have to appreciate, that we don't have to worry about that side. But we talked about it a little bit earlier. You can worry about other software on your computer and hardware on top of it. So there are still analogs that translate, as we got another little run, but gotta imagine he's probably not going to be passing here because Blanchemont's not a too wide corner.
No.
And that one is a little bit tricky, though, if you're going to be following that closely through there, because you can take a little bit out of the tires if you're following that tightly behind. Especially GT3 class cars put a pretty big wake behind them. This is not F1 levels, but it will wear out the tires if you're following right in the tire tracks.
Grabowski to pit lane, and I think that's one of the things that people don't consider when it comes to GT3. They look at it, they think, oh, I see these cars out on the road all the time, but what initially began as a homologation spec to bring down the cost of GT racing has been adopted by the manufacturers, and increasingly costs have been driven higher and higher. A new GT3 car, a chassis, let alone the spare parts required to actually go and run it for a full season, will run you upwards of $500,000. We've heard rumblings that some of the newer cars get as high as $800,000, $900,000. And once you factor in a mandatory spare parts package, Joe, your investment before you can even go racing is $1.2, $1.3 million.
Yep, that's, just pocket change, right? It's it's expensive to go racing at this level, but I mean, it is still, I think, overall much better than it used to be for GT racing. What I've often heard these days is that GT4 has become what GT3 was intended to be. It is a much more affordable way to go racing. And I think that pans out. If you look at series, a lot of real-world GT4 series are absolutely packed. It's extremely popular.
And in some ways, it's more of a driver's class, I'd say. Less downforce, right? You're more connected to the road itself because you're having to work the car. And I mean, speaking from the IMSA Michelin Pilot Challenge, where RaceSpot's own Tyler Maxon gets to compete, and we enjoy cheering him on. That GT4s always find a way to put on some good racing, and in a lot of ways, I feel like now in 2023. There's more diversity in GT4 fields around the world than there are in GT3s.
I think I would agree with that one. It's incredible how many manufacturers have hopped in on that one. And yeah, I've got to call Tyler's real races before. Excellent driver, I must say.
Oh, no, don't compliment him. Don't float his ego.
That's okay. I give him enough guff out there when we're not up here in the virtual booth, so he gets plenty of it. This has been interesting to watch between these two, though, here, because Prada is very dedicated to just sitting and waiting behind and pulling the slipstream behind the number 9. They've jumped up. I don't know if we've mentioned that. This is now for 11th place between these two. Someone must have pitted in front of them.
I had a couple dive down to the lane. Grabowski, as mentioned, cycled out in 16th spot. It's kind of been the story of the race, and it makes it very weird to commentate on. I must be completely honest, because you're like, oh, they're very close, but then they're not doing anything for an hour. And so there were phases in the middle 4 hours of the race where we were watching. First and second did absolutely nothing until they headed down to the pit lane. Third and fourth, randomly, every 5 laps, every 10 laps, would decide they wanted to change positions around, and it's like, oh, something happened there. Okay, now they're back to doing nothing at all.
Having spent a lot of my virtual career calling MX5 and Skippy races, this honestly feels pretty much like home to me watching this. You kind of, I'm used to seeing these sort of non-battles start to erupt, and they can be frustrating from our perspective, but it is the smart thing to do, especially in a race like this. So I said that Prada was committed here, but I mean, that's kind of the patience that it takes to know and to be able to say, to counteract that racer's instinct. I want to be ahead. I want to race. I want to go as fast as I can to try and make these numbers and use the tools available, and the draft is a tool.
You can see that draft closing the 2 on that run up the hill in towards Blanchimont. Pressure slightly relieved by Prada, just bleeding off the throttle in towards the final corner as they will close to the end of what is the 553rd lap for these respective cars. Continues to just be that half a car length between them. Pure Sims, of course, the team owned by the multi-time British touring car champion Ash Sudden, who is also born in the year 1994, and is making me feel like I haven't done enough in motorsports.
Oh, just wait till you come across all these drivers that are so much younger as time goes on.
This is the problem, Joe, with being in sim racing. I'm 29, going on 29, but I feel very old when I'm commentating on 13-year-olds winning iRacing World Championship races.
Yeah, exactly. It's definitely a young person's game in sim racing, but trust me, it doesn't get any better. You know, I mean, even racing in general has definitely become a sport where you got to get into the game quite young these days. I think we've sadly gone past the years where drivers are going to be in their late 20s like you are, that they're getting their big breaks. If you're not getting the breaks by your early 20s, then you're probably not as likely to be hitting the big show. So that isn't a bad thing necessarily. I think you know, racers that are able to carry on at the lower levels because they love it should. But if you have aspirations to reach the top level, you kind of have to be working at it from, you know, your pre-teens on up.
So clearly the goal is to be like Gustavo Ariel. I had a great chat with him on the VCO Esports Studio podcast on Friday, and he said that he started sim racing. He's 22 years old now, Joe. Started sim racing when he was 4 years old.
Oh, jeez.
Yep.
I'm trying to remember the earliest I'd sim raced, because I don't think I was 4. I'd have to check and see how old I was when Papyrus put out the Indy 500 simulator, because that's the first one that I can think of that I ran that you would consider a sim.
Yeah, well, this is the thing. I don't think I can really consider anything that I did until I actually got into iRacing properly as actual sim racing, which means I've only been around the sim racing world really since 2013 or so, but I've been playing racing games for a lot longer than that. And I would even argue that as much as my love of motorsports has flourished courtesy of iRacing, especially the special events allowing me to see so many different types of motorsports and disciplines, but there are specific games that I can highlight as being why I love motorsports. F1 2001, Dirt 2 are probably the two most influential games I can recall.
I already listed one of mine, but then the other Papyrus games were definitely a huge time sink. I remember being probably about 6th or 7th grade and running full seasons in NASCAR Racing 2, tracking in my school notebook of where myself and all the other drivers are points-wise in the upcoming races, and putting myself in the, imagining I'm running a full season, things like that. So I wasn't able to race online. iRacing was definitely revolutionary for me in that sense.
Yes.
But I'd been sim racing since quite young, just never really competed like we have today, which is always just, when I sit and think about what we're able to do here, and I think about the logistics required for it, I always feel incredibly grateful that we can get to do this these days and race against some of the coolest names out there as well. The fact that I can say, I've gotten to race against Timmy Hill and Will Power and things like that is kind of awesome.
Yeah, and again, it's the plug and play, right? The jump in and online race. There is an online race available for you to go and do. Of course, we've got so many different licenses with which you can work your way up. Dirt road, dirt oval, road and oval, the 4 categories in which they are bunched on up, and so many different paths within which you can work from there. Don't forget new memberships, as always, 40% off. Head on to iRacing.com to learn a little bit more. There's also a couple of links to some of the World Championship Series where you can learn a little bit more about them, because here on the iRacing Esports Network it is rather busy period. Monday nights continuing to see World of Outlaws Buckingham late model action. Tuesdays you get your eNASCAR Coca-Cola action. If you're not done with the racing just yet, well, Wednesday nights iRacing Off-Road Championship Series. We're not done. Thursday nights the Grand Prix Turn Racing iRacing Qualifying Series, and now on Saturdays the Porsche Tactical Esports Super Cup Qualifying Series. So much top level esports going on all the time.
Yeah, and I tell you, I know there might be some that say, oh, why would I want to watch dirt racing? I can tell you that...
Me.
Well, hey, I was going to bring it up because I still have dirt on me. We talked about my real-world obligations. I actually work at a local dirt track doing Victory Lane interviews. I was out until midnight last night, and waking up at 5 a.m. this morning, I have literally just gotten up out of bed and hopped into here. So I still have the gunk all over me. and honestly, that's the other cool thing I think about iRacing is they have so many different disciplines here. As we see the battle now, I've been kind of keeping an eye on this between Heinrich and Felipe. This is for 6th position between the gridandgo.com esports car and the Arnage competition car. But iRacing really opened me up to all sorts of racing that I never really followed. And now I definitely love and can absolutely get into. Sports car racing is one that I didn't think that I would get into before iRacing, and dirt racing is absolutely something that it has grown my appreciation and passion for.
Yeah, and I feel that's what I was saying earlier with the special events, right? You can... Coming up in the second half of the year, we've got so many more different things that maybe these drivers may not have the experience of, and so I'm curious to see what they will jump into. Again, iRacing Off-Road Championship Series, you can watch it just because it's coverage produced by RaceSpot, so you can join myself, our Junior Kanky Party, and Josh Lee. We're always getting very excited about the racing that we get there. But, Joe, I'll be quite frank in saying I'd watched rallying growing up. That was one of the main things that I actually watched because that's one of the few things on TV. But dirt oval racing was very foreign to me. Got into it because of iRacing, loved it. I've commentated on some sim racing stuff, World of Outlaws iRacing Championships. And then I got to go see it in person for the first time. And when I got dirt flying up towards me and I got hit by a chunk of it, that visceral experience. Oh, I was hooked, and now I've got to go. World of Outlaws are in California in a couple of weeks' time, and I'm hoping that I can try and sneak off and make sure that I see some of that.
Yeah, absolutely would recommend it to anybody. And that's the other cool thing about dirt oval racing. There is so many tracks around North America that is one of your best opportunities to go and see a race, because most of them have racing every Friday, every Saturday night, that you can just go and grab a ticket and hop in the stands and get to enjoy the love of it like Arjuna did. So yeah, definitely suggest anybody that thinks that, you know, they can dismiss it. No, give it a shot. Just once. Go and check it out and see what you think.
And it's relatively affordable.
Yes.
And the best part is, it looks and sounds really cool. As
yes.
Again, I've commentated on top-level sim racers doing it, but seeing the actual way the cars dig into the dirt, and yeah, it is super cool. And I was talking about it earlier as well when it comes to being able to go out and go to an IMSA race, go to every, in the US and in plenty of Europe as well, paddocks are so open and accessible. So go and take advantage of the ability to go and see these race cars up close and in person, because enjoy what is a golden era, it feels like, of motorsports in so many ways, not just in endurance racing, but across the board. While we've been talking, by the way, about battles for 6th, about battles for 11th spot, BMW Bank, the number 55 Mercedes, AMG, Williams esports teams, basically locked hammer and tongs, 11.5 seconds separated from one another, entering in towards the next pit stop cycle of the race, 15 minutes before Williams heads on down to the lane and likely to swap out drivers Alessandro Bichi to hand over for the final 2 hours of the race. It's looking quite nice for that BMW Bank car.
Yeah, and I'm looking at the lap times right now and comparing, and it is extremely close. So Phil really cannot afford to slip up here, and probably is going to be pushing still relatively hard with the traffic. So I think this is not over by any stretch of the imagination. He's going to have to be on his game, because back here Bico is just trying to make sure and match every one of these laps, so that if he does have just honestly even a spin, could hand this lead back over to the 55 team.
We saw the big moment, by the way, for the number 92 Mercedes AMG Esports Urano car. They are back out there after a 6.5 minute pit stop to repair the damage. And once again, the Mercedes spare parts crew have been able to lend apparently enough body parts to get a almost completely fresh AMG GT3 out there onto the track. The spare parts departments for all the manufacturers must be doing some decent business today.
You know, when you were mentioning the various ideas floated, and I'm sure someone has suggested it to iRacing already, I think it would honestly be very cool if they had a limit to parts in these endurance races. They limit tires now in a lot of races on iRacing. So I say let's go one further and say, okay, the real world, you can't just slap infinite parts on these cars. Even the biggest teams have an upper limit. So let's say, you only have so many suspension pieces sitting back there in the back. So you can't just repeatedly take it in and get it repaired and come back out.
I've always wondered how motorsports insurance actually works, because it seems like the biggest scam in the world, because motorsport is, I'm not going to say the most dangerous thing you can do, but it is inherently a dangerous thing, and inherently a money-losing process for the most part. You're burning fuel, you're going to have to replace the engines in your car, etc., etc. There's nothing usually about motorsports that makes money. And so it's motorsports insurance basically where people just put up a bunch of money and say, I'm going to crash, here's the pool to cover my eventual damages.
It's, I mean, yeah.
Okay.
There's the old joke that to make a fortune in racing, you have to start with a small fortune. So it's, I mean, and it's very true. Basically, you are getting into it knowing that you're probably not going to make money back. And to be honest, on a sort of serious note, that's why it is so hard to get sponsorship in racing. because the return is very difficult to sell. It's very much done for a love of the sport, and why you tend to see most of the sponsorship go to the highest levels. But I'm kind of hoping that sim racing will help that some, because I do love seeing a lot of these real teams get involved, because they're realizing that they can get all of this cool exposure for a lot less money and less of having to pay for parts and worry about the health of your drivers, et cetera, et cetera. So again, there's plenty of upsides to sim racing. That, yes, it doesn't have, like you said, the visceralness of the real thing that it can give you. But what it does do is lower the cost, lower the entry level, but give all the same excitement.
And of course, Racing Prodigy have already handed out one Prodigy pass for Gustavo Ariel to make his way to the Atlanta Motorsports Park later this year, compete in a Radical to be part of the inaugural Prodigy Racing League. The next opportunity for you to qualify your way and to earn a Prodigy Pass begins this coming week with iRacing Time Attack qualifiers once again. It's Okayama, it's the Formula 1600, and it all builds to the semi-finals on August the 12th, when the 40 fastest qualifiers enter. We whittle that down to the 20 that do battle on Sunday, August the 13th, and the second Prodigy Pass will be handed out. It seems quite fitting, almost 10 years on from the GT Academy days, the Gran Turismo movie coming out. Very similar sort of a project from people very, very committed to trying to push and blur those lines between the virtual and the reality. I don't think Lucas Prada's very concerned about blurring the lines between 11th and 12th positions for the time being, because we keep checking back in on him, and he continues to be content to sit behind Arturo Melgar.
I think he's trying to be his shadow at this point. He's got Peter Pan syndrome or something going on, because this is he has really just been tucked up behind the car and is doing everything he can. I'm pretty certain that this is intended to try and make some sort of number to help them out at the end of the race, and it will, because honestly, even if they are pretty safe to try and reach this 1 hour mark in about 10 minutes, and they can go well past it, what this does do from here is you can get a much shorter stop as well. So you can leapfrog other cars that you're racing against, including this number 3 machine, or number 9 machine, excuse me, that they're sitting behind. They're going to be saving so much more fuel when they come in for the pit stops. If you only need to put in 15 laps worth, and instead of 17 or 18, you're going to be in and out with many seconds to spare, and you can honestly break the draft and not have to worry about them catching you that way.
I wonder if Lucas Prada's not in this lap, but next time by 24 laps into the run. Even if he pits next time, it's what, 7 minutes before the top of the hour. Hypothetically, can save another 4 minutes, 2 minutes per hour. He's still a little bit short. Big send under the brakes, not going to peel off to the right. Klaxon goes off for Yellow Walters, entering in the Bilo Racing Team 451. Just continuing though to ride is the Pure Sims 116. Williams Esports' Academy car, after heading down pit lane for its early pit stop, is on the back of the Drago Racing car that cornered itself into the wall. I think that's the way you described it, right?
Oh, you're talking about yeah, when they struck the corner of the car. Yeah, it got itself a little bit in trouble there, but it does seem to be running fine, and I mean, I think they got away with it. It's always kind of your worst fear that you hit the corner of the car and do something that's going to have to force you down in the pit lane or just screw up the steering. And like you said, a lot of times the car's never quite the same, because you can fix that and the steering still be a little off. And he's not going to hold up that number 11, just kind of lets him pass there. So I think they're more concerned about their own race. It's another one of those strange things that doesn't sound all that exciting from the outside, but it is a big part of endurance racing. Sometimes you just have to run your own race, and if you don't think you can keep pace, if the other driver gets a run, don't defend, because you're going to get in trouble. 2 hours is the length of a normal race, so that is still even though relative is not long, it's still a long time, and it's not worth doing anything silly.
No, I think if you've got this far as well, if you're not in a battle, which most people are not, being realistic, there's nothing to gain and there's everything to lose. You've gotten this far, 34 still running. There's plenty of teams and drivers ready to pick up any scraps that you may feed them. So Cody Deeth in that Williams Esports Chill Blast car. Inside the top 5, yes, but onto lap 24, and the one that we've been wondering if they were going to be able to cut out the pit stop, because they boxed 40 minutes into the race, slightly off kilter after Moreno Sorica got involved in an incident, and so trying to save 20 minutes worth of fuel since then, while also trying to play whatever strategy they needed to keep themselves in the mix. Right on the cusp of doing so, I'd say.
Cody Deeth is another one of those that you mentioned, young drivers out here that blows me away. He's as fast as he is, because 5th place in the top split, and he's going to carry on. Interesting. So going to go another lap on this stint and try to extend it. I think if they get to this next lap, they should be right on the cusp of being able to make it from here. But yeah, Cody Deeth is a very young guy, but incredibly quick out there and quite good at these endurance races.
Yeah, so on to the 25th lap, which means come into pit lane 2 hours and 3 odd minutes to go. Leave pit lane maybe with 2 hours and 1 minute to go. One more stint of fuel saving and they should be good. And that will leave them with a little bit of buffer to Patrick Heinrich in the grid and go Ferrari that, of course, has had that incident penalty that I guess we're going to become a little bit more curious as to where other teams sit in relation to the incident limit. Remember, there's a 100x incident limit. What does that mean? Well, teams and their drivers build up the incident points by going off the track, that's a 1x incident point, or through car contacts, anywhere from 1 to 4 incident points. And so over 24 hours you rack them up, and effectively you're allowed 4 incidents per hour. 4 off tracks or 1 car contact. When you put it in that perspective, Joe, it doesn't sound like a lot.
No, and the point of this is because there was a time where they didn't have the incident limits, and well, if you don't care about your safety rating, there's a lot you could do to kind of game the system. So this keeps everybody honest, and everybody has to try and at least make a concerted attempt to keep it between the white lines and within the racing boundaries. So I am honestly one of those that is fully in favor of doing things like this, so that everybody's kind of racing fair out there and racing within the spirit of the rules as we continue to watch this Chill Blast car head up through Blanchimont. This is one of those places where you can definitely gain a lot of time up through the corner. You can see all that paved runoff to the outside. You can abuse that if you really wanted to try and pick up some pace. And you think about teams like the 55 trying to chase down the 7. That, if they wanted to, if they had the leftover incident points, they could try and abuse that system still, even to try and catch them up. So it's not a foregone conclusion. If you think, oh, I can catch a few tenths a lap trying to go over, but it's personally, that's not something that I'd be willing to do, because you might need those later. I'm
quite impressed that the Williams Esports Chill Blast car has gone on to the 26th lap of the run. The lap times, yes, do slightly reflect the fact that they backed off to be able to hit this mark, but it means they're not going to have to worry about the fuel saving in either of the next 2 stints, and so I think we are expecting Cody to jump out of that car. Has been in there for the last 40 odd laps or so, and after not doing a lap until the 12th hour of the race, Cody Deeth has been able to more than do his fair share in the hours since. Moreno Sorica, Sami Trogan both standing by and ready to take over. It will be interesting to see who does end up sliding in, who they trust the most at the end to be able to push. I think we're going to see, for the BMW Bank car, Phil Dennis definitely getting out, because it's nearing 4 a.m. in California. He'll be delighted to be relieved of his driving responsibilities. Alessandro Bico also not far away from handing his car over. Final 2 hours, Joe, it's a sprint to the end, and now you've hopefully got the driver that you trust implicitly with being able to make those choices in split-second moments.
Absolutely, and we've been focusing a lot there on P1 and P2, but I want to give a little bit of love to Urano Esports data group, the number 90. A podium finish potentially here. They're kind of in no man's land, where they've got 20 seconds in front of them and more than 20 seconds behind them. That's not a bad thing. I mentioned earlier in the broadcast, sometimes you want to just be able to focus on your own race, and this does a great job at that when you don't have anybody to battle. So Kibichev currently in that number 90 car. Right now, that car behind him, that's multiple laps down, 3 laps down for the Falken Sim Racing blue car. So they're not concerned about them. They're probably content to let them pull that slipstream behind them. But yeah, I want to give them some love, because a podium finish and top split, yeah, they're not as close to those top 2, but I'd say they've pulled their weight.
Pulled away from Josh Thompson, who is on lap 565. Ollie Steinbratton last drove that car on lap 490. So it's going on a triple stint for Thompson. 2-driver lineup puts a lot of pressure, and come the end you do tend to see the strain of that being placed onto the lap times and the consistency of them, and Redline I think will be thrilled at least that they will be able to grab potentially a 4th spot. There is the Williams Esports Chill Blast car that will finally make its way on towards the lane, and as Cody Deeth slowly navigates his way into the box, hopefully not sliding on through, up on the jacks almost instantly. No speeding penalty on the entry either, and it's going to be the Walkenhorst Motorsports driver Sami Matti Trogan, the former iRacing Rallycross World Championship winner, that gets ready to rumble for the final 2 hours.
And Sammy is quite fast on pavement as well, so I think, I honestly, when you asked about who they were going to put in, my mind immediately went to, I'm going to put Sammy in there and have him finish it off. So I think that's going to be a good hot shoe. Try and make up whatever time they can. Also, nice and safe in that car to try and bring it home clean from here. Yeah, to have a name like Josh Thompson behind you in a race like this, that's a testament to how fast these top 3 have been, and all the various drivers amongst the podium currently on the track, because Josh Thompson is no slouch.
Absolutely not. So less than 2 hours to go in this 2023 iRacing Falken Tyre Spa 24 hours. Joe Peak jumps out of the commentary booth, and Cam Roger rejoins us to the checkered flag. Cam, I mean, my goodness gracious me, we started this race with 50 contenders, and instantly on the first lap we lost 16 of them almost in the blink of an eye. Now it's come down effectively to 2 that are pushing each other all the way to the end.
Yeah, they've been so close for so long, have the number 7 and the number 55, and unfortunately a few hours ago this gap appeared after contact between the 2. The BMW car spinning Williams, and unfortunately it has stayed that way of this. Yeah, 10 to 12 seconds is pretty much been, and it looks like it's going the way of BMW, but you never know how that's going to work with the strategies and with the pressure when it comes to the final stint as well. So yeah, just a couple of pit stops left before we know who the winner of the Spa 24 is going to be.
I mean, I think we have a likely winner in the form of a BMW bank car. It is, I feel like I'm now inviting a bit of the commentator's curse down. Who did you try and commentator's curse? I remember calling you out in the first 2 hours for this. You did try it. You did try this. You remember, don't you?
Yeah. Do you remember who it was?
Well, we'll have to go back and spool the clip because I don't.
Because
was it Urano?
Possibly, but a few hours ago, Ewan did commentators curse the battle between this that ended up in the contact, saying that they would stay together to the end of the race, and then of course a few laps later, coming into the pit lane, things going back to making contact. So it's a little bit. I know Lewis McGlade isn't going to agree with that one, but I do.
I don't know if I believe that. I believe in the commentator's curse. You know that. I don't know if I believe that was the commentator's curse. That was honestly one of those incidents where you look at it and you go, racing deal instantly. No two qualms about it. Unfortunately for the Mercedes-AMG Team Williams eSports car, they came off by far the worst. But Concertina up into that final chicane. There's only so much time you have to react, and that's why it was so difficult. Sven Hasel's going to head back out in the gridandgo.com eSports 001, takes over from Patrick Heinrich, and well, Sven Hasel's by far been the fastest driver in the Ferraris over the course of today's race.
Yeah, he's doing an absolutely fantastic job in that Grid and Go eSports car. Of course, staying right up in that lead train in the opening parts, doing even a 28-lap stint. We were told the Ferraris are probably going to be the ones struggling the most on fuel, but he did the longest stint, ironically, and really doing a good job. Even to be inside the top 10 in one of these iRacing special events is very good. There's still actually a pretty decent way, decent way inside, well, basically avoiding going 2 laps down as well, so they should stay 1 lap down, which is pretty good after 24 hours.
Don't forget live timing and scoring, by the way. RaceSpotTV/timing if you're trying to follow along with the gaps and the pit stop calls. There's Alessandro Bico that brings the number 55 in from 2nd spot. We'll not see Vlad Kimichev in this time by. You can see him in that bright red Porsche just sweeping through on the outside of the picture. Bico's navigating through that rather treacherous chicane. Cam, you're pulling double duty, not just in the comms booth, but behind the wheel of a car as well. Tell us the story of how things have gone for you.
Yes, so we're down in split 15. We started quite a way down, like 20 something in our split, but our first drive Enzo got us pretty decently. He basically got 13 places on the first lap after some issues for other people, and then we had pretty solid racing from there, actually. All of us, myself, you and Lewis, who you know from the commentary booth, all having some pretty decent stints. Lewis did bin it, unfortunately.
Okay, good.
And we lost, I think it was 8 minutes, he said. So what's that, about 4 laps in the pit lane. Ironically, it was on his in-lap, though, so it wasn't too bad. And then I did oversleep by 2 hours, but fortunately, Lewis was awake, so he could jump in. So we had to swap our stints around there. So, yeah, not too bad, actually. I believe we're in P7. The last update that I received from, obviously I haven't really been speaking too much.
The top 10 on the cards.
Yeah, and that's why we come to these races, though, to be honest. We just like, oh yeah, there's 4 of us, have a bit of fun, and yeah, especially for Ewan as well, being his his first race in quite a while. He's not really much of a driver.
No, definitely. It's been, I'm sure, a trial by far for him. Carl Jansen, by the way, into the 55 for the final 2 hours. We had a nice little chat with him almost halfway through the race, and now we'll get to see if he's going to be the one that can bring that margin down to the race leaders, who just continue to stay out there and extend the fuel window. 22 laps and counting for them. We have not just Jansen, by the way, who's into the lane. Red line, bring Josh Thompson in. Steinbratten is finally going to take over and surely bring that car to the end. Arnage is number 4, and Dino Felipe also making their way down the 1.5 kilometer pit lane. I think we're going to see Vlad Kimichev be the next to make his way on through in the Porsche.
Certainly are, and it's been even just in the couple of hours that I was away from the commentary box, it seems that like that number 90 car has gained a couple of laps on the Williams in terms of the pit offset as well. So Williams, that 55 car, seems to be struggling the most on fuel, I would say, over the course of these few hours that I've been keeping up with them, as obviously one of the main talking points is their offset with that Team BMW bank car. We know this car is going the longest out of all these front runners. They've still got another 2 or 3 laps to go, to be honest. So when we get to that final pit stop, they're going to be well inside the final hour. They'll have a shorter pit stop, and they'll save an extra few seconds. So the gap there was 11 seconds is probably going to go up near a sort of 15, maybe even 20 seconds, something in that region.
Who's currently queued up for the BMW bank number 7 in through Piff Paff with still a handful of laps to go. Both Reina Talvar and Felix Quirnbach are in the session, and I think available to take on driving responsibilities. I can see Phil Denez has done 204 laps or so. Reina Talvar has done 210. Felix Quirnbach in comparison, I think if I tot up the math just to confirm that number, think has done about 140-ish laps, so maybe he's the one to bring it to the end, but Dennis is going to get out of that car at 4 a.m. feeling like he's done a pretty solid job, which I think you have to argue is definitely the case ultimately. Like I was saying earlier with Joe, with Grid and Go Esports staying out of trouble with the car spinning in front of them, you've got one main job as the driver. People think it's drive quick, Cam, but no, it's keep the car clean.
That's what comes first in a 24-hour race. As the saying always goes, if you spend more time in the pit lane for damage repairs, for spins, for all this sort of stuff, you are going to be not winning, because even if you're faster on the track, it's that extra, if you think about an extra minute in the pit lane and then convert that to a minute gap that you're trying to bring down on the road, it's very, very difficult, even impossible. That's why we're seeing, for instance, like Kimichev and co in the number 90, they've been that sort of 30 seconds or so back from the lead for so long. I mean, just getting that on raw pace is very difficult. So if you stay out on the track and have a nice, clean race, that is what's going to be helping you win these 24-hour races. It has been crazy, we've been mentioning this, how close it stayed between those teams so far, of the number 7 and number 55, but as it stands, just a little bit too far for the 55 to catch.
Get the gap when the BMW bank car cycles through the lane, and just track how it is all moving. Drago Racing's number 9 has Jakub Maciejewski now behind the wheel. Lucas Prada still on the controls of the 116 Pure Sims car as they cycle their way up through the hill. And again, I've seen a number of comments talking about, you know, updating Spa here on iRacing, and I think the more interesting thing about it isn't things like the gravel being added and whatnot, even though those are relatively important changes. I think the thing I'm most curious about, Cam, is the repaving, the resurfacing that they've had at Spa, and how that's affected what we may get here on iRacing moving forward.
Yeah, that's true. It wasn't just a sort of runoff and that sort of design layout. It was actually the physical track was repaved, and that always changes in some ways, like the little nuances. Maybe there's a little bump in a certain place, or maybe in general it's just a little bit uneven. That sort of thing can always affect the car in certain ways. So that would potentially be quite a big update. I mean, we've already seen it. What recent years like Watkins Glen, VIR, etc. They have had those sort of full redos on iRacing, so I wouldn't be surprised if this one comes at some point, but I definitely think it would change the way that this track goes, especially considering how long this one in particular has been in the sim. There'll be quite a few updates coming that people maybe don't realize.
There is a bump at the WeatherTech Raceway Laguna Seca that you can feel on iRacing that I got very frustrated driving over at one point, to the point where I just asked one of my teammates who's actually driven there, is this bump real or not? And he confirmed to me, yes, that bump does exist. And so at least I know that my direct drive wheel is providing me the feedback that it promised. But yeah, the technology that we have, the way that they go and laser scan all these tracks, and of course now we've got the data becoming more and more readily available. iRacing's got its fantastic technology, of course, but 3D scanning is becoming more publicly available, and so tracks now have the impetus to be able to own their own scan data, which is so important when it comes to preserving heritage and legacy of motorsport. We can't go back in time and bring back tracks that have already been lost, but we can definitely keep those around that may be lost to time soon.
Well, exactly. We've seen this as a Pukekohe Park in New Zealand. That's quite a big one, as it's not going to be raced again in the future. North Wilkesboro, obviously, it's now been used for the NASCAR All-Stars, but obviously that was brought into iRacing a couple of years ago. Oran Park in Australia as well, that is now a housing development, so it's not even physically a thing in the real world anymore. So yeah, it's great to see things like that continuing in the sim. And I should say, once the data's there in the sim, it can be used forever, and I wouldn't be surprised if we see other tracks, because, you know, unfortunately, as it goes in the real world and the economic conditions, sometimes tracks do fall by the wayside or just don't get used anymore, and it's cool that we can keep driving them in the sim.
It's not even just financial reasons, right? Let's be honest. Laguna Seca, let's use that as the example. People complain about the fact that they move near a noisy racetrack. What a wonderful idea that was, right? Yeah, no, BMW Bank, by the way, down on pit lane. End of lap 571. We are into those final 2 hours now, and 13 minutes past the top of the hour. If you are BMW Bank, you're going to take a, surely, full service this time by. Next time by is not going to be a full service in terms of fuel, but surely still full service in terms of tires, so you've got the grip underneath you. Have to wait and see who jumps into that car, but I'm not going to be surprised whether it's Reina Talvar or Felix Quirnbach. I just feel like surely Reina Talvar's been so quick. Put him in and see what he's got.
They do have the opportunity to, I guess, do 2 different drivers in these next 2 upcoming stints, but you'd assume they're going to put in 1 driver for a double stint. Phil Denez, as you see, at the wheel, but there it blinks as it swaps drivers. Felix Quirnbach gets in, at least for this stint, or maybe to take it to the end. He's, of course, been a prominent figure in that car today. Flash the headlights, make sure everything's running, and he's getting himself psyched up to make sure he doesn't make any mistakes and keep the lead there ahead of the number 55 Williams Esport.
I think logically it makes sense again. The fact that he has only done the 150 laps or so means that this stint will get him up to the same numbers as the rest of the team. But again, I think Joey described Talvar as maybe the MVD, most valuable driver, so far when we had been talking, and I don't necessarily think he is wrong. The stints that Talvar has put forward have been amongst the most important. The 55 winds out of La Source with Quirnbach already merging back up through the Kemmel kink and in towards that run into Le Colme, and the margin might even have grown through the pit stop cycle. 11.5, 12 seconds entering into the window. 13.5, 14 leaving it.
Yeah, we've seen this in a couple of pit stops early as well. Because they go a few laps longer, they have a couple of extra laps on the lighter fuel, and as long as the tyres are good, you will be able to gain just a few extra tenths. So yeah, getting up another second or 2, which is perfect for them as it grows even more. As we've just been saying, got about an hour a stint, so yeah, be about 45 minutes, 3/4 of a stint they'll need next time around for their final pit stop. So yeah, they won't need to take a full tank. They'll save an extra couple of seconds. So looking very good indeed, and there's nothing that this Williams car can do apart from push and see what happens. We have a couple of cars behind them, obviously trying to motivate them to push even harder and not be unlapped by them as such, but they should be fine. I just don't know if they have the pace. These 2 cars have been equal for so long now. I think it's pretty much been 1-2 for them for the last probably about 10-12 hours of this race.
It's a shame they're just not line astern like they were a bit ago. There's the look to the inside from De Ligt in the number 91, sweeps on past the Pure Sims number 6 of Jesse Stevens, and 28th spot, yes, but for that number 91 Mercedes-AMG Urano Esports crew, they've had to persevere and hang in there. 7 laps adrift from the leader, and look to at least grab a top 30 finish. Danny Lorenko in the second of the Mercedes-AMG Esports Urano, the number 92. We saw him about an hour ago just leaving the pit lane after 7 minutes of repairs after he smashed his Mercedes through Blanchiment. Urano's Mercedes not running so well. The Porsche just continues to be up there and towards the front. It's only 2 or 3 fights going on right now. De Ligt's got past Stevens. We've still got Prada and Maciejewski going back and forth. But with an hour and 43 minutes to go, it's not just, I think, the strategy that has somewhat fizzled itself out, but I think most of the drivers kind of know that they've got what they've got, because the gaps are large enough that with the exception of maybe Arnage and Grid and Go inside of the top 10, I don't necessarily think there's anyone else who's looking to have a fight.
Yeah, just trying to look up and down to the gaps, nothing overly close as such. I think oh no, they're just in the pit lane. I think for the Urano car, there was a bit of a close battle for me, but I think that Urano car is just coming to the pit lane a bit further down.
So yeah, this is pretty much the closest battle, but as you'd expect, after what we've had 22 and a bit hours of racing, everyone naturally spreads out. And I mean, to be honest, you wouldn't expect them to stay bumper to bumper, which is why I've been so amazed by that battle for first and second. Of course, it's just spread out now, but even then, the consistency up there has been remarkable. But lower down, there's still some places up for grabs if you want to risk it in these final couple of hours.
Prado Maciejewski will not head off to pit lane for another 18 or so laps. So unless the Drago Racing Porsche wants to start forcing the issue, you'd have to assume that for the time being it's not going to close on up. It is definitely closing up between Sven Haase and the Orange Mercedes that is on the chase. They've got the BMW Bank leading entry between them. And the one thing that I can guarantee you, Sven Haase will not want to go one lap down. But with Dinez closing and closing and closing, there may become a point where he doesn't have an option but to let the BMW go.
Yeah, not mandatory blue flags as such, but there will be a point where he kind of just has to get out of the way naturally. Are we going to see the Williams car just in the background? No, such is the gap, unfortunately. But as we come out up towards Eau Rouge and Radion, the BMW car will be hoping to get to some sort of slipstream. The issue is when you get to this high up, obviously they've lapped pretty much everyone in the field apart from that top 7, obviously, but when you get to this stage, the cars are doing effectively the same speed as you. There's no massive pace advantage, so you've got to work your way through if they're not, if the slower car isn't just going to let you through.
Especially not when they have been up there in the leading pack and you're trying to put a lap down on 7th. It's not the same as 37th. After that, 8 seconds to the Simufy car that is going to owe us a pit stop relative to the rest of the field. It's 20 laps into the run. And then Williams Esports Chill Blast, another 8 seconds further up. Maybe seems like a bridge too far, but we'll see how hard Quirnbeck is pushing. Last time by was the only driver into the 216s, did a 216.972. 14 seconds, that margin now to Carl Janssen. So Quirnbeck's definitely pushing. Last time by 6/10 the margin opened up.
Well, yeah, they don't need to do any fuel saving or anything anymore. It doesn't matter if they go a lap shorter, really, in the next stint, because they have that advantage in hand, and that is, you know, why they've done all of the hard work earlier. They've got that, 4-lap advantage now on the number 55, and they can just do their own thing. So, yeah, basically they've done the work already, and now they can just reap the rewards from that push to the end, or at least push within the comfortable limit to the end, keep that gap, keep the 55 out of reach, and then they'll be winning the 24 hours of Spa. Of course, a very difficult feat, and I still feel a bit sorry for Williams to not be quite in that fight there, and I actually sort of praise them for keeping going like that and really keeping the pressure on, because BMW, they can't chill to the end, but they've definitely got it easy, but they can't just give up completely.
It's going to be the traffic that plays its part, because last time at the line for BMW Bank, 2:17.744, 17.44, excuse me, for Carl Janssen. So 0.3 quicker, but given that was a pretty slow lap for Felix Quirnbeck, Carl Janssen gaining as much ground as one might have hoped. For those at the very back, I'm still impressed about Luke McEwen, that has apparently continued to run after we saw Sal Vittalens pick up the keys to the 99. Luke McEwen did 1 lap at the start, then Maxime Brient did a stint about 2 hours in. An hour ago, Sal Vittalens said, you know, I know we've only done 30 laps, but maybe we can do a few more, and well, I guess they're continuing to circulate.
Yeah, 509 laps down is what I'm saying. So that is, yeah, that's pretty crazy. But the fact that they've come back out, It is really nice to see that they at least are going to try and get to the finish. I guess you've still done, still done the practice. They've still got some sponsors on the car that they probably want to shout out as well, especially with their new partnership with Mercedes-AMG not too long ago. So yeah, good to see that they have that spirit to come back and they're not completely giving up on their weekend. Obviously, they're not going to be actually getting any more positions, because the next position is 221 laps away, so they would need a good sort of 5 hours to get that back, so they're not going to be getting that, but at least they're having a bit of fun, hopefully.
We haven't invented time travel just yet, so no, until that happens, that is not a gap that is capable of being closed in the modern realms of motorsport. I think they'll be slightly frustrated that both their contenders were out as well. That's a lot of damage to the front of the Mecho Chuchando Fercho, number 16. Little Cake's own Miguel San Martin's had a bit of an issue, and we'll have to go and pick up what happened to him. But we had 34 out there and running at one point. I think technically with Apex back out there, we still have 34 running.
Certainly, and yeah, that car's been in the pit lane for over 4 minutes now, the number 16 entry. We did see them, I think, in the background when one of the hitters, I think it might have been maybe when BMW came in, they were in there at the same time. So they've had, yeah, quite a few problems to get to that stage. Probably a big hit somewhere. 6 laps down currently, and they've gone behind the race clutch blue entry as well with that, unfortunately. They have got about a minute or so to Bila just in behind, so hopefully they can get out ahead of that. But considering the bonnet, or should I say the hood, was off that car, they'll definitely have quite a long repair.
Now, we'll see if we can pick up what happened to that car. Jump on board. It's down the hill.
Is the hood already gone by now?
So the hood is already gone. They've already been involved in a big smash, and the engine just blows up.
Oh, they've had a huge hit somewhere. Oh god, that's going to be I dread to think how long their damage repairs are if they've blown the engine. That's surely going to be like an hour or something crazy after the tow back to the pit lane. But they've obviously had a huge hit before, which has damaged the engine, such as losing.
They've already got the damage at this point. We jump slightly further back as well, so they've been running with it for quite a while. I would operate under the assumption, and so if it was damage, it was the type of damage that was small and innocuous, but over time becomes more and more prominent, and eventually it can take no more, and the number 16 might actually be done for the day, because you talk about the repair time. Required repairs, I would suggest, probably nearing 50 odd minutes. Optionals on top of that, you're getting close to maybe 90 minutes in total. Arnage, by the way, now with Grid and Go both 1 lap down, the BMW bank car was able to cycle on through. It means 8 tenths, and now nobody splits the Mercedes from the Ferrari.
Yeah, it's getting very close, and that is another reason why the Grid and Go car, of course, wasn't wanting to lose any time possible, because that is a very important position, to be honest. Anywhere inside the top 10, I think a lot of these teams will be happy after the 24 hours. Is not easy by any means just to get to the end, let alone in a top position. And I wonder if we're going to see actually a re-overtake here, re-lapping, or if it's just going to be a bit of a bump draft pushing the leader up the straight.
Maybe this is where the Ferrari can work together with the BMW. Carl Janssen told us that he and the rest of the Williams Esports team were trying to use the Mercedes grunt to push the BMW on the straights, and then use the draft from the BMW in the medium speed corners where it had plenty of speed to hold in the middle sectors of the lap. This is where maybe the Ferrari can help itself by pushing that BMW on forward. I don't think Felix Kornbach is going to say no to some extra horses pushing him down a straightaway. Similar sort of case, it would seem, for Lucas Prada, Jakub Maciejewski, who just continue, it seems, to play that bump drafting game. And Drago Racing Porsche in 9th position. Excuse me, the number 9 car that's lost 9 positions from where it started. Still's got that damage on the right-hand side, and for the Drago Racing crew as well, showed up with 2 Porsches, not necessarily the most favored of the manufacturers. I wonder what we'll see from them in the next of the special events.
Yeah, I'm not sure actually what to think of the BOP today. Of course, we've got quite a few of the manufacturers up there. We did have the McLaren for quite a while at the front, but we do have a couple of Porsches, well, 3 Porsches really inside the top 6. And then obviously a few further down as well. So I don't think it's really out of contention, that car. Obviously, we've got the BMW at the front. And in my split, actually, my team split is split 15. There's pretty much only BMWs. I don't think I've seen another chassis there. So it's definitely a bit of an interesting one with some of these choices from the teams. But overall, I'd say it looks pretty even for the most part. Obviously, I'm not driving at the same level, so every last tenth counts at that level, but still I'd say it's pretty decent from what we've seen today. Maybe the Ferrari is just the one that's slightly off.
This is where it's such a difficult balance as well to do the BOP process for a special event where you need to account for the top level drivers and then everyone else that wants to have a fair race as well. You want to make sure you're BOPing the cars and not the drivers, and so even if Josh Rogers and myself drive Porsches, we both may drive them in very different ways, and so understanding what that means relative to how we drive a Ferrari, for an example, is how you can develop your balance of performance. I think the best thing that I've seen, the most fair comment maybe that I've seen, is that on social media everyone is unhappy, therefore it might actually be a pretty decent BOP.
That's always a good one to listen to, because of course everyone should be unhappy, because as you were saying earlier, maybe the BMW wasn't the fastest down the straights, but then it pulls slightly more in the corners, and that is a way that it should work out. Of course, we have the different engine configurations as well. Obviously the Porsches in the back, the Ferraris in the middle, and then the AMGs and the BMWs with the engines at the front, and that affects how it works the tyres over the stint as well. That affects how the balance, and that comes a little bit down to driver preference as well, especially when you're in a situation where you have the choice to choose your chassis. Of course, some of these teams are affiliated with a manufacturer, so they don't have so much of a choice, but if you do have a choice, maybe you choose your car on the balance rather than just the actual speed as well. So there's all these things that come into it. So as you say, if people are unhappy and they're complaining about the other cars fast in another area, but then there's another team complaining about one that was complaining in the first place, then hopefully that's a good thing.
It's going to be different for the next endurance special event that we have, the iRacing Bathurst 1000, where no matter what chassis you pick, it's identical setups and physics in effect, so no real considerations that you have to worry about. And I'm selfishly hoping that before then we get the new generation of supercars, just for the shiny bling factor, although the pure race car fan in me prefers the current generation that we have on iRacing, which just seem to race a little bit better than the new gen do in the real world. As they continue to keep close for 11th to 12th and for 6th and 7th positions as well, where Thibaut Prevost in the Onage competition car just still hunting down Sven Haas's Grid and Go Esports Ferrari. BMW bank car, not for the first time, has got traffic behind it rather than in front, and so often we talk about for race leaders having to navigate their way through traffic. This is an equally precarious situation when you have got drivers that are maybe similar speed as you, but are now one lap down, are in your draft. You're not always sure necessarily what choices they're going to make.
Especially when in a battle as well, because at some point, if Arnage really get on the back of Grid and Go, they're going to be trying to make an overtake. And if you think about it, if they slightly outbrake themselves, who's going to be right in the firing line, especially into the bus stop chicane? The BMW car. So it is a difficult situation. At one point, if it gets that tense, I wonder if the number 7 just chooses to drop in behind, but then maybe they get held up again. So it's not an easy place to be for sure, and this would actually be quite frustrating, but that's where the better drivers hopefully should have the control of their emotions to keep a lid on it and keep it nice and calm. And as it stands, it seems like he has the pace. This Felix going back to just hold the Grid and Go car enough behind to not really put too much pressure on him.
I think it's also about the engineers in your ear. The best engineers are also the ones that have the best relationships with the drivers and therefore can really understand every single moment what needs to be communicated, how it needs to be communicated, such that the driver can focus on the task at hand. It's always interesting. I find now in Formula One where they have an increased reliance on the written radio messages being shown on the broadcast rather than the audio radio messages, just for the pure reason, Cam, of very hard to tell tone through text, very easy to tell what a driver's thinking when you can hear them over the radio.
Yeah, certainly, especially in a race situation. Heat of the moment stuff. I'm sure all sorts of words get used, and actually that's probably a very good point that you say about the engineers. And all of these teams, I would assume, will have someone with the driver at any one point. It might change over the race, but at some point there will be someone with them, just talking them through the race, what they need to do, what laps they need to hit, what fuel numbers they need to hit, and what is the situation of the race. Because at the end of the day, the driver is almost like a tool, as they just need to get in, they need to drive and hit the numbers that they need to hit. They don't need to be focusing on anything else if they can avoid it.
Want to try and keep the drivers just thinking about the driving. It sounds simple, but often drivers want to, be thinking, oh, that car's behind me, what should I do? Should I let him go? Why am I not letting him go? No, I keep the driver's mind uncluttered and allow them to continue to build the speed. Just again, a reminder that the BMW Bank Car, powered by BS Competition, got Felix Kornbach, you got Reino Talvar, Phil Dinez behind the wheel of the number 7. The second BS powered entry today is the Marla Racing Team McLaren that got tangled up with traffic in the opening hours of the race. They are going to finish down in 42nd position, it would seem. Definitely, I think, a long ways away from where they thought the McLaren speed would put it. And that's the risk of picking that McLaren, is that it may be fast, yes, but are you guaranteed to be there at the end? Maybe not.
Yeah, we definitely don't see it used too much anymore, but they did have some good speed though. So that's probably why they showed it. We saw, or chose I should say, we saw Bonga in that first stint really keeping up with the top pack, not really having too many issues, but over 24 hours maybe not the one that they would have chosen, and that's why we see a lot of the normal manufacturers, we should say obviously the Porsches, the Mercedes, the BMWs and the Ferraris, we generally see them in most of the competitions anyway, and they're the ones that have stayed at the front.
Next GT3 only special event, the 8 Hours of Fuji. That's a little bit later in the year, in the sort of October, November timeframe. Keep talking about the fact that Knoxville is up next. That's true of our coverage here on RaceSpotTV, but the iRacing Esports Network, of course, on August the 3rd, will be bringing you coverage of the Race for More 2.4 in support of the National MS Society. We go to the Circuit de la Sarthe with the GTPs, GT1s, and GR86s. It's the most wild combination you can think of. I know, if you are feeling generous, want to donate to a very worthy cause, you can do things such as give your friend a penalty, potentially throw a safety car, make everyone drive backwards for a lap. The options, Cam, surely should be limitless.
I mean, if the money's going to charity, of course, anything goes, I would say. And that is, I mean, that's always a fun event to watch, to participate in. Obviously, you've got to take everything, a bit tongue-in-cheek, pinch of salt if someone, spends money to get those things against you. But it's all for a good cause, and just using sim racing for the greater good, which is, it's a powerful tool nowadays, especially with the amount of teams, amount of sponsorship, the amount of eyes on it. It's certainly a really good event, and hopefully that's good fun just in a couple of weeks.
Yeah, August the 3rd. It's a Thursday for the broadcast split. You'll have Chad Knaus. Now the Garage 56 program has somewhat wrapped up. Going to be interesting to see how his thoughts carry forward from there. I think as well the fun thing is going to be that pairing with Nick Ottinger once again. Not sure if Steve Myers is going to be part of that three-man effort, but it's definitely a car that will have a target on its back. One thing that iRacing I always enjoy, you can see it best maybe with the Arnage competition, the white end, white front end, slowly going black, slowly going grey as debris, as marbles get picked up on the front of the car. And the reason I bring it up is plenty of people got scared, Cam, that after Garage 56 were able to survive 24 hours at Le Mans, that they then showed up at Goodwood with a clean car. But no, don't worry, that's just a second show car. That's not the car that went and raced.
Yeah, I saw the pictures of basically obviously the two cars that they had, and yeah, the one that was raced was absolutely filthy, as you would expect. And it is, it's always good when the manufacturers leave the cars like that. I know Audi do it quite a lot as well, and they even lacquer over the top of it to try and preserve that, which is awesome. It really keeps the heritage of that. Toyota actually have done it as well with a few of their prototypes after winning at Le Mans, obviously, those 5 years in a row. So definitely awesome to see that. And I think it's quite unique because the amount of dirt that you get after a 24-hour race is absolute carnage on the front of that car. I remember I did some work actually back when I was in college. Did some work experience with a local race team of mine, and they actually participated in the Spa 24 Hours. And I worked with them the week after they came back, and obviously the first 2 days was just cleaning down the cars before even thinking about the next event because they were absolutely filthy.
It's okay, they can't be any filthier than any cars that have gone dirt racing. Joe Peak and myself were just talking about how dirt gets flung towards the spectators, but there's also these plumes of dust that basically just rise. Yeah, it's a visceral experience is dirt racing, and I'm looking forward to my next opportunity to go and see some of that in person. Still seeing the Grid and Go Ferrari, the Arnage Mercedes just running behind the race leader. Not owing us that they're not going to owe us a pit stop anytime soon. They have both been in the last 15 or so laps, so it's on the next probably 20 minutes or so as we reach that 60-minute mark to go in this race, when drivers will know that realistically pitting with 62 minutes to go with the length of pit lane might be safe enough to get to the end. Does not mean that they won't have to do some fuel saving to help their case.
Yeah, it's not the easiest to go too much past the hour. You really do have to physically try for that. And I do wonder if that is going to be taking into account. But we are seeing here this Arnage car get closer and closer. Now, I am scared at one point we're going to see that Grid and Go car have to dive to the side and possibly even try and overtake this BMW in defense from Arnage.
And it's where sometimes if you had the option to bring a car in and get a pit stop done, you would, but definitely not an option for anyone in this train right now. That's one of the Falken cars that's just running in behind them. I guess the benefit, well, I don't know if it is a benefit to be honest, is that there is plenty of clean air in front of the BMW bank car. But I don't know. It's a battle for 6th and 7th, yes, but are you really going to try and dive your way down the inside of the race leader to try and hold on to 6th position?
Oof. I was tempted if I was going to say I would there, but I don't know in this situation. That would be a very nerve-wracking maneuver. I definitely don't mind a risky move, but going on the race leader this late into a 24-hour race, like, you have to make, like, if Haas does that, he has to make sure he gets it done cleanly and not an awkward last-minute move. If that's the case. But he's actually just dropping back off the BMW. That gives some opportunity for Arnage to get right in the slipstream.
Might be ascending to that final chicane, but with Biela, the former Biela driver Sven Haase covering that line off, not going to be an opportunity that they can dive through this time. The other problem is if they're going to get to the inside, any lockup, any slip under the brakes might send them into the race leader, and that is definitely a situation that everybody would love to make sure that we avoid. Still 34 out there and circulating, as I mentioned, because Luke McEwen is indeed piping in some pretty blistering times in that Mercedes number 99. 2:16.795 last time by, excuse me. Fastest car on track after everything it went through on the opening lap.
Yeah, that is what we like to see, the spirit of the 24-hour racing and continuing to go on, still putting in the fast laps. And that's great as well, because all these cars, they're so sort of on the limit of what they're trying to do. So to see the cars lower down still pushing to that limit is really good. They're not just pottering around, you know, a second off the pace, making it easy.
I'm trying to remember how many cars finished last year's iRacing 24 Hours of Spa. I'm going to have to go back and look inside of the history books, which often gives us a little bit more insight than memory can. But 50 cars, I feel like this is amongst the lowest level of attrition that we have ended up seeing, which is definitely a good thing, definitely something that we want to see a lot more of. I think the margins also seemingly relatively similar to what you'd want to see. Not necessarily what we always get to see, but what we'd want to see. Remember, Contender won last year by 31 seconds over Williams. Another 30 seconds back was the Williams Esports Chill Blast car before you got to the BMW Team Redline entry. Then Julian Kesselhut in the BMW Bank car finished in 5th position. If I scroll through, though, 29 finishes, so actually a decent number managing to get to the end.
Now we still have 5 more than that this year as it stands, so that's still a lot, I would say, out of 50 in terms of maths, but in terms of a sim racing 24-hour race, I would say, as you say, that's a pretty good one, because not only is it in some ways easier maybe to crash, but it's also easier to give up in sim racing because you just press escape, jump out your chair, and that's it. So yeah, I would say that's not too bad. Also, we have to remember, Arjuna, that massive crash on the first lap took out quite a few of these drivers, and even if it didn't take them out then, it put them on the back foot and they probably retired later because of that.
Maybe as well, the fact that we had so many cars tangled up in that meant that some of the fuel mileage games that were played where drivers effectively were just like, no, you lead, no, you lead, no, I really do not want to lead. Maybe that was partially because we had a slight breakaway in some ways just by the number of cars that got tangled up, and strong cars in particular. Two Falken Mercedes, 2 Maniti Porsches, 2 Apex Racing Mercedes as well. The list of strong contenders was quite large, and so, well, it's quite interesting. So BMW Bank still leads, but now only at 12.3 seconds. Gap's coming down, albeit marginally. Carl Jansen's on the charge.
Yeah, a couple of laps ago, there was 0.03 of a second between these two on the fastest lap. So definitely, yeah, there was definitely a very close pace between these two. Incredible to see, actually. Considering this gap, this 12-second gap has been there now for a good, like, 3 or so hours. Yeah, collectively, it's pretty much half the race that they have been on the identical pace. No difference at all. One gives a 10th here, one gets a 10th back somewhere else. And just a great job from both of them. And even include Urano in that, they are right on the pace as well. And then number 70, Redline, while it's dropped off a bit in these last couple of hours, they have also kept themselves in with a shout. They're nowhere near getting lapped, and they're also pretty comfortably in that 4th place.
Still 60 seconds off of the leader, which is not a bad job, I would say, as Redline split their efforts across the BMW and the Porsche for this one, much like Urano splitting their efforts across the Mercedes and the Porsche for this race. So in terms of fuel numbers, if you're curious about who is likely to maybe be short of the top of the hour, I don't think there's going to be too many that find themselves short. Williams Esports Chill Blast, the number 2 machine, is 20 laps into the run. Give them another 6 laps. That's about 12 more minutes of racing. Gets them into pit lane with 61 minutes to go. Include the total transit time down the lengthy pit lane, and suddenly you're on the other side of the hour and potentially good to make it to the end.
Although if we have been including the pit stop time internally with the hour. Obviously, at the end of the race, there isn't going to be a pit stop, so there might actually be that extra minute that you need to think about. But yeah, that should be fine for them, and they are the earliest. So everyone else after that, the top 4 teams, even behind the Grid and Go, the Arnage that we've been following that battle, they should be all good. They'll still need to take pretty much a full tank, maybe save a lap or 2. But yeah, they'll be fine. The one, of course, that's going to gain the most is that number 7 car, being on the 14 laps. And I'm surprised, actually, that they are the only team that is that far ahead. The displacement's only a couple of laps here and there with the other teams, but they somehow have got 4, even 6 laps on some of the other cars.
You commit to a fuel number so early in the run, and yes, you can adapt and you can adjust, but ultimately you kind of have laid the foundations for your strategies early, and the adjustments somewhat rooted from where you started. I was talking with Angus Fender about this, and he was talking about all the plans that were made, and I asked him a very simple question. I said, have you ever actually finished a race with the strategy that you planned to start with? He told me no.
Yeah, I was going to say, very rarely, if not never, especially a 24-hour race. So much happens. Just something little, like having a couple of spins here, whatever, it puts you a minute back, or you have a little crash, you lose 2 minutes damage repair. All these things can just so easily change, change when you end up hitting. And then, especially when you get to the end of the race and you realise, oh, I'm a lap short, or maybe I'm 5 laps longer than I was expecting. It's very, very easy to happen. And, I mean, we had this in our car, in the commentator's car that we've been mentioning down in Split 15, because of the that 8-minute damage pair that I was saying that we got, and a few other things. We basically had half a stint at the end, but that half a stint has now been saved because we are behind on the time, if that makes sense. We haven't done that many laps to bring it back, so it's definitely something that is an ever-changing target.
A lot of the teams have dynamic programs as well, by which I mean spreadsheets. Yes, I'm sure there are some that have programs that are feeding in data from iRacing, telemetry, etc., etc., etc. But fundamentally, if you're good with Microsoft Excel, you can build yourself a pretty good spreadsheet and a pretty good stint planner.
Yeah, tell Ewan O'Leary though, the one that he made for our team was not ideal, let's say. Wasn't the most user-friendly, but yes, there's still this thing called a spreadsheet, which is very, very useful, because you can easily just have a column. You have your stint start time, and then next to it you have the stint length, and in terms of minutes, and then you can work out all the stints, when the stint time is going to be, who's going to be in the car, how many laps it's going to be. All that sort of stuff can very easily be worked out, and because it's repetitive. With the stints, you can have obviously the calculations working it out. Yeah, it's just a really, really easy tool, and you can make something in a few minutes very easily. And having just that alone will actually help your race more than you would imagine, compared to trying to do all these things, in your head or just on a bit of paper.
Yeah, trying to factor in with your strategy as well the pace that you will do during the day, the pace that you'll do at the night when those temperatures drop off, and how those all end up averaging out. Speaking of conditions, drop down to 34 degrees Celsius, so 3 degrees down from the peak, but as we near 4 p.m. virtual standard time, 5 p.m. is going to be when the checkered flag flies, and temperatures might be hovering around 30-ish degrees Celsius or so. Once again, we're not really much to talk about, which will be a definite pleasure in these bigger, larger and weightier GT3 machines. Here is still the Drago Racing and Pure Sims Porsches, 11th and 12th positions, no change around between them.
Yeah, not expecting too much either, considering how long they've stayed behind. I assume Drago just, I don't know, maybe just pacing with them, using them for a bit of fuel save and using that slipstream, but they haven't really made a move or anything like that. I'm just going to quickly look, what's the gap ahead? Yeah, still 35 seconds to now Simify up the road in the 116, sorry, in the number 3 entry. So, yeah, it's one of those things. where I don't know if they're really going to gain that time back, but then also they might as well just save a fuel. They'll have a shorter final stint if they save a lap, and then try and get them with a bit of push in the final stint.
And only 8 minutes away from that final stint getting underway for Sami Matti Trojan in that Williams Esports Chill Blast number 2 after taking over from Cody Deeth. He's the one that's going to have to just keep an eye on everything that's going on. We keep an eye on the race leader as well, because BMW Bank find themselves in the middle of the sandwich. Sven Haas has gotten in front. Thibaut Prevot's going to now try and get on through as well, but suddenly the gap's beginning to shrink more and more. It's down to 11 between first and second.
Oh, let him go, mate. Let him go. I would, if I was in that BMW, I'd be letting that Arnage car go. I do not want to get involved in this one. Look how racy Arnage are looking through Blanchimont. Is this going to be a bit of a send down the inside on the race lead to get a lap back? But crucially for Arnage, it could be to get up to 6th place, which will be an awesome result for them. Already 7th is, but when 6th is that close, you definitely want to go for it.
If you're BMW Bank, you could go as far as maybe 10 laps from here if you were to save fuel. However, are you going to say in 7 minutes time, all right, yes, I could go for another 10 minutes of fuel, but I'd like to just get out of this grouping of cars, get me to pit lane, and let's finish our pit service for the day.
Yeah, because even if they pit earlier, they'll still have the fuel in the tank, so the actual pit time should remain the same as long as they do the maths correctly of how many laps they need to add. The only difference will be their average over the final 2 stints. They'll have more fuel in the car on average, so that might be a couple of tenths lost here or there, but overall that might be the better way of doing it, and the smarter way of getting them, as you say, out of this group, because this isn't a fun position by any means for the BMW car. You are always, at this point, you're always going to be checking your mirror, wondering what is that Arnage car going to do? Are they going to dive it? It looks like they're not going to be too aggressive, but still, you can never be fully confident when you're stressing about winning this race.
No, and probably more stressful for those watching who are done driving, for Talvar and for Denez, then they have no control over the situation right now. I mentioned earlier that you want someone that's capable of making those split-second decisions, as well as Lucas Prada. That's the exit of Stavolo, isn't it?
Yeah, and the front right is squashed on that car. I wonder if they've just lost it on the curb, coming out of the first of the double right-hander. Maybe just on the outside curb, spun it into the wall. So Drago, after sitting in behind, and of course we're literally just saying a lap ago that they're just going to sit there and attack. There's been further contact.
And that's the race clutch car. You can tell the back end's crumbled in. It's heading off to pit lane as well. So a couple of different things with which we can check in with, and I'm sure it's going to be a couple of drivers that may not want us to turn the replays in their direction. But let's begin by, well, it's always big when it's up through Blanchimont, so let's start with what happened to the race clutch car. Rear end steps around, gets on the grass, and well, fortunately keeps it to the inside and away from the Williams Esports car cycling on through.
When he was spinning for, what's that, like 500 meters from the actual corner of Blanchimont, he was trying to save the rear end for so long, but unfortunately, it's just not easy to do. Slides the rear end, especially on this Porsche with the engine in the rear. He tries to keep it for a couple hundred meters, and unfortunately spins into the wall and spins for another couple of hundred meters. And that is an early spin as well for the Pure Sims car, but can't quite keep it out of the barrier. Just a little boot there. But that is a weird one. So is that too much curb on the entry? No, it's looking fine. It's looking fine. Yeah.
Well,
actually. Sorry, different thing.
It's
late.
It's the dismount on the curb where it actually gets a little bit loose. We don't often see something like that taking place, but I think Prada more pride wounded than anything else, because I don't think he's brought that car onto pit lane and will refrain from doing so if that is not an option. 2 minutes or 2 laps to go, 4 minutes until we get to the top of the hour, and now 1 lap away from seeing drivers surely being able to open the pit stop window, something that if you are Team PGZ's 119, Yoni Catala's onto the 25th lap of his run. If you are of course, Sami Matti Trojan 24 laps into the run there, you are waiting for those opportunities to dive to the lane. and finish up what's the final chance to make a mistake with speeding on pit lane in a race where no one's using limiters.
Yeah, fortunately, this pit lane is actually not too bad for the speeding, at least from what I found personally driving, because of course you have to slow down already to go around the wall and actually get onto the lane as such, and then you just have to just accelerate a little bit and then brake. It's not like you're coming absolutely flat out like Daytona.
Yes.
And you're having to come from a stop from 200 miles an hour, or close enough, but it's still easy to do.
You were using the limiter in the actual lane, weren't you?
Yeah, because I'm not a full e-sporter.
Yes, and so that's what we're talking about here. Look at Lucas Prada, who's into the lane, the first of all. Third gear, no limiter, and he's going to take a big chance heading down the hill. That, like Johnny Vecchio in Team Redline earlier, you might get a speeding penalty.
It's a very, I know it's a long pit lane, but to gain that, what, a kilometre an hour maybe, or something like that, half kilometre an hour, I don't know, is it going to be worth it? Probably is over the course of 24 hours, but the risk as well. The issue for this car, actually, ironically, is that they're probably going to have some damage repairs. So is it actually going to be worth it when you're going to be sat in the pit stop for so many minutes anyway?
It's not a bad point. Up on the jacks once again, and for the final time, it's going to be Pure Sims getting a bit of service. Still, BMW Bank leaving themselves in the mix here. Not necessarily sure how comfortable I would be. Like I said, if I was a teammate watching on, knowing the victory lies in the balance, maybe not of what my driver does, but what those around him end up doing. So, nervy times, I'm sure. Grab a look at some more moments, because apparently when it rains it pours, and for the undercut VDS boosted by VDS crew into the chicane all by themselves as well, and it's a lazy little spin.
Yeah, that was a bit of a weird one. It was a little bit later into the corner that I was expecting when it first came up. Let's see it again from the onboard camera, braking nicely, going down to that second gear for them. It doesn't really take too much curb actually, maybe just not quite balancing the pedals correctly and getting too much weight on the front and making the rear really loose.
Tyre screaming in agony, that is for sure. Lucas Prada is going to exit pit lane. 42 seconds total in the box. Now actually might have to go just beyond the top of the hour, because he's re-entered the track with 61 minutes left to run, and it will depend on when the leader crosses the line as to how many laps we end up completing. Sami Matti Trojan, though, should be a little bit safer as he begins his transit down the lane.
Yeah, he should be fine by the time he comes to exit. Maybe still needs to save a lap as such and not go full push. But that's definitely absolutely fine for him to the end of the race, as obviously he drops down behind that battle with Haase and Prevost, as we're seeing just on the outside of the shot there. I would expect, how long have they got to go? They've got actually a couple more laps. Gringo will have a couple more laps, so as it stands, these two should pit before the BMW car, and I wonder how that's going to work. Are BMW going to stay out and do their stint? Because generally the overcut, as we've been seeing, has gained a couple of seconds. They might be able to jump this little tree up.
Vlad Kimichev next down on towards the lane from third spot. Number 90 Urano that put it on pole position, making its way down the 1.5 kilometer pit lane. It has been for BMW Bank the case that they have been going the longest of them all for quite a while, and so it's that thing that they had been setting up for quite a while, and so yeah, we will see Sven Haase maybe in at the end of this lap. Thibaut Prevost in the Arnage car. He's only on to the 23rd lap of his run, so the hope and expectation would be that he's able to stay out there for at least 2 more laps, 2 complete laps. Trojan sitting there and waiting. It's a 40.5 second pit stop, so still basically a full stop as he begins his travel out onto the track for the final stint of the race.
Yeah, if I was in their position, even if you could, in theory, take a lap of fuel out of the car, I would just fill it to the top. I would want to have absolutely no worries coming to the end, and I would take that extra second or 2 seconds, however much it is, for 1 lap of fuel. I wouldn't be taking any risks on that one, because there's no point on taking it out and then having to drive in a slightly saving manner. You might as well take that extra couple of kilos and just go absolutely flat out to the end, as we're now getting up to 58 minutes, so well inside this final hour. Are we going to see anyone jumping into the pit stops? Yes, we are. Grid and Go are the first to jump out of this trio that we've been following. Arnage, of course, staying out, and as we mentioned, we have seen the overcut work, so I wonder if Arnage can follow this BMW, use the slipstream to try and jump Grid and Go.
So on cue, 25 laps in, Sven Haase that will make his way down the lane. Carl Janssen, by the way, is also bringing the number 55 Mercedes AMG Team Williams Esports machine to the box. Comes in about 14 seconds off of the back of the race leader. And it's been a valiant effort, a valiant charge, but defining moment between the two was the contact they had through the final chicane, and ultimately the 55 tried and tried and tried, but was not able to overcome that deficit. Still 1 more hour with which to push, but it's going to be an hour of just hoping rather than anything else.
Yep, and they've been living on a prayer for a few hours, actually, with the gap not coming down. They've been hoping that BMW will make a mistake, and we will go back, of course, to the collision between those two cars a few hours ago, and how race deciding it turns out to be. And ironically, it was obviously really BMW making the mistake in that case, but it's probably won them the race.
Unfortunately, sometimes it does happen like that. I still feel like it's kind of a racing deal. Yes, the BMW was behind, but no race control to make a determination, unfortunately, to make sure things were a little bit more cut and dry. Steinbratton also makes his way around the hairpin, down the hill for the final time. 3rd spot currently, but is expected to drop behind Alexei Nesov in the Urano Esports Data Group car that cycles around in the final couple of corners and gets ready to grab the podium spot back as Urano continue what's been a good run for them. 40.5 seconds for Carl Janssen. Another one saying, give me enough fuel and then some buffer so I'm not worried.
Yeah, absolutely. I wouldn't, reduce it. Probably in their position as well. They just need to go absolutely flat out now to the end of this race. Put any last bit of pressure that they can onto Felix Kronbeck, who is, of course, in that BMW car, and they just need to wait and see what happens. It's a difficult position for them to be in some ways, but in some ways it's actually easy because they can just go flat out, not a care in the world, and just see what happens.
Yeah, this final stint is a little bit easier for all teams because they know what they need to do. Just get to the checkered flag from here. It's nice and simple. Not much to really have to concern yourself with. Next driver down pit lane is going to be Uni Katala in that Team PGZ 119. Extended it out to 25 laps, just as the rest have been doing. Seemingly no one doing anything out of the ordinary when it comes to strategy calls, with the exception, realistically, of Felix Kronbeck in that BMW Bank car. 22 laps into the run.
Yeah, definitely got a couple more left in him, and pulling along Arnage in behind. I'm very interested to see the gap that we're going to see between Grid and Go and Arnage by the time Arnage make their stop. Arnage probably coming in, 25 it says. This is probably 26th one, so I wouldn't be surprised if they come in now, so that could be an important factor for them. Of course, Grid and Go dropping down to what is currently 8th place there. And they do have, some pretty much clean air around them, so it's going to be a straight fight to the end between that Ferrari and the Mercedes after this pit stop. So that's definitely one to look out for as well, because it's been a great race from both of those teams.
So many drivers and teams have made up positions at the expense of those that got tangled up on the opening lap. There you can see those movers and shakers. Still, of course, yet to be finalized, given the pit stop cycle's not yet quite complete, but gives you that indication as to the trends of what we have seen so far, with realistically being outside of the top 30 being a terrible place to start, given how much madness we really saw in through Malmedy on the opening lap of this race. Sven Haase come out in clean air, exactly what he would have wanted to see, and now doesn't have to worry about saving fuel, which is really important because The Arnage competition Mercedes is now on the lane, and it's the battle to see who comes out first.
Indeed, and I reckon, of course, these are going to have a slightly shorter pit stop by a couple of laps as well. At this point, they should definitely risk taking some fuel out, so it won't be a full stop. So this might work out quite nicely in Arnage. I wonder if it's going to be side by side, if they're going to be just ahead as we come up. Of course, the one thing that can always make it look a bit better than it is obviously you come out quite far up the straight, but you're so much slower. The teams coming in behind have a lot of momentum. So once we see a Prevost stop in the box, of course, we just see how long that pit stop is. If it's shorter than, or a decent amount shorter than 40 seconds, then I wouldn't be surprised if they get this position.
You can see that he is up on the jack, so at the very least there are tyres going on, and for the length of time that we have seen him, I would operate under the assumption 4 tyres, not willing to take the gamble. Haase in towards Blanchimont. You'll note that the Arnage pit stall relatively far away from the limiter line, so there is some distance to travel for that Mercedes before it is able to begin building its speed up the hill. In through last sources, of course, where Haase's momentum is going to get built up. 2-kilometer run from the application of throttle before you get onto the brakes at the top of the Kemmel Straight into the braking zone of Les Combes. 39.7 seconds, so it is going to be shorter, about 1.3 seconds shorter in total. Finally gets off the limiter, begins that climb up the hill. Haase's prancing horse begins its dance as well. For Prevost, plenty of clean air with which to work. Haase's got momentum. Don't think he'll get the move done, but he'll get there close and he'll start to put the pressure on slowly but surely.
Let's just wait to see through Les Combes, and eventually once the Mercedes is up to speed what the gap is going to be, but it's certainly looking good for Arnage. It might even be just outside of the slipstream range as well. This could be a great piece of strategic work for the number 4 machine. Of course, it's got a bit of traffic now with the 116 a lap down just ahead of them, be wanting to get past that, and that could also be good, getting a car in between them. But on that graphic that we saw earlier, it was about 26 places or something they've made up. So definitely a great race from them, and getting this P7, which will possibly be P6 after everything works itself out. It's going to be a really good result.
Yeah, I think they will be quite happy with this. We've seen Arnage up towards the front of special events in the past, especially in qualifying, but in the longer term, it's not always necessarily been the easiest for them. There's Felix Kornbach, race leader, into Les Combes for the 24th time this run. 2:16.719 last lap, amongst the fastest out there on track. In fact, only Grid and Go Sven Haase faster than your race leader. Not going to see him down to pit lane this time. Maybe the next time by we'll see him. And now that there's no traffic around, suddenly Felix Kornbach looks a lot more relaxed.
Oh, definitely. This is the position that he wanted to be in for the last hour, but unfortunately he had some cars trying to battle for position. How dare they around him. So yeah, this is what he wants. He's got 50 minutes to go to the dot. There we go, 50 minutes left in the race, and he now has just the track to himself. He can drive around, he can do what he wants, and yeah, that's just a lot nicer of a position. He can be very comfortable, he can hit his apexes, spot his brake markers, and just bring it home. Of course, he is owing us a pit stop, which will put him back, hopefully not too close to that battle with Arnage and Grid and Go, but as we saw with the overcut, it seems to be quite powerful. So if Arnage could jump Grid and Go by that much, the fact that BMW can stay out those extra couple of laps, they should be able to do that jump again ahead of Arnage.
Seems like cold tyre is definitely a struggle, no matter the conditions. It's definitely a struggle to be able to fire them up and be able to get the speed out of them pretty quickly. It's going to be this lap, end of 24, that we see the race leader dive on in for the final time. It's with 50 minutes left on the clock, and after it's been a calm couple of hours since they were able to break away after the contact, Felix Kornbach now just trusts the pit crew to do the job one final time.
Yeah, it's always a bit nerve-wracking when you come to this, although there shouldn't be, because the pit stops are pretty straightforward in iRacing. A lot of it can be set up, of course, by your teammates and your strategists spotting you, so you don't even have to click anything, but you just got to stop in the box one final time, hit your marks, and let the sim do its thing. As you see on the top left of your screen, that gap is coming down and down. We are expecting it to be somewhere north of 15 seconds, or at least in the 15-second margin, and then that will be what Mercedes needs to try and close down in the final stint. It's probably going to be too much, but let's see how Felix handles himself in this final stint.
Jacks being raised on the car again. 4 tires going to be thrown on. No tire limits for them to worry about either, which is why with tires and fuel being done at the same time, we use the consumables at a rate that in potentially other series we may not. Relatively short time on those jacks though, and as Quirnbach waits for the signal to go, there's the 55, not even in towards Blanchimont, as 30 seconds and counting, the BMW car continues to wait.
How much fuel do they take? Are they just gonna, oh no, they are gonna take some out of it. 35.6 seconds, so about a 5-second save on the fuel, and actually the gap's going to be even bigger than we were expecting. It's going to be over 20 seconds lead. Even by the time they get up to speed, it's going to be around that 20-second margin. So that is absolutely awesome strategic play by BMW to get all those extra laps, and it's just been reaping them rewards stint after stint. They gain a couple of seconds every time by going longer, and now with the shorter stint, they gained another 5 seconds.
20 seconds the margin at the front then, with the 47 minutes left on the clock. Arnage still in front of Grid and Go, but I think this is where maybe more of our attention can be split in the final quarter of an hour. Sven Haas is going to be trying to work his way up past that Mercedes, but it's not going to be an easy fight. They've got traffic in front of them that they could end up catching as well. And after we've seen so much of Sven Haas today being relatively restrained and you know, not wanting to burn too much fuel, I think now it's finally the time that he'll be given the instructions to go for it.
Yep, he certainly will have to be putting that pressure on, and yeah, not in the most ideal situation, just a bit on the back foot, unfortunately, and that is why they're pushing so hard in that previous stint to try and keep on the back of that BMW car, even get ahead at one point, because they knew that this was coming. But it's going to be still a little bit of work to do for the Grid and Go car, but Arnage looking strong.
Loving the new livery as well on that Arnage machine, a little bit more white to add things in. David Haynes opines, "She Felix on my back till I quirm." That's an interesting line, but ultimately 3 drivers all of similar speed. That's the thing that I'm taking away from this performance out of the BMW bank. They've been able to build a setup that all 3 drivers are clearly quite comfortable with, and that's going to give them a lot of confidence moving forward into the endurance winter season, which is only a couple of weeks away from really beginning to pick up.
Yeah, I believe the term is hyperdoc when it comes to these things. They're probably absolutely comfortable in that car. As you say, it would be good to round off the series of 24-hour races on iRacing with a win. Williams taking a couple of wins so far this year and looking to get that 3rd to make it 3 out of 3, but unfortunately for them hasn't worked out, and BMW looking to get on top of that. These sorts of races have been I would say in a bit of a stranglehold from the likes of Redline, Coander and Co over the last few years. And it seems like there's some other teams knocking on the doors to take these titles away.
In particular here at Spa as well, where Redline and Coander have very much taken the majority of the victories over the years. It's going to be BMW Bank that grabbed their first victory at Spa, and also the first victory for them in a 24-hour race this year. Of course, Williams and Apex the winners at Daytona. Williams winners again at the Nürburgring, along with a handful of other teams in some of the other classes. I'm going to grab 2nd here, but not going to be enough for them to grab the top step of the podium. Simufy Esports, just watch them, by the way, in 6th. They still owe us a pit stop. They'll be in about 7 laps time or so. And so Tristan Iglesias is likely to drop himself outside of the top 9. Might be able to hold on to a spot in the top 10. But have to just keep an eye on that. If you're Sven Haase, though, seemingly struggling now to hold on to the draft.
Yeah, it doesn't seem to have the pace. We did see that, though, in the previous stint. The Arnage car did catch up that little bit and then managed to hold on. So maybe a couple of tenths left in that the pink machine ahead of Grid and Go. And Haas has done such a good job this race, but just can't quite stay on the back of this Arnage car. The gap that Arnage got was perfect, though, after that pit stop, because it was just outside of the slipstream, and that means it's basically it's hard work now for Haas to get in there, especially when they're doing basically identical lap times. Yeah, I mean, the last lap was within a 1/10 of a second of each other. So to find that just last little bit to get inside slipstream is always difficult.
1 second, the drafting range that these drivers are dealing with nowadays. It's a little bit different than the close to 1.8 seconds that in the past the window has been. It's also a slightly reduced draft, which has seen plenty of people on social media expressing their opinions about that and where they feel the draft should be and how it differentiates or is different across some of the different cars in iRacing and what they prefer the most. I'm of the opinion that draft is only one thing. It helps you set things up, but it's your job to also make the passes happen. That's why it's nice to see when we go to some of those more technical tracks, Mid-Ohio's, Barbers, you know, I'm bringing some American tracks into this, but Alton Park, for example, as well. Get the sense that the drivers very much enjoy the racing there as well.
Yeah, when it's a bit harder to overtake, but still possible, that's where it's more satisfying, I guess. If it's too much, if it's too much, what it causes is massive sort of trains as such, because it just pulls everyone along, then no one can overtake because they're all getting it. But then also, if you do get just a one-on-one situation, you just fly by and you're not even trying. Whereas if you, even back to this track, I'm trying to remember the year now, was it 98 where Hakkinen did that awesome maneuver?
Oh, 3 wide, 2000.
Yeah, was it 2000, a little bit later. You had to work for that. So many laps to get the perfect exit, to get in the right zone at the right time, to get enough slipstream, blah, blah, blah. When you have to work it like that, as much as it's a little bit more frustrating, I'd say it's more rewarding when you get the overtakes like that. So it's definitely, it's definitely always a thing that you could sort of ever change as such, because you do a little bit more, a little bit less, blah, blah, blah. And they'll always, I don't think that's one thing, because I've ran leagues and stuff myself over the year, and when you start playing around with these things, I find you always just go up, you go down, but you can never quite find that perfect balance. It's so difficult to do so, especially in a sim where there's so many sort of factors that aren't 100% correct, so you're always trying to find this weird balancing act.
So into now the final 40 minutes of this 2023 iRacing Falken Tyre Spa 24 hours. There's not really too much fighting going on up the front of the field, but it means that Arnage and Grid and Go, who continue just to keep each other honest for 7th spot, will continue to track our attention. The Falken Sim Racing number 33 has just come down to the lane, and Tim Yarshell's gonna head back out and try and finish this race off inside of the top 20. Given that both Falken cars were involved in our lap one moment, they'll be delighted at least that one's in the top 20 and that both look like they can finish.
Which is a very good, a very good drive from them to not give up as well. Of course, it was lap 1 of a 24-hour race. There's a lot of time to race after that, but it's very easy to just give up and just think that your race is done. But to still keep going, as you say, to try and get inside the top 20, I would say is still a very good result either way, no matter what happens, even if it's a clean race. Getting inside the top 20, of course, that's the top 40% of the best sim racing teams that we have in iRacing.
I think the strength of field at the start was around 8,000 or so. Now, really been keeping an eye on it since then, but yeah, it's been a pretty monstrous field that we've gotten to see. That's why we keep talking about the fact that we had this chance for a really close finish at the end, and it would have been something that many would have remembered for quite a while. It's not great to have a brief technical blip just after you've exited the pit lane. It's something that you kind of want to see before in case you need to do a driver swap. Margin between first and second is at 22 seconds. Felix Kronbach last time by pulled out 1.6 full seconds on Janssen, who must have lost out with traffic.
You would expect so. Going into the 18s is what we saw in those first couple of hours when everyone was doing ridiculous fuel saving. You would hope Williams took enough fuel at that final stop to get to the end, especially as they were after the hour. As I was saying at the time, even if you go one lap longer, you might as well, or sorry, one lap less, you might as well still take the full tank of fuel, so you don't have to do any savings or have any worries. So I would assume, as you say, it was just a bit of a traffic situation, maybe even that PGZ car right ahead of them and not being able to get past.
David Haynes is asking who has done the most laps in this race. I'm going to make an educated guess that it's probably one of the red line drivers in that 70, and I'm probably going to say Ollie Steinbraten, given that Josh Thompson has had to do some qualifying series duties as well.
What about Campbell? Sean Campbell?
Well, Sean Campbell's done 10 hours, but if you have two drivers that are splitting the race and Thompson's gone and done more, at least 14 hours surely that Steinbraten has done. So for red line, they have done 601 laps, of which Thompson has done about 382. So what, that's 320 something for Steinbraten to have completed. I will look at race clutch just for the sake of argument. Sean Campbell, 308 laps, so it was quite close.
Yeah, a couple of stints short, unfortunately, so maybe you should have continued in the car later.
Tristan Iglesias, 301 laps. Is anyone else doing anything ridiculously crazy? Mateusz Luchak's at 295, I do believe. So there's a few that's put in some monster efforts out there.
Bear in mind, for ease of maths, let's call it 25 laps a stint. So 4 stints is 100. So 12 stints is 300, and obviously stints being about an hour long, there's 12 hours of driving for those that have done 300 laps or more. So that is a huge, huge effort. Even if you have enough teammates, some drivers still like doing quite a lot of hours.
Yep. I mean, once you put in this level of preparation, right, I guess you want to just get as much seat time as you can and really make the most of the time that you have spent getting to master this track. Grid and go now back within that drafting range, within 2/10 of the number 4 Mercedes, that pink machine that continues just to be just that tantalizing couple of car lengths in front, but not close enough for Haase to make a move. Of course, Ferrari and Mercedes are going to make the speeds in slightly different ways as well, and so it's going to be about Haase trying to find where the Mercedes is a little bit more vulnerable to his Ferrari being better.
Yeah, he's definitely got well within the reach of that car now, so he's put in the work, got those couple of tenths that we were mentioning, and as soon as you get inside that slipstream range, you just gain that extra tenth here and there. Naturally, been a bit faster in a straight line, and now he can really put the pressure on, and Armage have done a good job. Prevo's been in that car for a while, as well as Haas, of course, so they know what each other are doing. To the end of the race is now just going to be a battle between the pair of them. How is it going to go? Looks like Grid and Go was just gaining a bit more in that sort of sector 1 part, but through sector 2, Arnage putting out a couple of tenths. I wonder if that's going to be a trend that we see continuing.
Mercedes definitely has the grunt, naturally aspirated engine. That's what Dinez was telling us earlier. Conditions continuing to remain relatively constant now that we have dipped past 4 p.m. 28 degrees Celsius, right around where we started the race off. And with 34 minutes to go, not expecting there to be too many changes. Pit lane klaxon goes off maybe for not the final time, but amongst the final time. Simufy and Tristan Iglesias rolling down the lane.
Yep, number 3 machine getting their final set of tyres and the final fuel as well. Though they're actually so close to half a stint with the track temps going down. I wonder if they might have half thought about it, but I would assume they're going to change tyres as well. But that is pretty much half a stint. So they are going to be saving 20 seconds, give or take, maybe 15, from that tyre, at least from the fuel time, with how much less they need to take.
We'll see what the call is going to be. Maybe 2 tyres. At 28 degrees Celsius, you do go through tyres at this track, I know, but I would be surprised if they did not have an effort. There is the swap for Sven Haase. Nice and easy, it would appear, to get past Arnage, but ultimately, with dropping so important, even with its reduction, is Arnage in a good spot to just sit now for a little bit of time and to try and make the move happen slightly later on? Ultimately, I feel like these two aren't going to get separated out come the checkered flag.
You know, I'm surprised about that. I thought it'd be a lot harder for that overtake to happen, so I wonder if there was maybe a little bit of a mistake or something for Arnage and Thibaut Prevost, because he was holding on, he was looking really strong in this opening half of the stint, but maybe Sven Haase is starting to come back, although he is not dropping the Mercedes by any means. We did mention this in the previous lap, though. That Mercedes, at least on the previous lap, was strong in that middle sector. It looks like it's the same once again, getting right on the back of that Ferrari. And then, of course, we then see it change to the straight lines, pretty much from here to Les Combes, and that's where we see the top speed difference.
Let's check in with the leader once again, navigating through traffic, coming to the end of lap 603. So with 32 minutes, I think we are getting to the point where we are getting increasingly confident about the lap count. And from this point forward, I think we're looking at around maybe 14 laps to go. It will all depend on when the leader crosses the line again, relative to the clock. There's Williams Esports Academy, one of the other drivers and teams that we're going to need a trip down pit lane. Iglesias, if you're curious, has been able to re-emerge inside of the top 10. So, yes, they qualified spectacularly, but they've had to fight their way back up through the field and have done an admirable job in doing so.
Can't complain with a top 10 at the iRacing special event with all the top teams, as we've been mentioning. So they should be definitely very happy with that one, and they just need to bring it home. As it stands, they got a pretty big gap ahead and behind, so not too much to do apart from just drive it to the end for Iglesias there, and that will certainly be a very solid result that they should be happy with. Yeah, his stop time in the end was 26.2, so saving about 15 seconds by going that much longer. So it's definitely worth it, I would say, over the course of the race, going these extra laps. I guess you have to then avoid losing 15 seconds as well. You know, there are ways of saving fuel that are not efficient and where you just lose time. So definitely have to think about that side of things. But certainly that seemed to be the strategy today.
Always enjoy that we can get some ideas about what the favorite strategies are going to be, the favored strategy are going to be, but ultimately it's the split-second calls. Heard it from some at Daytona earlier this year. They thought the traffic was too crazy in the opening hour. They just wanted to get out of there, and so they slightly compromised themselves, but in the longer game, just trying to keep themselves in contention. Final 30 minutes of this race now. Time is ticking down, and no one is anticipating the clock ticking down faster and faster than the bosses at BS Competition. They'll be hoping that after 23 and a half hours, no major drama in the final 30 minutes. We've talked about Max Verstappen having some hardware failure back in 2019. They had a 2-lap lead at the time. There is no such lead that exists right now.
Yes, it's worked out very well indeed, and absolutely loving that one. They will be. The gap behind as well, from this car to Alexei Nesov, has grown more than I was expecting. Since Nesov has got in that car, There's been about a 10-second loss, so I was expecting that to be just a little bit faster, but unfortunately that's how the pace has gone, with the front being so relentless as well. I guess obviously some of that was from the pit stop gain. They would have done that because Nessov was on pretty much the same lap. I think it's just 1 lap difference to the Williams car. But yeah, for sure, over the course of the race, this car on the screen has had a fairly flawless affair. And when you come up against something like that, it's very, very difficult to battle against that. But one thing that might not be a difficult battle is this one on the screen. Arnage have kept right up the gearbox of the Grid and Go car.
Yeah, going back to BMW Bank, it's not that they've been flawless, it's just that they've had the least bad luck in many ways than the rest of the field, and sometimes that's all you need. And
they made one very big flaw. that is true.
Yes, but I mean, you go back to Redline and PGZ, that was pretty major, right?
Yeah.
You go back to some of the other things that we've seen with traffic, for example, with Marla. These are all those mistakes that others have made, and yeah, just keeping yourself making smart decisions at every possible moment can take you, I think, further than people realize. With these drivers 1 lap down, where are they relative to the BMW Bank car? They
just
are
behind.
Are they just behind still? They are just behind still. I thought it might have grown a little bit, so they're going to have plenty of time with which to fight.
Yeah, they absolutely do, because of course that's quite a big point. When we get to that final lap, the race, of course, finishes when this car on the screen, the number 7, that we assume will still be there, crosses the line. So whoever's in front of them has basically an extra lap. So if they come up and they lap another car or something, again, in between a battle, that can always add a lap to the result of one car and make it look like it was a slightly different situation. So definitely those two will be happy that they're actually solidly behind that, and they will get that extra sort of clean lap to battle.
So Simify sliding into line there with some of the traffic. It's all just commingling for the time being. You've got, what, 5 drivers on the lead lap, then you've got 6 drivers 1 lap down, another 4 or 5 2 laps down, a handful 3, 4, 5, 6, 7, 8, etc. laps down respectively, and they've all somehow managed to converge on seemingly similar bits of tarmac here in the closing stages. It always seems like that. I mean, you take a look at the track map and yeah, you can see there's those pockets once again.
And I believe, just trying to refresh the live time to make sure it's correct, but I think we have a couple of extra cars coming out for the final few moments as well, or at least they just in the pit lane. I see the Marla car and Govan Keeney's Grid and Go car.
For the time being, they're just sat there in pit lane. I've been keeping an eye on them. Don't think they've got cars that are repaired enough to be able to go out there onto track, and that will be the consideration. They don't want to cause troubles for anyone who's been able to have a decent race.
But if they get back out, we will end up having 36 runners at the end of a race, which is not too bad, I have to say. Of course, 3 of those cars, including the Mercedes-AMG Team ART, which now has Jimmy Ancinez driving it, as McEwen has got out of that car. Of course, they are many, many laps down. I mean, we're talking between 500 and 600 laps down off the lead, but still trying to come out for a couple of laps at the end.
You know what they're here for, right?
Sponsor requirements?
No. Fastest lap.
Ah, yes.
Don't know who's actually got it right now. It used to be up on that left side of the screen. Falken Sim Racing Team. The 44 has it, so it's a 2:15.501. I don't think anyone's beating that.
Yeah, that is pretty tasty, to be honest. And unless someone wants to go out with some quali fuel and really start to push, then that is probably not attainable at these race speeds.
No, I think that was the sort of times that you'd set in golden hour, and we are well removed from the cooler track conditions that we saw in the beginning of the sunrise. And it was a short night, 8 hours or so, less than 8 hours of proper darkness, 8 hours in total probably of somewhat compromised visibility, and shortest endurance night of the year, that is for sure. Not necessarily expecting that Thibaut Prevost going to be able to mount the charge just yet. I think it's more interesting to see if for Pearson and Lucas Prado, who is very much on the edge of the pit stop bubble, he surely is doing fuel saving. 2:18.1 last time by. He's got Joni Katila right on his tail.
And there's also the Williams Esport Academy car with Martikainen a few extra seconds back. It's not that car at the back of shot. It would be the green car, which probably is just going to be outshot, but they are not too far behind either for that 14th place. So they need to be careful if they are fuel saving to not lose too much time. I think PG said will probably find their way past if that is the case, if they really are doing some fuel saving, because I think the front right of that car still has a bit of damage from the crash in this corner.
Yeah, I get the sense that they are surely having to save fuel to get to the end of this race, regardless of whether there is an extra lap or not. If there is an extra lap, I think they have no chance of making it to the end, but they will be just hoping that they can squeak it through, or that, I guess, in their case, they're maybe in a position where they can hope to finish as the last car on the lead lap, although that might be asking for some help. I don't know. There could be some different permutations that they're thinking through right now. Joni Katila is not thinking through those permutations. He's just thinking, give me 12th spot.
And I think he's probably going to be able to get it at some point, but he has to do the hard work and get past. Here's the run though, down the hill towards Eau Rouge. And of course, Radion, this is such an important sequence to get right. It's easy flat, but you've got to get the line correct to not clunk over the curbs and not get an off track as well before you get the run and the slipstream on this straight that is more uphill than you would imagine. Goes to the outside though, and Pearson's not even battling.
It's the fuel without a shadow of a doubt. You can tell that Lucas Prada's short and is really having to work some magic with the right foot to coast that car to the end. So we've seen the swap around then for 12th spot, back up to 6th spot, where Grid and Go in front now of that Arnage car, but not able to break that toe. It's been a couple of laps since the move has been executed, and Sven Haase, you see the draft in front as well, that he was going to be fed by the Mercedes Urano cars. Maybe traffic the opportunity for him to slip on past.
And I think he's certainly going to be surely having a dive. We haven't seen him try to come back just yet since Haase got past, but certainly he's got to have a go and try and put that Arnage car up ahead of Grid and Go as he come up the hill, and the run towards Blanchimont getting that slipstream. But I do think this Ferrari might be just that tiny bit better in the straight line. Of course, the slipstream is there for Arnage, putting them back in, but it seems like that was where that car is a little bit faster, at least in these configurations through the final chicane, getting closer to that traffic ahead.
So Strago and Urano that sit in front. It's the number 91 Mercedes-AMG Urano car that is in 29th position with Delict behind the wheel in front of them. It's one of the two Drago Racing Porsches. Hard to see the number because it's blended into the number board. So there's two choices. It's the 5 or it's the 9. It's either Maciejewski or it is Ricardo Rico. I have no idea. I'm going to randomly guess and I'm going to be totally wrong. It's the number 9, I think. I saw Maciejewski's number in the bottom right corner. Can see, though, that as Prevost closes, even with that grunt of the Mercedes, he's not close enough to do any bump drafting like we were seeing slightly earlier.
Yeah, I definitely think that Ferrari's got more maybe than what we've given credit to, and certainly looking very strong in that first sector. But will it be strong when they come up to the lap traffic as well, as they might get held up at a certain point? which could always give the opportunity for Prevost to dive it down the inside at some point. And surely we are expecting that. I don't think they're going to sit behind like this. It just depends if he can get it. Remember, when you're on the limit like this and you're pushing each other, every 10th of a second counts. You've got to get a perfect rotation on the mid-corner. You've got to get a perfect acceleration on the exit to not lose any momentum down these straights as they close up through Pifpath and once again get closer to that traffic again. But it is the straight lines where I think that Ferrari has an advantage.
So out, whoa, kicking up some gravel there as Arnaud's really trying to push and close. Got to be careful with that because incident limit. We've seen cars get dinged and have to serve penalties already for that. Don't want to be the one to bring that on your team when you very much had a clear sense of the situation of what you needed to do. Slightly offensive there from Prevost, half showing the nose, covered off by Sven Haase, but now into the traffic, and it's going to bottle them up on the run down out of La Source.
Yeah, getting closer. The four of these cars, they're converging on each other with less than 18 minutes to go in the Spa 24 hours. The battle, which is currently for P6 and 7, for the two cars that are the rear of this pack, need to be looking out for each other to not get caught up with those cars ahead. They're not quite close enough to interfere just yet, but maybe in another lap we will have to see up the hill once again. And let's see how this top speed is. And yeah, it does look like there's a little bit of a gain on that car ahead. Is that actually because they're being let past? It might be some blue flag situation, and yet there they go, past the Drago car. Just Urano up ahead for these guys to get past now.
Nicely handled there by the traffic, not wanting to play a part in this. 20 minutes left to go in their fight for 6th position. The first car 1 lap down. Of course, we saw them being passed by in a grouping with the race leader, who via strategy was able then to break himself slightly apart by a really nicely timed overcut when it came to the perspective of giving your race leaders some clean air. Speaking of said race leader, there's the clean air, there's the Apex and Drago cars in front of him that are the next bit of traffic that Felix Kornbach is going to be contending with. I think last year we again had only the top 5 finish on the lead lap. This feels very, very different in the way that we have ended up with this result. Last year it was Porsche that won, 2 Mercedes and then a BMWs that rounded out the top 5. And I think if we look at those manufacturers once again, you'll see a similar sort of picture. But it's the fact that the Ferraris, the McLarens as well, that have been so fun, that, again, iRacing drivers are always going to complain about something, so they'll complain about the fact that their car got BOP'd unfairly, even if the BOP as a whole was fair.
And there'll probably be some BMW teams complaining about the BMW, even though a BMW is probably going to win this race. That's just how it goes. It's an ever-changing landscape as well with the I mean, I guess they've been around for quite a while now, but, you know, settled development of certain teams, maybe finding something on a certain track, maybe just gains, or a certain team gets in a rhythm with it, and all of a sudden, that extra couple of tenths that they didn't have before, they suddenly have, and things show around. It does seem to be, though, that it's a mixture between the Porsches and the AMGs up there towards the front. But it's always good to see a couple of different manufacturers getting involved and taking it away from the most populous car.
Absolutely. It's good that while there is a populous car, there's not a majority car, I feel like. So there's definitely at least some interest there that the drivers have had in terms of picking their cars. Urano split then, the 2 drivers battling for 6th and 7th spot. Haase being able to clear himself of the number 91, and now Prevost got to do the same, but already 1.2 seconds, that buffer, so easy to be lost out through parts of Spa.
Yeah, it is. It's not the in some ways it's not the easiest place to actually overtake in that, and unfortunately getting cars in between you like this. See the massive flash there from the number 4, and yeah, I think this is really going to kill that overtake potential. Still flashing, Urano not getting out of the way, As we said before, don't have to. It's not mandatory, but certainly it is ruining that battle for sixth, at least in the POV of Arnage.
Yes, they're making it that much more difficult for Arnage, but they're also both in a Mercedes, so maybe the Arnage has less of a top-end speed wing setting than what the Urano car has set, and maybe that helps explain the Ferrari's ability to canter down the straights on the 611th lap of this race, and so less than 14 minutes to go. I think we have 6 laps to go at the end of this, which means we will hit 618 laps through 24 hours of racing.
And that is, considering how long the lap is, that is huge, that number, and crazy to think just how many, if you turn that into the amount of braking zones, into the amount of gear changes, all that sort of thing, even the amount of overtakes and the blue flag, it just, so many things happen in a 24-hour race, and it's almost not worth thinking about. Just get into a rhythm during your stints, and you just get into a float, and the laps start going past. And that is why, to be honest, that is why we do love coming to these 24-hour races. They're certainly special. We don't do them every week for a reason, because they are difficult and everyone gets tired and they're difficult to set up and things like that. But they are good when we do them the handful of times a year that we do.
There are people that I think are crazy enough that would be like, give me a 24-hour race every week and I would happily do it. And to which I'm like, no, I would do half of those and then be like, no, I'm already too tired to keep doing the rest of it. So yeah, I'm definitely of the opinion that don't do that. PGZ back on the, I guess, defense in some ways from Pearson's, although for Lucas Prada, if he's as marginal on fuel as we think he is, he's on the 21st lap of his run, maybe 6 laps still left to go. That takes him to 27. A fuel number not achieved since the first hour of the race.
Yeah, that is... it is weird, though. When you think about it, you might as well have done that lap earlier in the race when it was easier to do so rather than now. But at least they've got some slipstream, so that should be pretty... possible to the end of the race, although they haven't had the slipstream for the whole stint. So that's obviously why they had to give up that place a little bit earlier. Although they have stayed there, so they definitely have some pace there. They just wanted that slipstream for the fuel number.
11 minutes, 30 seconds to go, and Lucas Prada is very much fighting against the fuel lords to be able to make it to the end. Now that Sven Haase continues to keep the traffic between him and the Arnage pink and white car chasing him down. At the line, we're going to see the margin grow to upwards of 1.3 seconds this time by, and it's continued frustration if you are Thibaut Prevost. But ultimately, maybe you use the Mercedes as a bit of a slingshot, as a bit of a bridge, and set the run out of La Source. Maybe this is that chance to be able to swoop on by.
Yeah, I don't know if he was going to have an easy overtake anyway. I think looking at it, I think Haase might have been able to hold on, but it's still, yeah, a little bit frustrating when you're in the shoes of Arnage. I guess that's just how it goes, unfortunately, in racing. Sometimes you have to make your own luck, and if they were a little bit faster, they'd be able to get past the Urano car. So definitely not really anything negative to say about Urano in that situation. That's just where they've all found themselves on the track, just like what we saw earlier with the BMW car that was in a similar situation with this. It's just how everyone ends up on the track. It's an endless cycle, and at some point people converge.
If you missed out what happened at the start of the race, I feel like it's probably in a slightly appropriate time to quickly spool things back up to lap 1 and show you some of the drama at the very start. Into Eau Rouge, yes, we start into Eau Rouge. We got single filed for the most part up through the hill, at least inside of the top 10. It was behind that as Alexei Nesov led us away, that outside of the top 30, you had to think about, okay, do I want to go side by side, or do I want to lose a whole bunch of positions? Through Malmedy, well, plenty losing positions. Apex getting turfed off. Maniti, both of their Porsches ending up in the gravel and then spinning back into the oncoming traffic. Falken's Mercedes getting tangled up as well before the parking lot built. And, well, this is the almost Charlie Chapman moment that we got, and just keep watching.
Yeah, it kind of gets worse the more that you look at this. Cars facing literally every direction, left, right, backwards and forwards. And unfortunately, that is how we opened the race, and we lost a few cars from that straight away. Unfortunately, the MS Society Pure Sims car we lost, Obsidian, one of the Maniti cars, ATRS, all involved there, and DNFing straight from that first side. Then quite a few cars did continue on, to be fair to them, but of course with heavy damage, and a few of them still going. The likes of the Urano 91 car, I believe, is actually, yeah, this one that's on the screen. They have continued. They were 5 laps down. They're now down to 8 laps down, but they have continued for the whole race in that position. Yeah,
they were not willing to give up, and good to see that as well. The fight back, definitely something that we were wondering if we were going to see Mala and Grid and Go head back out there. No, they were just hoping maybe to sit in the garage and watch on for just a little bit. We have also seen the Mercedes AMG number 99 retire. I think Cam had mentioned that, and so it means now 33 going to be the official number that end up finishing, as long as there's no further dramas, so in the next 8 odd minutes, which Lucas Prada still has to make sure he doesn't run out of fuel.
Certainly, but to be honest, you might as well, I guess, pit for fuel rather than running out and DNFing. Yes. I know he's going to lose. What's that going to be? 3 places maybe by doing that. Might get away with just 2 places. So he's going to lose some positions. But I'd rather, put in all this effort and go this distance and then actually finish the race rather than run out of fuel and spluttering to a halt on the final lap.
So I guess the only thing that he would be thinking about is if you cross the line but don't finish the lap, he basically gets scored at the end of that lap. So behind any other drivers who end up finishing on that lap, he would drop behind the Williams Academy car, VG Racing Esports, and then Team PGZ's 124. It might not drop behind anyone else. Would it be longer to come down pit lane? I guess that's the ultimate question that he'll be asking. Sven Haas is not going to be asking, do I have Thibaut Prevost behind me, because he's been able to pull that advantage out. And as Race Clutch sends it gingerly through the corner, allows Haas to squeak on through, margin continues to grow.
Yeah, I'm surprised that gap has pulled so much. Of course, Arnage slightly stuck behind the Urano Mercedes in behind this, but there's definitely some extra pace in that Grid and Go car. And of course, Arnage held that position after the pit stop, but look at the margin between them now. A good few seconds there, and it looks like Arnage, unfortunately, 7th is going to be the best for them, as we're getting very quickly to about 3 laps to go in this race.
Yeah, where is the race leader, you wonder? Well, not too far in front of Sven Haas. He's flashing the lights, getting past the Drago Racing car, and up in towards Les Combes. Felix Kornbach just continues to run his pace. I do think, indeed, it is 3 laps, including this one. So, I don't think we're going to get to 6:18 in terms of laps. I think it's going to be 6:17. Kornbach navigates the traffic, hopefully not too near the incident limit. Just a couple more.
Imagine.
Oh, I bring it up because I'm a little bit scared.
Especially as they had, the contact with that Williams car. That would have been a 4X. Plus, well, what are we now? 23 and 55 minutes worth of off tracks and other potential little contacts as well. So it's definitely very easy to do so. And I wouldn't be surprised. I don't think we haven't seen any car so far, or at least that we know of, getting penalties from that. But
no, we have.
It's so easy to do so.
There's been quite a few that have had the incident penalty, unfortunately. So that's definitely something that that teams have had to be concerned by. I think Apex One were the most recent team to get one, but I've been up now officially for 25 hours and counting. So my memory. Worse than a goldfish, I think, is probably the only fair way to describe it. Across the line, it's going to be under 4 minutes and 30 seconds, which I think guarantees us it is 2 laps to go here in this 2023 iRacing Falken Tyre Spa 24 hours. And now, look at that in front. Felix Kornbach potentially could lap his way up through to 5th in the field.
What an awesome achievement. To be fair, as we've been saying, not a flawless race, not a flawless race completely, but definitely a very, very consistent one with very little issues. And considering how close the cars were for that first, many hours of the race, slowly but surely the packs got spread up and things like that. But we really saw in the first 3 hours the cars staying close together. So that obviously elongated the time and sort of slowed the spread. But even then, getting up to only 4 cars on the lead lap would be a huge achievement for that BMW car. And it's only, a couple of seconds up the road. But let's see how that goes, because Sami-Matti Trojan will want to, of course, not be lapped and want to have the pride of at least finishing on the lead lap.
Yes, now everybody in this position would be telling Sami-Matti Trojan, hold that spot, keep that mark on the lead lap. It's definitely something that everyone does wear with pride. And only a handful of teams going to be able to mark that occasion. For sure, of course, we know that Redline's Ollie Steinbraten heading out through La Source, 73 seconds behind the leader. Looks like on the lead lap in what's been an interesting day, that's for sure, for Steinbraten. 335 laps complete and counting. Alexei Nesov put it on pole position, dropped back through the field, but slowly but surely have been able to solidify themselves on the final step of the podium. And we are going to see the Urano Esports Data Group car finishing in 3rd. And, well, we were hoping that it was going to be Mercedes AMG Team Williams Esports versus the Team BMW Bank in the very dying stages of this race, but contact a couple of hours ago meant it was not to be, and Carl Janssen sits 23.5 seconds off of your race leader, Felix Quirnbach, who heads through the bus stop chicane for the penultimate time to see the white flag. 7 kilometers left to go in the final 24-hour race of the iRacing special events for 2023.
Don't make any mistakes. Hit your braking zones and your apexes and you will be the winner. And that is all he's got to do. He can even slow down to a crawl and pretty much just take it to the finish. You see the marshal there aggressively waving the white flag. So definitely the last lap of the race. And now it is all about bringing it home and just keeping it on the track.
And to clarify, Marshall's waving it after La Source, but the race will end out of the bus stop chicane. It's just where we started is where our flagman is posted up for the time being. Some cars, well, not making it to the mark that they needed to on fuel, and Race Clutch Blue are going to end up dropping behind the Bilo Racing team as a result of this, I think, needed splash and dash. I don't necessarily think this is incident point related. You know what is going to be incident point related? The fact that Joop de Ligt in at number 92 for Urano Esports has got the black flag in the final stages of the race.
We were just mentioning it. It's definitely quite an easy one to do. Unfortunately, around here, such is the nature of the track limits, and the amount of contacts that we have seen. But certainly for this car out the front, they haven't had too many issues. There's, of course, one major talking point with the contacts between the 7 and the 55 that might, you would say, ultimately lead to them being in this position. But either way, it's been a great battle between these two, Williams and BMW Bank, of course, with BS Competition running that entry, giving us a great race and just one final bus stop to go.
What a wild race this has been. I would wager, I would argue, maybe the wildest 24-hour special event that we have ever seen. Just think back to those opening hours when no one wanted to lead, when they were all saving fuel. 20 hours later, it's the BMW Bank car that will swoop its way to the line to become the very first BS Competition powered car to win the iRacing Falken Tyre Spa 24 Hours. 2023's 24-hour calendar comes to a close, and it does so in style in the Ardennes.
Yeah, what a race we saw today. Of course, heartbreak for the Williams that is going to come across the line in second place. Mercedes-AMG Team Williams Esports with a very strong result there in the number 55. Just unfortunately not quite enough by 23 seconds in the end. And coming in behind another 20 seconds, we'll see the number 90 of Alexei Nesov and his team at Urano coming to take the final place on the podium.
And it is going to be a well-deserved podium as well after getting it on pole position. Long day to get it to this point, but Nesov's going to be relatively, I think, content with that. I get the sense that there's plenty of smoke being burned down right now by some drivers, very delighted with their performances. BMW Bank, not the only one that I think that have earned the right to do so. Just making it to the end of this one, Cam, a victory in and of itself.
Yeah, this is definitely one of the harder races to finish in a good place. While it's not multi-class, the track definitely bites you, and it's certainly very easy to make mistakes. Such high-speed corners, some very tricky curbs around here as well. So definitely not an easy one. So yeah, congratulations to all of the teams that managed to get to the end, because that in itself, you know, you have to give your congratulations to everyone who can do that.
I think that's the Apex 1 car limping to the line, almost out of fuel. That was the 25th lap of the stint. Pure Sims ended up being able to get to the end of the race behind Joni Katala in the PGZ 119, and so some drivers that may have had concerns about fuel, fortunately not having to be too concerned about it come the end. Final cars just working their way to the line, and then we can grab a look at the results and hopefully grab a chat with some of your drivers as well. Most importantly, of course, in that winning Team BMW Bank crew. As the final car that will get to the line, Movano Sim Racing GT, I think just about has the fuel to be able to coax it towards the checkered flag. And we can grab a look at the results after 617 laps of racing. It's a BMW that leads, and it's the BMW Bank car, powered by BS Competition. Quirnbach, Talvar, and Denez combined to be 24 seconds clear of Carl Janssen in the Mercedes-AMG Williams Esports number 55. They'll be a little bit frustrated with the contact, but put up a valiant effort and come up just short in their quest to win all three of the iRacing 24-hour races. Alexei Nesov third in front of Ollie Steinbraten, a two-man effort for Steinbraten and Thompson. What a monster marathon that was. Strogan, the first car, one lap down in that number 2 that was off-cycle within the very first hour of the race. Van Haase brings the Ferrari up to 6 for Grid and Go, with Arnage, Biela, Simufy, and Apex 1, the rest of the top 10. 2 laps down for Maciejewski in Drago Racing's number 9. He's got Joni Katala in 12th behind him, who was chased by Lucas Prada in the Pure Sims 116. The Williams Esports Academy car in front of the VG Racing number 1, while Team PGZ's 124, 16th. Drago Racing 3 laps down in 17th, but in front of the Falken Sim Racing 33. That does have, by the way, the fastest lap of the race set by Jonas Warner. And then Maniti Racing Purple in their Lamborghini designed Porsche. And then Guillaume Levesque in the Advanced Motorsports car rounding out your top 20. Continue to scroll through those that did make it to the end. I want to call them all out. Boosted VDS by Undercut, Mercedes-AMG Urano's 92, the Coffin Dancers, the Biela Racing Team 451, Race Clutches number 12, Impulse, Hoising Velts, Pure Sims, Mercedes-AMG Urano, and Arnage Competition Eau Rouge. More than 30 ended up finishing. You go back to Movano, Valkyrie Competition, Falken Sim Racing, all classified as finishers at the end. The first DNF, Little Cake's own Mircho S. Chucando, Furcho, BMW M Team Redline were going to be really frustrated, not just by the damage they incurred through no fault of their own, but then the speeding penalty that took them out of contention. Team 75, Grid and Go, Mercedes-AMG, ART, and then Schurer and PGZ, the rest of your top 40. Schurer Esports winner in the 992 at the 24 Hours of the Nürburgring, but not even getting to the end of this one. Look at the big names, though, that not even classified by virtue of the fair share regulation not being met. SimRC, Marla, ATRS, PGZ, ART, ATRS, Grid and Go, Maniti, Obsidian, and Pure Sims, and the National MS Society. All not classified at the end of this one. Fortunately, we do have the opportunity to be joined by the winning drivers in that BMW Team BMW bank car. I think Phil Dinez has hopefully gone to get a little bit of sleep, but Felix Kornbach, Rainer Talvar join us now. And Felix, you brought that car to the line. I've got to ask, in the closing stages, what was going through your mind with the gap already established and traffic, all that you had to really navigate through?
Yeah, the last two stints were quite easy, to be honest. We built a little gap, and with our strategy we also had a little advantage over Williams, so yeah, it was quite easy. The last hour I wasn't pushing too hard, just bringing the car home.
I don't think that was the case for most of the race though, Rainer. I mean, let's go back to the first couple of hours when no one wanted a lead. Everyone was saving fuel, and instead of doing 215s, 216s, you were all doing 218s.
Yeah, definitely the start was really hectic because everyone was in a massive train and our quali wasn't the best because we didn't get the tires working how we'd like to, so we had to work quite hard at the start. We even dropped back a bit. We had a little bit of an incident in Eau Rouge, but we came through, and when the gap started to form, we managed to set ourselves in a good position and then work from there.
I mean, we know that you guys have plenty of speed in this BMW M4 GT3. It's not a surprise to see you bring the speed. However, this seemed like maybe the most intense of the Spa 24 hours that we've ever had. Felix, talk us through, from your perspective as a driver, just 3 drivers, how do you share the workload, not just behind the wheel, but spotting, engineering as well?
Yeah, I mean, the driving itself worked quite well because we have Phil as an American, so he did the graveyard stints. Yeah, apart from that, of course, we have to look at the strategy and help your teammate out if he has some questions, or give him some important information. Yeah, to the race itself, we didn't really know where we are standing with the BMW before the race, so we're on top now, it's really good, and we weren't expecting that.
Well, we don't have to talk about BOP anymore. We can leave that for the time being. Congratulations, guys, on a well-deserved victory, and I'm sure some well-deserved rest that's coming up next.
Thank you.
Thank you.
Felix Kornbach, Rainer Talvar joining us after Phil Dinez, I think, already has gone and hit the hay. I do not blame him either. 24 hours of racing can be very, very tiring on the body, and therefore it's only fitting that the drivers get their opportunity to relax up as well. Cam, we were here 24 hours ago at the start of this race. Things closing up now, and a really intriguing race that now sets up, I think, what is going to be an exciting final couple of endurance races. Bathurst 1000, Petit Le Mans, and then the Fuji 8 hours. Just 3 more races for us to go and do.
Yeah, I can't wait for them, to be honest. This was a very intriguing race, with especially how the strategy went. It was a bigger talking point than I thought it was going to be. I thought it was going to be a little bit more of an attritional race, but so many teams kept themselves going towards the front with a pretty small margin that it came down to that strategy in the end. And yeah, BMW Bank going longer, managed to get the gap in that final stint. So really nice work from them.
Next up, it is something slightly different. Yes, iRacing will be covering the Race for More 2.4 on August the 3rd, GT1s, GTPs and GR86s at the Circuit de la Sarthe. But we head to the iRacing Knoxville Nationals, not on July the 22nd, on August the 22nd, 12:30 p.m. UTC. Sprint cars are something different, and I cannot wait to lose my voice in just 1 hour of shouting about some of the most insane racing that you can see on iRacing.
Yep, iRacing has all the different variety of series and of different types of cars, different styles of racing, and the fact that we have all these special events and things like that over the year really proves that. So if you want to get yourself involved, obviously check out all the different disciplines on there, from the ovals to the road course and of course dirt racing now as well.
And that's the second half of the season that comes up. We said 3 endurance races, but the rest is NASCAR, dirt racing, both oval and the road variety. Going to be all exciting as once again all roads lead to what has become a staple to close out the season, the iRacing Chili Bowl Nationals midway through December. For now, it is time to bid you farewell. Another 24 hours has flown on past. Uninterrupted coverage here live on RaceSpotTV and the iRacing Esports Network. Before we say goodbye, we take the time to thank those that make this coverage possible. Of course, our live timing partners, ATVO and Timing 71. Our track cameras provided by the wonderful Dougie Beard. broadcast graphics not possible without the hard work of ATVO, Nick Thiessen, Kevin Niatola and Simon Grossman, and of course our support team behind the scenes, Juliana Cesar and Camille Morais. Production team working throughout the 24 hours to bring you the action. Myself, Arjuna Kankipati, with Dustin Ollis and Hugo Luis, while our monster team of commentators had to keep you entertained non-stop through the course of the racing. Cam Roger, Joe Peak, Ewan O'Leary, Stefan Schlascher, Zach Sweeney, Joey Tebbin, David Haynes, Lorenzo Bonder and Derek Watson, all helping to fill some coverage, but for now it is time to bid you farewell. On behalf of our entire team at RaceSpot, it's Arjuna Kankipati signing off from the Ardennes. Another wonderful trip to this wonderful facility is in the books, and it's BMW Bank that walk away with their very first iRacing Falken Tyre Spa 24-hour victory. Lap 1 saw plenty of drama, yes, but ultimately it was through the night that the winners did emerge. The next time we go racing in the iRacing special event, it's a very different sort of affair. But for now, from the Ardennes, we'll see you next time in the iRacing special event calendar.